Wylan summoned the green wood to grow and cast wood. Heart channeled. Under the nourishment of Wylan's magic power, the plant continued to grow downward. When it reached the bottom, it grew horizontally in the distance. After building the passage, Wylan entered the Mu-Zin passage and followed the pipe to the entrance of the ruins. Kyle and Oder arrived at the entrance to the ruins one after another. As soon as he landed, Oder was attracted by the patterns on the gate of the ruins and couldn't help but come to the gate. Click! The sound of bones breaking brought Oder back to his senses. Looking at the goblin bones turned into powder. Oder just glanced at them and continued to study the patterns on the gate obsessively. Seeing this scene, Wylan was already prepared. He took out the chess and cards and called Kyle over to pass the time. Time passed slowly, and Varen and Kyle competed with each other and finally reached a record of 11 wins, 66 losses, and 3 draws. Under Kyle's continuous training, Wylan learned his shame and became brave, and his chess skills improved rapidly. On the other side, Oder spent all his time studying and continued to solve problems based on his extraordinary knowledge. Why is this here? Oder stared at a key node, constantly thinking and seeking solutions. No, the direction is wrong. Oder threw away the paper filled with various data in his hand and started to solve it again. After an unknown amount of time, Oder straightened his messy hair, looked at the gate of the ruins and laughed heartily. Ha ha, it's solved, it's solved. Hearing his uncle's laughter, Wylan put down the chess piece in his hand and said to Kyle, "If we can't play anymore, how about we draw this game?" In the chess game, it only takes 3 moves for Wylan to lose. Then it's a draw. Kyle responded with a smile, not caring about winning or losing a round. Seeing this scene, Wylan put away the chess game, stood up, and came to Oder's side. He looked at the papers stacked 4 meters high next to him and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. In less than half a month, my uncle will unlock the gate of the ruins. During that blank period of several hundred years, his consciousness wouldn't have gone to a mysterious place. Oder ignored his nephew's random thoughts and began to operate the 128 nodes on the ruins gate according to the calculation process. Click! As the last node fell into the correct position, the ruins gate began to melt. Oder took a few steps back and looked at the ruins gate condensed into a human shape, with no trace of excitement in his eyes. Kyle stood in front of Varen, always alert to the ruins gate that was condensing its form. As for Varen, he has opened the Demiplane channel. As soon as he sees something is wrong, he will immediately take Kyle and his uncle away from here. Under the gaze of everyone, the ruins gate finally condensed into the appearance of an elf, and then made a mechanical voice. "I am the spirit of the ruins no. 1326 of the kingdom of Zesira. Congratulations, human mage, for solving the mystery of Aberdovi. Question. When I open the ruins, you can enter the ruins and copy any books you see. Remember, you only have 3 hours. In 3 hours, I will seal the ruins again. Remind you again, don't be greedy." After saying that, the body of the ruined spirit began to melt, forming a portal. "Uncle, don't be greedy." Wylan grabbed Oder, who couldn't wait, and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I'm measured." Oder gave Wylan a reassuring smile and then entered the ruins. Time passed slowly. Wylan looked at the time above the ruins passage, feeling a little anxious and staring at the gate intently. Oder's obsession with studying unknown objects is second only to his love for his teacher, and Varen is really afraid that his uncle is trapped inside. At the last minute, Oder came out of the ruins satisfied. Looking at Oder's figure, Wylan finally let go of his anxious heart. Boom! The door to the ruins suddenly closed and turned into a portal again, standing on the wall. Oder looked back and saw that the pattern on it had changed, from the original 128 nodes to 156 nodes. "Uncle, do you want to answer this riddle?" Wylan asked in a deep voice with a scrutinizing gaze. Oder glanced at the new puzzle on the gate of the ruins, shook his head and said, "Forget it. Solving the puzzle called Aberdovi uses tricky methods. The actual calculation will take at least 3 years. Time. As for this puzzle, with my current ability, it will take 50 years to solve it." Wylan looked at the nodes above and said with some confusion, "Uncle, it will take 50 years for you to calculate this. If the cycle continues like this, will anyone be able to open this ruins?" "Of course, it's not that simple. I learned from the legendary mage's essay that the gate of the ruins will not change the puzzle at first, but will only change the operation method. The solution logic will be the same at first, so as to leave a way for those who come after. It's a pity that the legendary mage didn't care about his face at all. Using this loophole, he entered the ruins more than 10 times and copied tens of thousands of books. The spirit of the ruins discovered this loophole, repaired it by itself, and replaced it with an unknown puzzle. The legendary mage is also very stubborn. He spent 100 years working on the unknown mystery. With the spirit of the ruins, the result is obvious. However, the spirit of the ruins does not leave a trace of life behind. New puzzles will be replaced by simple puzzles if no one solves them within 1,000 years. Perhaps because of this, the legendary wizard set up an illusion to cover up this place, hoping to return here 1,000 years later. As for why he didn't come back here again, there are only 2 reasons: either go to the astral world or fall. Haha, that's true. Wellen glanced at Kyle. It was him who led him astray. Kyle smiled awkwardly. It was indeed he who led his master astray. Oder was in a particularly good mood, half-jokingly said, "Wellen, do you know how many books I copied in the ruins this time?" 3,000. Wylan thought for a moment and answered tentatively. The smile on Oder's face froze instantly. Looking at his nephew in front of him, his eyes were still clear. It seemed that he was not under the illusion. Wylan looked at Odera, who was silent, and asked curiously, "Uncle, I guess right?" "Yes, 3,000 books. 367 gold-level spells, 783 gold-level combat skills, 67 soul-level spells, 128 soul-level combat skills, excluding the supporting training methods. The remaining 310 books are about the way of nature. After you go back, study hard for me, don't let my efforts go to waste." Hearing Odera's persuasion, Wylan replied helplessly, "I know, Uncle. As a knight, he is also a druid. Although he does not follow the right path, he is also a druid." Leaving the ruins, the 3 returned to the ground. With Wylan's accidental discovery of the ruins, Odera held a fluke mentality and searched the valley. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. 3 days later, Oder stood on the hill, looking at the scenery in the valley below, and said with some regret, "I destroyed the illusion barrier here. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Dark Elves discover it." "Uncle, what do you think we should take the initiative to tell the Dark Elves about this place before they discover it?" Wylan suggested. After hearing this, Kyle thought for a moment and understood the Lord's intention. "You can do whatever you want. Anyway, we have taken everything that should be taken away and searched all the places that should be searched. In your words, our fate with this place is over." Oda replied calmly, "As for imitating that legendary mage and setting up new illusions, I think I still have some moral bottom line." Wylan opened his mouth and praised, "It's shameless to be associated with him." "Ha, that's a very appropriate description." Wylan looked at his uncle, who was laughing, and he was sure in his heart that in exchange for the ruins, the Dark Elves would definitely be able to take the initiative to help and connect with the mermaids. If you want to make a fortune, apart from robbery, you can only rely on trade. With a sigh, Varen took Kyle and Oder and headed southeast of Sark Island. According to the directions given by Clarissa, Ilu City is located under the southeastern cliff of Sacker Island. Above the sea, Varen stood in the air, looking at the city of Ilruz embedded in the rock wall, and couldn't help but sigh. What a strange place to build a city. Oder looked around carefully and said, "The location of this place is excellent. Below the city is the port, which is used for trade with mermaids. On the left side of the cliff, there are 3 mage towers. On the right side of the cliff, there are 2 mage towers for defense. There should be something hidden above the city. It is covered very tightly and cannot be seen for the time being." In a few words, Oda roughly analyzed the defense deployment of Ilruz City. Inside the Church of Life in Ilruz City, Clarissa felt the breath of people from outside the city, bowed respectfully to the statue, ended her prayer, arranged her clothes, and left the city. The master has not yet come out, so Wylan has no choice but to wait here and appreciate the cultural scenery of Ilruz City from a macro level. Under the city, above the port, in this rock wall, there are 3 rock wall statues. The rock painting statue in the middle is the face of Clarissa, the leader of the Ilus tribe. Compared with the soft beauty of the person, the rock painting statue is more heroic. The rock wall statue on the right is a masked male dark elf, with a ruthless look in his eyes, but Wylan read the meaning of a fellow man in it. As for the rock wall statues on the left, some are male and some are female. It is difficult to tell whether they are male or female based on their vague faces. Compared to the first 2 rock wall statues, their eyes are full of softness. Varen, Kyle, and Master Odor welcome you. Just as Varen was immersed in observing these rock carvings, Clary flew in front of Varen, bowed slightly, and said softly. Compared with the petroglyph figures, Clarissa herself appears more relatable. Varen looked Clarissa up and down, looking at her appearance as if she had just finished praying. Clarissa turned sideways and said with a smile, "These rock paintings were carved by the tribesmen voluntarily, and they will make you laugh." Doesn't this just show the status of Clarissa's patriarch in the heart of the tribe? Varen responded gently, observing Clarissa's face all the time, and her smile was more natural than before. "Everyone, please come in." Following Clarissa, the 3 of them entered the city built into the rock wall. After passing through the barrier, Wylan felt a familiar force and couldn't help but look towards the center of the city. Seeing this, Clarissa smiled and explained, "This is the boundary of life, given by the goddess to protect the city of Ilrus. This place is really a place blessed by the goddess." Varen sighed with emotion, followed Clarissa, and entered the main road. On both sides of the street, dark elves saw Clarissa's figure, stepped aside, bowed, and saluted, their words filled with respect. Clarissa nodded to the dark elf, who saluted in return. Unknowingly, everyone arrived in front of a large hall. This is the Palace of Shadows, a place where shadow assassins are trained. It is also where our tribe's intelligence is collected and summarized. Wylan looked at the building in front of him. It was made of black stone and exuded a cold atmosphere, which was somewhat incompatible with the city. There are gray marks on the stone wall. When he came to the wall, Wylan reached out and touched the words on it, feeling the slightest warmth on the cold wall. Clarissa walked quietly to Varen and stared at the name. On the wall, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, but it was quickly hidden. Varen did not take the initiative to ask, and Clarissa did not introduce it in detail. For smart people, after seeing this scene, they all know what the name engraved on the outer wall of the training ground means, without saying it clearly. After stopping for a moment, several people entered the Shadow Palace. In the main hall, a masked dark elf leaned against a stone pillar, closing his eyes and concentrating. Hearing the faint footsteps, the dark elf opened his eyes and looked at Clarissa, who walked into the hall. With a little tenderness in her sharp eyes, "Let me introduce to you, this is Isido, the soul-level assassin master of our tribe, the chief instructor and assassin force commander of the Shadow Assassin Force, and also my husband." Wylan carefully looked at the mysterious shadow assassin in front of him, and Isidore also stared at the black-haired young man in front of him. Finally, Wylan took the lead in breaking the silence and said softly, "My name is Wylan. I think there should be some kind of tacit understanding or common topic between us." As soon as the voice fell, Isidore slowly took off the half-mask on his face, revealing a handsome and resolute face. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Wylan and said with a smile, "I feel the same way." Faced with this sudden move, Wylan was slightly startled, but soon reacted, stretched out his right hand and shook hands with the other party tightly. Clarissa, who was standing by, witnessed her husband's behavior with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She had never seen her husband lose his composure in front of strangers and couldn't help but interrupt and ask, "Do you know each other?" Isidore turned his head to look at his wife, shook his head gently and replied, "No, we don't know each other." Clarissa became more and more puzzled and continued to ask, "Then how could you decide that you have a common language as soon as you met? This is really strange." Her eyes wandered back and forth between the two, trying to find some clues. Seeing this, Wylan smiled and answered, "Chief Clarissa, this is fate." Fate, Clarissa silently recited this common language word. With her hundreds of years of experience, she could not understand the meaning for the time being. Kyle, who was standing by, witnessed the whole process, and was sure that this shadow assassin master must also be a master of slacking off. Otherwise, he would not be so sympathetic to his master. As for Oder, like Clarissa, he was also very confused about the conversation between the two. Uncle Kyle, you follow Patriarch Clarissa to visit other places in Ilris City. I want to talk to Isidore alone. Wylan turned to the two and said, Yes, my lord. Kyle nodded and replied. Oder also nodded to show that he understood. After Clarissa, Kyle and Oder left. Only Varen and Isidore were left in the hall. You are lazy and fishing, does your wife know? Wylan took out 2 recliners and a round table, then took out some fruits and 2 bottles of luminous wine and placed them on the seats, and then lay down on a recliner. Isidore took off his sharp look and showed a lazy look. He lay on another lounge chair, put his hands behind his head, looked at the roof of the hall and asked curiously, How did you find out that I have an affair with you? Similar hobbies. How did you discover me? Wylan asked rhetorically without answering. With a thought, Cedo used magic power to grab a piece of fruit, put it to his mouth, took a hard bite, and said unhurriedly, Intuition. I have the same intuition as you. Wylan opened a bottle of luminous wine, placed it on the other person's side, and raised his hand to indicate, Try it. Cedo didn't see anyone else. He sat up, picked up the wine bottle, took a sip, touched the wine at his mouth, and said with emotion, It's really good, much better than the icy wine brewed by those mermaids. Your tribe doesn't make wine. That requires some kind of craftsmanship. Isidore rolled his eyes at Varen, then took a second sip. Have you been to Ash Magic Kingdom? Varen asked as he lay on the recliner. I went there when I was young. Isidore's tone was full of memories, and he turned to Varen and said, Looking at your accent, it seems like you are from the kingdom of Ilia. When he heard the name of his country, Wylan asked in surprise, How do you know? You don't mean to say that you heard it from my accent, do you? Isidore chuckled and said, It's true. When I escaped from the underground world, I fell on the edge of the misty forest. Fortunately, that guy saved my life, otherwise I might have gone to see the goddess of life. That guy. Who is that? Maybe I know him. Wylan was curious about Isidore's words and asked. Cedo straightened his black hair and said, That guy seems to be named Clarence. He hasn't been seen for more than 200 years, and my memory is a little blurry. Clarence? Varen said this name silently in his mind. It seemed that his grandfather had a student with this name. However, there are people with the same name. Varen confirmed again, Is that Clarence a shadow mage? Yes, I remember that guy's biggest dream is to defeat his teacher. He is really a bad guy who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. Isidore took a sip of luminous wine, felt the changes in his body, and thoroughly enjoyed the process of getting drunk. It seems that's it. My grandfather had a student named Clarence who was also a shadow mage. Varen nodded and confirmed. Hearing this, Isidore turned his head and looked at Varen, asking eagerly, Has that guy realized his dream? Do you think a high-level soul shadow mage can defeat a legendary mage? Wylan asked rhetorically. Ha, it seems that guy is just like me. He has been trapped in the high level of soul for 200 years without making any progress. Isidore couldn't help laughing when he heard the current situation of his friend. Varen looked at this guy, smiled, and teased. Isidore, you are not only afraid that Clarence will suffer, but you are also afraid that he will deceive the master and destroy the ancestor. Speaking of which, Clarence is your grandpa's student and Clarence and I are contemporaries. Shouldn't you call me uncle? Isidore said with a smile, looking expectant. Who are you? Do I know you? Wylan just pretended to be stupid and refused to answer Isidore's words. Seeing Wylan's cheating, Isidore just smiled and didn't take it seriously. The 2 salted fishes were quietly enjoying a leisurely afternoon in the main hall, sharing stories with each other. Isidore, I didn't expect that Clarissa was trained by you, Varen said in surprise as he lay on his side and looked at the drunken Isidore. Not really, I just silently supported her when she was growing up. When I was promoted to the intermediate soul shadow assassin, my adventure ended. After I parted ways with Clarence, Bloomfield, Gladstone, and Sinclair, I returned to the underground world and killed my mother for the sake of peace. My father takes revenge. After taking revenge, I seem to have lost my purpose and wandered around the underground world, assassinating those disgusting dark elf matrons. 5 years later, In the ruins of a city destroyed by a black dragon, I discovered Clarissa in her childhood. Speaking of this, Isidore couldn't help but smile on his face and fell into warm memories. We spent the first 20 years together. In the process, influenced by me, she also began to believe in the goddess of life. However, compared to me, a shallow believer, Clarissa is much more pious. In the end, she attracted the attention of the goddess of life and sent an oracle to guide her to convert to the path of a life priest. She seemed to be a natural leader, and a large number of dark elves soon gathered around her to support her, while I was still guarding her in the shadows, cleaning up the dark elf assassins and wax-melt demons. Until later. Although I successfully left the underground world, I only have half a life left, and there are less than 10,000 dark elves left. Under the guidance of the goddess of life, we left the Sinapis subcontinent and came to the remote La Romana Islands. With the help of the mermaid, we finally settled on Sacher Island. During the migration, at Clarissa's request, the goddess descended her divine light and healed my injuries. You can say that Clarence gave me one life, and Clarissa gave me another life. The entire migration process was very smooth, and we did not encounter any attacks from strong men. It may be that the goddess reached some agreement with the Spider Queen Rose for us. Listening to Isidore's story, Wylan felt that the goddess of life was quite kind. Unconsciously, the two of them lay together and spent this leisurely afternoon. Wylan, when you return to the Synapse subcontinent, I hope you can help me give this photo crystal to Clarence. Before leaving, Isidore took out the photo crystal and handed it to Wylan. I'll deliver it. Wait a minute. Seeing Wylan turning around and leaving, Isidore teleported in front of him and handed him a blue crystal. This is a reward. It records the training method of Shadow Assassin Shadow Chapter, which is suitable for human assassin training. It's just a little help, no need to pay. Isidore, what I have given away, how can I take it back? Isidore put away the smile on his face, stuffed the Shadow Assassin training method into Wylan's hand, and then returned to the Shadow Hall. Wylan looked back at the closed door of the Shadow Hall, and then looked at the two crystals in his hand. He could only put them into the space ring and followed a dark elf assassin to the Church of Life. In the side hall of the Church of Life, Clarissa held a small banquet to welcome the arrival of Wylan and the other two. Led by a priest, Wylan entered the front door of the side hall. Pushing open the door, Wylan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many dark elves in the side hall. "Hello, sir." The dark elves, dressed relatively, simply came forward and saluted Wylan. No need to think too much. This must be the arrangement of the chief of the Ilrus tribe to show his importance to him. Wylan nodded one by one and returned the salute to these dark elves. Clarissa, wearing a white long dress, came to Wylan and asked gently, "Wylan, are you getting along well with Isidore?" "Not bad. I talked a lot with Lord Isidore, and the most was about the story of you, Chief Clarissa," Wylan replied with a smile. Hearing Wylan's answer, Clarissa's eyes were a little happy, but she soon hid it in her heart and did not show it. "Chief Clarissa, after the banquet, I hope to make a deal with you." "I'm looking forward to it." Clarissa handed a glass of wine to Wylan, picked up another glass of wine and said, "You and your companions are the protagonists of this banquet. I hope the Ilrus tribe can leave you with good memories. I think it's a very correct choice for me to come to Ilrus this time." Wylan raised his glass, clinked glasses with Clarissa, and then drank it all. The two exchanged a few words briefly and then separated. Wylan came to a wooden table, picked up a glass of blue wine, brought it to his mouth, took a sip with a cool feeling, tasted it carefully, and it was slightly sweet. As expected, this should be the icy wine that Isidore said. Compared with the luminous wine, it is indeed a little worse. After drinking the wine in the glass, Wylan put down the glass in his hand and turned to look for Kyle's trace. During a conversation at the banquet, Wylan found his guardian knight, who was surrounded by a group of dark elves in the center. Facing this group of dark elves, Kyle dealt with them with ease, trying to avoid these women touching him. Seeing this, Wylan stopped and quietly left without disturbing Kyle, and turned to walk towards his uncle's direction. "Lord Kyle, can you visit my house tomorrow?" A dark elf girl opened her big watery eyes and pleaded softly. Another dark elf girl boldly took Kyle's hand and pleaded sincerely, "Lord Kyle, can you teach me some swordsmanship?" Lord Kyle you. Looking at the dark elf girls around him, Kyle felt a headache and felt that he was tricked by Lord Oder. When visiting the Mage Academy in the afternoon, he attracted Clarissa's attention just because he said he was not married yet. In the evening, when he came to the banquet, he was just about to find a quiet place to wait for his master, but he didn't expect to be surrounded by a group of dark elf girls. With a glance, he spotted Wyland's figure. Just as he was about to shout, he didn't expect his master to turn around and leave. Forget it, let's deal with these dark elf girls first. Wyland came quietly behind Oder and watched him discussing a spell with a dark elf. Looking at the other person's face, Wyland suddenly remembered that this was one of the 3 rock murals. His gossipy heart suddenly ignited, and he wanted to know whether the other person was a man or a woman. Oder, who was arguing, noticed the dark elf mage's gaze, turned his head and found his nephew standing behind him and asked, "You're back?" "Yes, I'm back." Wyland sat down next to his uncle, looked at the dark elf mage, and asked curiously, "Uncle, why don't you introduce me to him?" Before Oder could speak, the dark elf mage spoke first. "So Wyland, my name is Meredith, and I'm a dean of the Mage Academy in Ilrus City." Wyland hesitated and asked, "Excuse me, what is your gender?" "Male." The dark elf mage was not angry and answered gently, "Because of my appearance, I am often mistaken for a woman, but I am indeed a man. I apologize for my offense, and I hope Sir Meredith will not take it to heart." Wyland apologized solemnly and apologized for his behavior. Meredith said nonchalantly, "I'm just explaining things clearly, Sir Wyland don't mind." "Sir Meredith, you and my uncle continue to discuss unfinished matters. I won't bother you." Wyland smiled and gestured, then stood up and left. During the banquet, Wyland was very low-key, wandering around the edge and tasting delicious food. It must be said that some of the food was indeed very delicious, especially some deep-sea fish sashimi, which deeply attracted Wyland. I don't know whether it is only distributed in the La Romana Islands or in other waters. Being greedy for a moment, he actually wiped out all the deep-sea fish sashimi. Wyland looked down at his masterpiece, subconsciously looked back and found that no one noticed. He breathed a sigh of relief, pretended to be nothing, and walked to other tables. Although he didn't need to pay attention to other people's eyes with his strength, it was not good to leave a reputation as a foodie. After the banquet, Wyland came to the back of the Church of Life under the guidance of a high-level silver warrior of the Dark Elf. "Sir, please come in." The high-level silver warrior of the Dark Elf pushed open the door, stepped aside, and said respectfully. Wyland nodded and entered the room. Hearing the sound, Clarissa stood up to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, the two began to get down to business. "Chief Clarissa, there is a valley at this location on Sark Island, and below the valley there is a ruins gate. As long as you solve the puzzle, you will be qualified to enter the ruins to reproduce the extraordinary books." Clarissa was shocked when she heard Wyland's words. The Ilrus tribe came to this island for more than 200 years, but they didn't find this place. Seeing the doubt in the other party's eyes, Wyland recounted the general process of the matter, but hid the part related to the fantasy flower. "So for thousands of years, the valley has been covered by illusions, and even you standing in it didn't find anything unusual," Clarissa said in a deep voice. Wyland nodded and responded, "Yes, Chief Clarissa, if my uncle was not so knowledgeable. According to the information left in the wizard's diary, I am afraid he would return empty-handed." "So what do you need?" Clarissa calmed down and asked. Wyland said bluntly, "I hope Chief Clarissa can help us meet the Grand Duke of Halifax Mermaid Principality." Clarissa pondered for a while and said, "I agree, but you need to give me some time." "Of course," Wyland replied with a smile. In the next half-month, Wyland traveled around Ilrus City while waiting at ease. September 16, 9749, in the glorious calendar, morning sunny. Clarissa took 2 guards and strode towards Blue Spring Palace. After half a month of negotiations, the Mermaid Principality of Halifax agreed to Clarissa's request and allowed her to lead 3 humans to Silversea City to meet the Grand Duke of Halifax. Hearing a slight noise, Varen, who was basking in the sun, sat up and saw Clarissa walking towards him. "Wyland, are you still used to living in Blue Spring Palace?" Wyland stood up and replied with a smile, You can overlook the scenery of the entire port from here. It is a rare and good place. I am honored to be able to live here for half a month. You can't say that. Clarissa responded with a smile. In my opinion, the Blue Spring Palace can only reflect its value because of you staying here, and it is not in vain for the Ferris tribe to build this palace. Clan Chief Clarissa, what about that matter? Wylan took the initiative to end the topic and asked. Clarissa handed 3 invitations to Varen. In 7 days, the welcoming fleet will arrive in Elru City. Thank you for your help. Wylan accepted the invitation and thanked him sincerely. Seeing this, Clarissa said, It's just a deal between the 2 parties, you don't need to thank me. I still have some things to deal with, so I won't interrupt. Patriarch Clarissa walked slowly. After the other party left, Wylan put the invitation into the space ring and continued to lie down, admiring the scenery of the port below and feeling the sea breeze. For more than half a month, Varen collected various information, all of which proved that Clarissa valued her people. Therefore, Valen could only extinguish the idea of migrating the Dark Elves into the Demiplane. 7 days later, an underwater fleet entered the port of Elruz. At the docking station of the warship in the port, a low-level mermaid mage with soul transformed the fishtail into legs. He stood with bare feet on the land, and the sea water dripped on the wooden board along with the shell clothing. I am one of the 12 guards of the Grand Duke of Halifax. My name is Sandora Hilarion. I am the captain of the welcoming fleet. On behalf of the Mermaid Principality of Halifax, I would like to express my sincere greetings to you all. The mermaid mage placed his hands on his abdomen, lowered his head slightly, and folded his 2 ear fins inwards. Captain Sandora, hello. Varen stepped forward and returned the greeting. After both parties had an initial impression, Clarissa began to introduce each other to them. Chief Clarissa, the world is so big. Maybe we will not meet again after this separation. I will always keep the beautiful memories left by the Ilrus tribe in my heart. When parting, Wylan was a little reluctant to leave. Varen, Kyle, Master Odor, may the goddess of life protect you. Clarissa kept a smile on her face and responded, The world is vast and boundless, and we belong to 2 places. Maybe we will have the opportunity to meet in the future. Wish you all the best. Clan Chief Clarissa, please tell Lord Isidore that I will definitely deliver the letter. Varen looked at the fleeting trace above Elru City and turned to Clarissa. I'll tell him. After boarding the ship, Varen stood on the deck and looked at the city of Elruz in the distance. Although he only stayed here for less than a month, it did leave him with good memories. At least it made him see something different, of dark elves. 13 ships left the port and headed for the deep sea. Half an hour later, the fishman mage Sandora came to the deck and said, 3 guests, the ship will dive in 10 minutes. This is the underwater breathing potion our principality has prepared for you. You can get it. The ability to breathe underwater lasts for 3 years. After seeing Sandora's instructions, a fishman warrior held a crystal plate and delivered 3 bottles of underwater breathing potion to the 3 of them. Wylan thanked him and then accepted the underwater breathing potion. After Sandora left, Varen threw the potion directly into the space ring. With an arcane master at his side, these potions are completely useless. However, the other party has given it to them, and if they don't take it, it's free, and they don't want to pay anyway. 10 minutes later, a thin film rose up from the ship, and then it began to sink slowly. The seawater followed the film and began to slowly enter the ship. In less than a moment, the ship sank completely into the water. Accompanied by the sound of turbulent water flow, the ship sailed quickly in the sea. Due to the existence of the film, Wylan did not feel the slightest movement of the sea water. Protected by Odor's spell, Varen walked on the deck without feeling any resistance. 3 days later, Varen came out from the cabin to the deck to relieve his mental fatigue. During the time on board the ship, Kyle and his uncle played games with each other and fought very vigorously. He stood by as a bystander, but what he saw was that he was exhausted. There were too many calculations between the 2 sides, and he would not be able to think about it for a while. Leaning on the fence and admiring the seabed scenery, I was thinking about another thing. Facing that mermaid archduke, what should I use to gain his trust and establish contact with the Mermaid Kingdom near the waters of the West Napa subcontinent? After carefully thinking about what I was using, I found that I didn't have any bargaining chips. Forget it, just take it one step at a time. If the Mermaid Kingdom encounters a problem, and Kyle or his uncle happens to be able to solve it, then that's a ready bargaining chip. If not, forget it. Treat this time as a sightseeing trip, increase your knowledge, and buy some souvenirs for Shermia and Aunt Flora. In the afternoon, the welcoming fleet arrived at the final destination, Silver Sea City. As the capital of the Halifax Mermaid Principality, the entire city is built on the mountain. In the outermost part of the city, hundreds of thousands of mermaids live in the houses built with corals. Under the guidance of the mermaid soldiers, the ship slowly landed in the port. "Dear guests, please." Sandora swung her tail, bowed her head slightly, and said to the three people. Wylan followed the sea water, left the ship, and landed on the transparent Crystal Avenue. On both sides of the avenue, every 5 meters, there was a mermaid soldier holding a trident, keeping his tail still and solemnly looking forward. Looking up at the end of the Crystal Avenue is a palace made of pearls and gems. 3,000 silver-level mermaid soldiers. Is this a demonstration to us, or their welcome ceremony? Hearing the words of his master, Kyle nodded and agreed. As for Odora, his eyes were deep, looking at the left side of Silver Sea City, and I don't know what he was thinking. Walking on the Crystal Avenue, Wylan walked towards the magnificent palace step by step. Half an hour later, the three arrived in front of the palace. 2 golden mid-level mermaid guards pushed open the heavy palace door and then stood in. Stepping on the stone slabs, Wylan always paid attention to the surrounding environment. Above the hall, a middle-aged mermaid lay on the throne, and at its tail, 2 beautiful mermaids carefully wiped the scales. The mermaid guard standing on the left side of the throne bent down and said respectfully, "Grand Duke, the guests have entered the first palace wall." Grand Duke Halifax opened his eyes, waved his hand to let the maid retreat, and then swung his tail and straightened his body. At the main entrance of the palace, a black-haired man appeared in sight. Wylan entered the hall, looked directly into the eyes of Grand Duke Halifax, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed. "Wellin Axe meets Grand Duke Halifax." Kyle and Oda followed closely behind, saluted to Grand Duke Halifax together, but did not report their names. "Please stand up." Grand Duke Halifax raised his hand, operated the water flow, and helped the 3 people stand up. Wellin stood up and looked at Grand Duke Halifax, then lowered his eyes and looked at the steps to show his respect for the legend. Grand Duke Halifax couldn't help but nodded to the actions of the 3 humans in front of him. He felt the power of the black-haired young man, which made him feel a little good. He met many arrogant and ignorant humans, and there were also many humble and polite humans, but there were very few humans who could make him feel good. "Clarissa, the chief of the Ilrus tribe, recommended you to me. I wonder why you came to see me." Faced with the inquiry of Grand Duke Halifax, Wylan hesitated for a moment and told the truth. "Grand Duke Halifax, I came here this time hoping to gain your friendship. To get in touch with the Mermaid Kingdom in the sea near the Sinop subcontinent, and to open up trade between the 2 sides. This is the first time I've seen such frankness." Grand Duke Halifax was a little surprised, looking at Wylan, and said, "But it's not so easy for you to gain my friendship." Wylan kept a humble look, did not speak, and waited at ease. Grand Duke Halifax thought for a moment, raised 3 fingers, and said, "If it was in the past, if a human dared to say this, I would have asked the guards to drive him out long ago, but today I am in a good mood. As long as you can complete my request, I will recognize you." "Please speak clearly, Grand Duke," Wylan said slowly without showing any urgency so as not to make the other party unhappy. "I have 2 problems. First, make my daughter Lydia no longer arrogant and be humble to others. Second, make my mother smile again. I will give you 3 months. As long as you can complete one of them, you will have my friendship. Within the time limit, you can enter and exit Silver Sea City and other areas of the Halifax Mermaid Principality freely." "Thank you, Grand Duke, for giving us this opportunity." Wylan bowed his head and thanked him. Shandora. Outside the hall, the mermaid wizard heard the call of the Grand Duke, entered the hall, bowed his head and said respectfully, "Grand Duke, please give your orders. In these 3 months, you will be the guide of the 3 guests and meet their reasonable requests." "I will follow your orders, Grand Duke," Sandora replied again. Then Grand Duke Halifax waved his hand and sent the 3 people, and one mermaid out of the hall. "Master Shandora, I'm sorry to bother you during this period." "It's my job, just tell me what you need," the mermaid mage replied with a smile. Wylin thought for a moment and asked Kyle and Oder, "How about we go see Princess Lydia first?" "Okay. You decide." Seeing that the three had made a decision, the mermaid mage called a seahorse carriage and led Wylin and the other two to the residence of Lydia, the seventh daughter of Grand Duke Halifax. Inside the hall, the mermaid guard standing on the left asked, "Grand Duke, Princess Lydia is arrogant and rude, and she often looks down on others. Can these three humans change her character?" Hearing this, Grand Duke Halifax showed a look of self-blame. "Lydia has developed this character today because of my and Nerdis's negligence in discipline. As a superior, if you can't correct her character, she will be ruined by your own hands sooner or later. There are still 10 years. If there is no change at all and she is still like this, then temporarily deprive her of the title of princess and send her to the barracks. When will she learn be humble and return to Silver Sea City when you can?" Hearing the words of Grand Duke Halifax, the mermaid guard standing on the right advised, "Grand Duke, although we have maintained peace with the Wosha Ocean Principality, small-scale frictions have never decreased. Is it inappropriate to send Princess Lydia to the border military camp? There is nothing wrong. If my descendants of Halifax die for the country, I will think it is a gift from the gods of mermaids and singers. If they die because of arrogance, I will feel ashamed." Seeing this, the two mermaid guards stopped talking and returned to their posts. No matter what decision the Grand Duke makes in the end, they will execute it even if they sacrifice their lives. On the throne, Grand Duke Halifax put his fishtail aside, supported his face with his left hand, closed his eyes, and thought at ease. In the carriage, Wylin withdrew his gaze from the window, looked at the mermaid mage who closed his eyes and asked, "Sir Sandora, can you tell us something about Princess Lydia?" Sandora opened her eyes and nodded, saying, "Princess Lydia is the youngest daughter of the Grand Duke. She was born in 9660 of the glorious calendar and is 89 years old this year. According to our mermaid custom of 100 years of adulthood, Princess Lydia will hold her adulthood ceremony in 11 years. However, when Princess Lydia was just born, we were in the 20-year war with the Wosha Ocean Principality. Growing up in childhood, lacking the company of parents, it is easy to develop an arrogant and domineering character." Wylin nodded in agreement. When the war was over, the Grand Duke brought Princess Lydia to teach him, but it didn't go as planned. Instead, the princess developed a forbearing character. She was arrogant and domineering in her own residence, and sometimes punished maids and guards for no reason. Fortunately, Princess Lydia's character is not so bad that she didn't do anything too outrageous, otherwise she would have appeared in the border camp now. Wylin's mouth twitched a little. "I'm afraid that Princess Lydia is not extremely bad, but she knows that if she makes a big noise, she will be sent to the border camp by her father, so she will act recklessly within the bottom line. However, from this point, it can be analyzed that the Grand Duke Halifax is still a strong man with noble character, but he is a little soft-hearted." Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. Afterwards, the carriage fell into silence. Varen leaned against the window and communicated with Kyle through voice to discuss appropriate methods. As for Oder, he kept looking somewhere outside the window without blinking. Russell. The seahorse carriage landed smoothly in front of a palace. 3 people and 1 fisherman got off the carriage and looked at the palace in front of them. Wylin preferred to call it a house made of rocks. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of the 3 people, Sandora explained, "Over the years, because of what Princess Lydia did, the Grand Duke's monthly supply of money has been reduced again and again. In order to make up for his own expenses, the originally magnificent palace has become like this." Squeak. The door was opened, and a mermaid girl swam out. "I've met Princess Lydia," Sandora saluted. The mermaid girl looked condescendingly at the 3 wheelings, with arrogance and contempt in her eyes, and said in a clear and loud voice, "You 3 land creatures, why don't you bow to me when you see this princess? You are weaker than me, why should I salute you? Wylan looked at the mermaid girl on the steps and responded in a calm tone. The mermaid girl's chest was so angry that she raised her head and shouted angrily, "Just because my father is the Grand Duke of Halifax. Your father is a legendary powerhouse, so do you think my elder is not legendary?" Wylan said calmly. Looking at the black-haired young man at the bottom of the steps, the mermaid girl was speechless for a moment. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. Then she pointed at Sandora and shouted angrily, "These three hateful land creatures humiliate me. As my father's guards just watched helplessly. Princess Lydia, these three are the Grand Duke's distinguished guests. I can only watch like this." Sandora replied expressionlessly, without any trace of anger on her face. You'd hum." The mermaid girl turned blue with anger. Seeing that her identity was useless, she turned and left, entered the palace, and asked the guards to close the door. "Your Excellency Wylan, do you still need to go in?" The indifference on Sandora's face faded, and she turned to ask Wylan. "Forget it, you should take us to the Grand Duke's mother's place." Wylan waved his hand and said helplessly, "Regarding that mermaid girl with a bad personality, Varen planned to collect more information and then deal with her." Less than a moment after the three people and one fish arrived in front of the main hall, they boarded the seahorse carriage and headed to the temple of the god of mermaids and singers. In the main hall of Silver Sea Palace, after hearing the report from his subordinates, Grand Duke Halifax said in a deep voice, "Next month, Lydia's expenses will be halved for me. In the palace, the maids and guards will also give me half the price." The mermaid lying on the ground reminded, "Grand Duke, Princess Lydia only has 4 guards left and 2 maids. If the number is reduced by half, do as I say." Facing the indifferent eyes of the Grand Duke of Halifax, the mermaid stopped admonishing, bowed her head, and accepted the order. In less than a moment, a beautiful and mature mermaid entered the hall. The 2 mermaid guards leaned down to salute and said respectfully, "I have met Madam." "Neldith, why are you here?" The Archduke of Halifax sat up, swam to his wife's side, and asked softly, "Leave Lydia to me, and within 3 years I will give you an obedient daughter." Neldith looked at her husband and said in a deep voice, "Let me think about it again." "You have to consider when." Neldith interrupted him. Her voice became cold and stern. "That rebellious woman, only the most cruel method can make her realize what humility is." "No, your method won't work. Give me some time." The Duke of Halifax recalled his wife's methods in his mind and subconsciously refused. "Indecisive." Neldith said a word, ignored her husband, and turned to leave. Looking at his wife's retreating back, a helpless smile appeared on his face. After all, he was not as decisive as he was on the battlefield when it came to his loved ones. The seahorse carriage stopped outside a glorious temple, and 3 people and 1 fisherman stepped off the seahorse carriage again, the Grand Duke's mother. Her Royal Highness Cheryl is the Pope of the Mermaid Kingdom in Halifax, the god of mermaids and singers, since the Grand Duke's father passed away 500 years ago. She has never smiled again after hearing Sandora's words. Varen and Kyle were sighing, and Oder looked at the temple with a twinkle in his eye afterwards. 3 people and 1 fish entered the temple area and walked towards the main hall. The mermaids coming and going along the way cast curious glances at the 3 of Wylan, but they only looked at them once and then withdrew their gazes. A glance is enough to satisfy curiosity, but looking at the other person too much is rude. On the way to the main hall, Varen couldn't help but have a good impression of the Mermaid Principality of Halifax, which demonstrated the high level of Halifax's governance in every aspect. Entering the majestic main hall, Wylan stopped and stood in front of the statue of the mermaid and singer. He took a deep breath, then knelt on his knees, clasped his hands together, and bowed devoutly to the statue. Mermaids have a close relationship with the god of songs and the goddess of life, so there's nothing wrong with paying more respects. Maybe you can get some unexpected benefits. When Varen stood up, a blue crystal was born in the hand of the statue of the god of mermaids and singers and floated in front of Varen. After seeing this scene, many mermaids around were all shocked, with their eyes wide open, silently watching the incredible scene in front of them. "Mermaid patron," someone whispered in a low voice, and although the voice was light, it was clearly heard by every mermaid. All the mermaids present bowed and saluted, congratulating Wylan for winning this title. After receiving the blue crystal, Wylan was a little confused. He had just said it casually with a try-it-out mentality, and he never expected that the so-called benefit would fall on him so directly. "Sir Wylan, please come this way." Wylan raised his head and looked at Sandra. At this moment, she was completely different from her previous ambiguous attitude and seemed particularly respectful. Looking at the blue crystal in his hand again, Wylan felt that he could gain the friendship of Grand Duke Halifax without completing one of his two difficult problems. "Forget it, this tricky method is not worth it. Let's go see Pope Sherry first." Under the respectful gazes of many mermaids, Wylan took Kyle and Oder and followed Sandora to the back of the main hall. Kyle has long been used to unreasonable things happening to his master. Even if the gods came to his master that day, he would only be surprised, not that surprised. As for Oder, he was thinking about something in his mind and was a little absent-minded. He didn't pay much attention to the outside world. He followed his nephew and walked towards the back of the main hall. Walk through the coral corridor and arrive outside Pope Cheryl's residence. In front of the gate, 4 gold-level temple guards held tridents, blocking the way. After a while, a mermaid priest swam out from the gate, lowered his head and replied, "The Pope agrees. Sandora guards, the 3 guests from the surface world, please come with me." "Thank you." Varen thanked him in a low voice and followed the mermaid priest into Pope Cheryl's private residence. Under the leadership of the mermaid priest, 3 people and 1 mermaid came to a room made of coral. Compared with the surrounding stone buildings, it seemed a bit out of place. "The Pope is already waiting for you all inside. Please come in." The mermaid priest opened the door, then stepped aside and said very politely. Wylan thanked him again and entered the coral room. First, the room was very basic. There is a red coral seat and 4 red coral chairs in the middle. On top is a tea set, including a teapot, a tea tray, and 6 teacups. It is obviously not made by mermaids. There is a mirror on the left side. There are 2 sets of armor next to the mirror, 1 set of red soft armor and 1 set of black armor. On the right side is a bookshelf with 6 floors in total. The 4th to 6th floors are filled with books. The words revealed on them are not deep-sea language or mermaid language, but common language. The 1st to 3rd floors are some small objects from civilians in the human world, such as wooden knights, small wooden swords, windmills, stone beads, etc. Looking at the internal layout, Wylan felt very puzzled. It seemed completely different from what he had imagined. Russell. The coral horizontal screen dividing the room was pushed open, and a mermaid with a red fake flower appeared in front of everyone. The upper body was wearing a white dress, with the front covering the chest. The lower body was wearing a pink silk skirt, covering the entire fishtail at the end of the fishtail. There was also a bell that did not make any sound, because it was in the deep sea. Seeing such a unique mermaid pope, Varen had a puzzled look on his face. He turned to look at Sandora, only to see that she kept her head lowered. "Sandora, you go down first." "Yes, sir." Sandora responded, exited the room, and closed the door thoughtfully. Before leaving, take the mermaid priest with you to avoid any unnecessary disaster. She didn't know why the Pope was dressed like this, but it was always right to stay away. As for the 3 human guests, she could only pray that they would adapt to the situation and not anger the Pope. Seeing Sandora walking away very neatly, Varen was not only confused, but also confused. "Dulcie, you are finally willing to come see me." Hearing this strange name, Wylan was very confused. He couldn't help but look back, only to find that his uncle had a troubled look on his face. Strong curiosity suddenly arose in his heart. This mermaid pope has not smiled for 500 years, and my uncle is only over 400 years old. The time does not match up at all. At this moment, Kyle also noticed something strange about Oder. Although his face remained indifferent, the curiosity in his eyes betrayed his truest thoughts. "Why are long time no see?" Oder said softly after his face changed several times, and finally returned to a calm expression. 2,000 years ago." Hearing the familiar voice, Mermaid Pope Cheryl was relieved and smiled. Oder hid his distracting thoughts in his heart and said calmly, "You are still so beautiful after 2,000 years, without any change." Wylan looked at his uncle, and then at the Mermaid Pope. After a brief period of random thoughts, he instantly understood the general context of the incident. "This explains why my uncle knows so many things." "Of course." This may be just my own subjective assumption. Maybe my uncle has been reincarnated in the world many times before he accumulated such a wealth of knowledge and insights. I still keep these things you once gave me, and I always hope they can attract you back. The mermaid Pope pointed at the books and toys beside the bookshelf and said softly, "Back then you left without saying goodbye. After you left the Hyena's mermaid kingdom, there was no news or trace. I've been waiting for you for 300 years, but you still haven't returned. The mermaid said you went to pursue the truth. The mermaids also said you were trying to escape me. The mermaids also said you had died. Later I got married, had a family and had children. Later I followed my husband and children to explore and eventually came here. Well, I'm sorry," Oder said with an apology on his face. "After I left the mermaid kingdom of Hyenas, I wandered for 200 years. Due to an accident, I fell into a mysterious space. From there, when it came out, 1,000 years had passed. In the mysterious space, there is no concept of lifespan, but there is the concept of time. After I came out from there, my lifespan passed quickly. Within a year, I felt that I was about to die. When I left, I returned to the mermaid kingdom of Hyenas and left a letter in the place where I played when I was a child." The mermaid Pope was full of anger and asked, "Dulce, why did you come to see me then?" Oder said calmly, "You are married, have a family, and have children. I can't disturb you." "So you left quietly?" Oder said calmly, let the past be the past." The mermaid Pope looked at Oder blankly, raised his hand and pointed at him, and finally put it down with a somewhat lonely tone. "Dulce, what is your name in this lie?" "Fee." Hearing the words of the mermaid Pope, Oder put away the memories on his face. With a serious face, put his right hand on his chest, bowed and saluted and said solemnly, "Oder meets Pope Shurel, wish you well." "Oder, a very good name." Mermaid Pope Shurel whispered the name. "Who named you, yourself or your parents?" "My teacher, also my wife. I love him very much, just like Walter has always loved you deeply." Oder spoke frankly without hiding anything. Mermaid Pope Shurel looked a little hesitant, looked at the strange yet familiar Oder and said softly, "Can you tell me about your teacher?" "This is my honor," Oder said with a smile, leaning down and saluting. In the corner, Varen and Kyle witnessed the entire conversation between the two, each thinking about it in their minds. If Kyle imagines a story about hot-blooded teenagers and everlasting friendship, then what Varen imagines is a sad story about being unable to love and regretting for a lifetime. In addition, the mermaid Pope has not smiled for 500 years, and it is even more difficult to imagine a mermaid. After the death of her husband, the Pope returned to his hometown and found the farewell letter left by his first love, and then this, that, and this. Wyland secretly glanced at his uncle, wondering if he would beat him up on the spot regardless of the situation, if he knew the story. In his head, should he just accept the beating, or should he open his demoplane and hide in, letting Kyle block it for him? Feeling the look in his master's eyes, Kyle felt a little confused. Half an hour later, the mermaid Pope and Oder reminisced about the past. Wyland and Kyle moved 2 coral stools and played with the pink fish that appeared from nowhere, waiting at ease. "Are you willing to wait for your teacher for so long, and you are not willing to come back to see me?" Feeling the resentful eyes of the mermaid Pope, Oder said seriously, "You are already married. What if I go to find you and your husband misunderstands you? I envy your wife, really envy." Looking at the crying mermaid Pope, Oder stood still, without taking any actual action, let alone expressing concern in words, just watching quietly. "How heartless. You are the mermaid Pope, the mermaid that the mermaid and song god always pays attention to. I am just a small human mage. How dare I offend you?" Oder replied calmly, leaving the mermaid Pope speechless instantly. Looking at the mermaid tears floating over, Wyland could feel the powerful power from it, which was only slightly weaker than the blue crystal given by the mermaid and song god. However, this thing has an owner. Even if it floats in front of him, Wyland dare not reach out to take it. "Uncle, it's getting late, let's go back first." Wyland looked outside and saw that the sky was a little dim, so he reminded him. Seeing this, Oder stood up and said to the mermaid Pope, "Pope Shurel, it's getting late, let's leave first." The mermaid Pope took off the bell on the fishtail, handed it to Oder and said softly, "I know the agreement between you and Halifax. Take this as proof." Looking at the bell swinging freely in the water, Oda hesitated for a moment, took the bell and whispered, "I'm sorry." "It's okay, I hope you can come and accompany me more before you leave." Oda hesitated and finally saluted and said, "I will see you again." The mermaid Pope smiled instantly when he heard this. After leaving the residence of the mermaid Pope, Wylin kept an eye on the expression on his uncle's face. He was as calm as ever, with no change. Outside the temple, Shandora saw the three people coming out, breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward and said, "Sir Wylin, Sir Kyle, and Lord Oda, please follow me." "Thank you, Sir Shandora," Wylin responded gently. After getting on the seahorse carriage, the three people and the merman went to the Red Sand Palace. In the main hall of the Silver Sea Palace, Halifax already knew that his mother had been alone with the three humans from the ground world for several hours, and also knew that the statue of the god of mermaids and singing girls gave the black-haired human the mermaid crystal. "Tell me, give me some advice." Beside the throne, two mermaid guards looked at each other. The mermaid guard standing on the left stepped forward and came to Grand Duke Halifax, saying respectfully, "The black-haired young man was awarded the mermaid crystal by the crown of the god of mermaids and singers, proving that he is deeply favored by the goddess of life and is justified as a mermaid's patron. Grand Duke, if the other party cannot complete any of the two difficult problems you raised, you can give him a token in private, which does not count as violating the will of the gods." Grand Duke Halifax nodded, handed a purple mermaid pearl to the guard and said, "Call Lydia to the hall tomorrow. I want to teach this rebellious girl a lesson." The mermaid guard accepted the purple mermaid pearl and replied respectfully, "Grand Duke, I will convey your will to Zackley." After Grand Duke Halifax left, the two mermaid guards also ended their duty for today. The mermaid guard on the right hugged the mermaid guard on the left shoulder and whispered, "Bide has a purple mermaid pearl. Today you have to take out your treasured ice sea wine for me to taste." "How can it be so easy?" The mermaid guard on the left said unhappily, "If the other party can't complete any of the two difficult problems, I have to deliver the token to them on behalf of the Grand Duke. Once this matter is exposed, I will be charged with stealing the Grand Duke's token. Do you think it's easy? Today I will treat you to a drink. If the other party completes the difficult problem, you have to treat him back twice as much." "Okay." In the Hongshan Palace, Oda sat in front of the window, holding a bell in his hand to separate the sea water, shaking the bell, listening to the sound, but his eyes were fixed on the temple in the distance. Wylin sat at the dining table, holding a special fruit in his left hand, and whispered to Kyle's ear, "Is my uncle missing the past?" Kyle's eyes fluctuated a little, and he turned his head to look at the motionless Odora, and then whispered, "It should be my lord, mister." Odora should be reminiscing about the past and recalling the good times with the mermaid Pope. "I really didn't expect that my uncle was a mermaid in his previous life. If I go back and tell Aunt Flora, she won't believe it." Wylin took a bite of the fruit and sighed. Odora naturally heard the conversation between his nephew and Kyle, but he didn't say anything to stop it. His memory is slowly recovering, and the beautiful memories of his previous life are emerging. In fact, he deceived the mermaid Pope. In the first 200 years, he did not wander around, but went to land to fulfill his promise in the previous life. The beginning and ending of each life are predetermined. Except for this life, because the appearance of the teacher changed the predetermined ending, making the future slide into the unknown distance. In addition, when he met Wylin later, his fate fluctuated, and he would have the hope of breaking free from the shackles of time. Oda, this is his 13th name. The distance fell into darkness. Oda stood up from the window, untied the air film, let the sea water fill the gap again, and looked back at the dining table. Wylin, the foodie, was enjoying the food. Kyle sat beside Wylin, wondering what he was thinking. "Uncle, I decided to visit Grand Duke Halifax in 2 months. What do you think?" Oda looked at Wylin and said with a smile, "Are you two really willing to wait for me here for 2 months?" "Yes, why not? You are not only my uncle, but also the chief mage of Kixing Territory. As the lord of Kixing Territory, I naturally have to consider you." Wylin put a fruit on Oda's plate and replied with a smile. Kyle nodded and replied, "I will choose to execute the master's decision." "Thank you, Wylin, it's okay. After you go back, you can give those extraordinary books about the way of nature to Kyle in 2 years. Odur shook his head and smiled, okay. After the dinner, Wylan went to the guest room to rest. For the next 2 months, Wylan and Kyle, accompanied by Sandra, traveled around the Halifax Mermaid Principality and were warmly received by the mermaid lords from all over the place. 2 months later, Wylan and Kyle returned to Silver Sea City, the capital of the Halifax Mermaid Principality. Entering the Hanshin Palace, Wylan looked at Odra meditating in the hall and walked towards him carefully. Before Wylan approached, Odra stopped meditating, opened his eyes, and said with a smile, "Why, less than 2 months later, you have to be so careful to see me now." "Haha, uncle, I just want to give you a surprise." Wylan took out many gifts from the space ring without blushing or beating his heart. "Uncle, this is the specialty I bought, you pick one." Odra looked at the gifts floating in the sea, summoned the magician's hand, and brought a wooden sculpture in front of him. "Uncle, this wooden sculpture comes from the shallow sea city of Yaroda. It is a statue of the mermaid pioneer lord who founded this city. I bought it because I thought it was beautiful." Wylan put away the remaining gifts and introduced them. Odor put the wood carving into the space equipment, stood up and said, "Tomorrow we should go to see Grand Duke Halifax. It's been almost a year since we came out and it's time to go back." "I understand." Wylan nodded and then asked, "Uncle, how did you deal with the matter with the mermaid pope?" "It's over." Seeing that his uncle didn't want to say more, Wylan didn't ask any more questions. The next morning, Wylan and the other two came to the Silver Sea Palace to meet Grand Duke Halifax. In the hall, Halifax sat on the throne, looking down at the black-haired young man below, and handed the heart-shaped scale in his hand to Wylan, solemnly declaring, "You made my mother smile again, and I will fulfill my promise. This is the red heart scale, which represents the certificate given by the Grand Duke of the royal family of the Mermaid Kingdom of Haines to his friends. With this, you can travel freely in the Mermaid Kingdom of Haines and its 27 principalities." Wylan took the red heart scale with both hands, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed his head to salute. "Thank you for your gift. I will remember your kindness." The crown of the god of mermaids and singers gave the mermaid crystal, and you are the patron of the mermaids in the Mermaid Kingdom of Haines. You could have asked me for the red heart scale with this honor, but you still solved one of the 2 problems that troubled me. Your character makes me admire you pay. At this point, Grand Duke Halifax stood up from the throne, came to the hall, helped Wylan up. It announced loudly, "When you come to La Romana Islands again, the Halifax Mermaid Principality will always open its doors to you. Here, you will receive the most noble treatment. May the Halifax Mermaid Principality and you have a long-lasting friendship, respected mermaid patron, Lord Wylan. Grand Duke Halifax, thank you for valuing me so much. I will cherish the unforgettable memories that the Halifax Mermaid Principality has brought me, just like the beautiful memories that Sark Island has brought me, and will be remembered forever in my heart." On the right side of the hall, a mermaid painter used magic to leave this scene on special coral paper and named it Grand Duke Halifax and Mermaid Patron Lord Wylan Formal Meeting. "Come in." As the low and majestic voice of Grand Duke Halifax sounded outside the Silver Sea Palace, 3 high-level silver mermaid girls dressed in gorgeous costumes, holding 3 crystal trays, slowly entered the hall. The first mermaid girl lowered her head and walked in front of Grand Duke Halifax and Wylan with light steps. She bent down and held the crystal tray high in front of the 2. Grand Duke Halifax stretched out his hand, lifted the pink silk scarf covering the crystal tray, and showed the 12 purple mermaid pearls in front of Wylan. "This is the first gift I give you. I hope you like it." Wylan's eyes were instantly attracted by the purple mermaid pearls, and he secretly calculated in his heart. Mermaid pearls are divided into 3 grades according to size: superior, medium, and inferior. According to color, according to the amount of magic power they contain, they are divided into 3 grades: purple, blue, and white. The 12 purple mermaid pearls in front of them are all superior. 1 superior purple mermaid pearl in the kingdom of Ilia is equivalent to 20 high-level magic crystals, which is 1.6 million gold coins. 12 superior purple mermaid pearls are equivalent to 240 high-level magic crystals, worth 19.2 million gold coins. "Grand Duke, your first gift is too valuable." Wylan smiled bitterly and lowered his head to answer. He wanted to accept it, but he didn't want to accept it. he was very conflicted. The Grand Duke of Halifax waved his hand to let the first mermaid girl step aside, and motioned the second mermaid girl to come forward. In front of Wylan, she lifted the pink silk scarf on the second crystal tray. This is the Hina's core. According to the name of your land creatures, it can also be called the arcane core. My mother asked me to represent the Halifax Mermaid Principality to give you and your companions the second gift. Wylan looked at the ball emitting a blue glow on the crystal tray, searched for relevant information in his mind, and estimated that the arcane core in front of him was worth at least 50 million gold coins, and it was the kind that was out of stock. The arcane core was a must for building an arcane tower. With this thing as a bargaining chip, he could even let a soul-level arcane master serve him for 80 years. Looking at the arcane core on the crystal tray, Wylan knew very well that this must be what the mermaid pope prepared for his uncle. As for why he gave it to himself in this way, it was not difficult to guess. The second mermaid girl stepped back, and the third mermaid girl followed closely and came to Wylan. When the pink silk scarf covering the crystal tray was lifted, 3 seeds were revealed. Staring at the 3 seeds, a powerful and surging breath of life rushed to his face. Wylan's eyes gradually became blurred, immersed in the communication with the seeds. The Archduke of Halifax silently observed Varen's reaction and did not bother him with any words, but simply waited with peace of mind. After a while, Varen finally came to his senses. He took a deep breath, then bent down and saluted the Archduke of Halifax to express his apology. These 3 seeds are the seeds of the Tree of Life. They come from a ruins left by the Moon Elves. They are useless to us mermaids, but they should be a good gift for the Druids. When Varen heard what the Grand Duke of Halifax said, he was a little speechless in his heart. How could it be considered a good gift? This clearly meant that I owed a huge favor. Thinking of this, Wylan made up his mind and said solemnly, "Thank you, Grand Duke, for your gift. I will remember my friendship with the mermaid. If I can be used in the future, I can come to the kingdom of Ilia in the Sinapus subcontinent to find it." A smile appeared on Halifax's lips, and he said solemnly, "Mermaid favorite Lord Varen, may the god of mermaids and singers protect you." With the farewell of Grand Duke Halifax, the 3 left Silver Sea City and floated out of the sea. Boarding the Star Moon airship, Wylan waved goodbye to the farewell envoy Sandora below and asked Kyle to operate the airship to climb up. Arriving above the clouds, Wylan directly asked Kyle to stop the airship and let him come to the deck. "Uncle, this is yours. Now it is considered returning to the original owner." Wylan handed the arcane core to Oder without any hesitation. Oder hesitated slightly, but finally took the arcane core from Wylan. After all, it was a farewell gift from Shirl to herself. Maybe they will never meet again in this life, so it's better to keep it as a souvenir. Seeing his uncle accept the arcane core, Wylan also breathed a sigh of relief, so that he wouldn't have to spend time persuading his uncle. "This is your share." Wylan handed 6 high-quality purple mermaid pearls to Kyle. "My lord, I will." Before Kyle could finish, Wylan interrupted him forcefully and said, "As your followers, do you want me to do things for you? How would you reward your knights who are loyal to you? Compared to the mermaid pearls that can enhance their strength, they may value their offspring more." Hearing his poor reason, Wylan suddenly couldn't help laughing. Kyle didn't move at all, just looked at his master quietly. "I need balance, and your followers will be my new strength. I have never questioned Baird's loyalty to me, but they are married, and their first children have grown up, which represents the embryonic form of the interest group. 12 guardian knights, Orlando in Hebrew, your 6 followers. This is my definition of the first step. As my brother, as long as you are willing, mine is yours. Of course, my wife belongs to me alone." Kyle raised his hand, accepted the 6 top-grade purple mermaid pearls, and said in a deep voice, "I understand, my lord." Oder leaned on the wooden fence, looked up at the sun in the sky, listened to the whole process of the conversation between Wylan and Kyle, and his heart was calm. As the chief mage of Kixing territory, although he has 20% of the income of the underground world, except for his teacher and his 2 students, he has some connection with the Mage Academy. As for the Archon of Kixing territory and the general, there is basically no connection. On the other hand, although his nephew is lazy and likes to slack off, as a lord, his ruling methods are not so brilliant, but they are also qualified. Wylan walked up, patted Kyle on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's time to set off. I suddenly miss my wife a little bit." Kyle heard the teasing in his master's words, shook his head helplessly, and turned to the control room of the Star Moon airship. Looking at the sun in the sky, Wylan immediately took out the lounge chair, low table, parasol, and fruit, and lay down on it very naturally. "Uncle, come and lie down." Oder nodded after hearing this, and came to lie on Wylan's left side to enjoy the leisure time. Accompanied by the sound of wind and waves, the Star Moon airship frantically absorbed the magic power of the element pool, activated the defense array, and began to tear the space, preparing to shuttle. Looking at the space crack, Wylan could clearly see the space storm raging above the clouds. Under the protection of the airship's defense array, Wylan did not feel the slightest crisis. In a moment, the outer layer of the airship was covered with a layer of golden coat, and then it drove into the space crack. Not long after the airship left, the space crack quietly closed, and the airspace returned to its former tranquility. In the space crack, the space storm raged around the airship. In an instant, an unknown stream of light flashed in Wylan's vision. "What is that?" Oder did not move at all and said slowly, "Those are the unlucky people who accidentally fell into the space crack and had no ability to escape." "That's really miserable." Wylan couldn't help but feel pity and sighed softly. Then he stopped paying attention to the fleeting stream of light and immersed himself in the strange scene in the space crack. Wylan's eyes penetrated the overlapping space storms, and before his eyes appeared a illusory shadow of a bustling city, a blurred projection of a fierce battle between strong men, and a thrilling underwater war and other strange sights. All of this stems from the mirage scene projected from the real world into the cracks of space. In a trance, the space in front of them suddenly twisted and deformed, and violent thunders stretched out in front of them like silver snakes, blocking their way forward. With the violent vibration, the Xinyu airship quickly responded, automatically exited the space travel state, and returned to the real world. Wylan sat up from the recliner and was stunned by the endless thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, one of the 4 major natural disasters, was actually encountered by us, Oder said in shock as he looked at the thunder covering millions of square kilometers and the storm that penetrated the sky and the earth. Wylan came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. "We are a little unlucky. Such a large-scale natural disaster is somewhat unreasonable. It should be destroying something." Oder stared at the storm in the distance and said. Wylan couldn't wait to ask, "Destruction? Uncle, are you saying that there is a god in the center of the storm? God's evil?" "Probably not." Oder shook his head and said, "To be able to trigger a thunderstorm of this scale, there must be an outsider who sneaked into the world and cultivated several legendary believers, wanting to use this as a foundation to build a kingdom, steal the rules, and was discovered by the world consciousness, bringing down natural disasters, destroying hundreds of millions of lives in this area, and completely eradicating the existence related to the outsider. If this is the case, the deep-sea gods will have a hard time in the next 3,000 years. "Why is this?" Wylan asked curiously. Seeing this, Oder did not hide it and said, "If your Archon lets outsiders steal your wealth and has not been discovered in time, how will you deal with it? Of course, catch him and beat him up. If the loss is too great, then confiscate his property and then demote him to slavery and go mining to atone for his sins." Wylan blurted out, speaking out his truest thoughts. "Do you understand?" "I understand." "That's good, let's not talk too much about it next." "I know, Uncle." Seeing that the thunderstorm showed no signs of spreading, Wylan and Oder just watched quietly. Not long after, Kyle came out of the operation room, came to his master's side, and watched with peace of mind. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. 3 days later, Wylan saw that the thunderstorm showed no sign of dissipating, so he had no choice but to take a detour. Half a month later, on an isolated island with an area of about 200,000 square kilometers in the southwest of Thunderstorm, Varen asked Kyle to control the floating spaceship and land on the island. Wylan came to the side of the boat and looked down, On the beach, there were corpses washed ashore by the waves. There were murlocs, naga, sea beasts, mermaids, etc. There were countless races, and they became victims of natural disasters. Pond fish. What an unforeseen disaster. As far as the eye can see, there are tens of thousands of corpses. You must know that this island is more than 6,000 kilometers away from the edge of the thunderstorm. You can imagine how many marine creatures died in this natural disaster. Kyle, cremate those mermaids, and then find a place on the island to bury them. The corpses of other deep-sea intelligent races are burned on the spot, and the ashes are scattered into the sea to prevent them from falling into the hands of the necromancers. As for the corpses of those sea beasts, they should be piled Tajit, her first, and then collected into the demiplane. After hearing his master's order, Kyle jumped off the floating spaceship and landed on the beach, splitting into thousands of silver low-level faceless clones. In an instant, the beach was filled with a large number of faceless clones, working together to collect the corpses of the deep-sea races. Below the deck, Odor ended his meditation, came to the deck and flew northwest. Wylin heard the sound and looked back, looking at Odor walking away, feeling a little confused in his heart. Not long after, Odor carried 2 silver low-level necromancers back to the floating spaceship. Seeing this, Wylin stepped forward, drew out the knight's sword from his waist, and opened up the black robe covering the necromancer's body. When he saw the body under the black robe, he said in shock, "It's actually a woman." Under the shock of Odor's powerful pressure, the 2 necromancers lying on the ground did not dare to act rashly, let alone show any shame or resentment, for fear that one of them would accidentally offend the other and lead to death. "What's all the fuss about?" Odor glanced at Varen and responded in a calm tone. After hearing this, Wylin silently sheathed the knight's sword in his hand, with a trace of embarrassment on his face, and murmured to himself, "I have seen many necromancers, but one dressed so boldly like this, it's the first time I've seen it." "Well, it's indeed bold enough." Odor followed Varen's gaze and glanced at the necromancer lying on the ground, and casually agreed, "In addition to wearing a black robe on the outside, there is only a tube top inside. It's just 2 pieces of cloth wrapped around the waist. Maybe this is the unique custom and culture of this place." Facing the 2 strong men, the 2 girls lying on the ground could only tremble. "Uncle, what are you going to do?" "How to do it?" Odor touched his chin, thought for a moment, and answered, "The necromancer is a very evil person. Naturally, he will be trained as a dusk swordsman and given to your aunt as a bodyguard. It is considered a waste." "Dusk swordsman, what is that?" Looking at Wylin's clear eyes, Odor answered, "Dusk swordsman first wash away the memory in the soul, and then nail 7 dusk cores into his body, locking his soul in the body within. Once all the magic power is integrated into the flesh, after 3 years of training using special methods, you will be able to become a dusk swordsman." When Wylin heard this, he couldn't help but ask, "This method of playing with souls couldn't have been invented by the necromancer, right?" "It's true." Odor looked at Varen in surprise, nodded and replied, "The necromancer used this method to train his enemy's daughter, wife and mother into dusk swordsmen." "Sir, please atone for your sins as long as you don't turn us into dusk swordsmen. You can do whatever you want." Looking around Zunsheng, he saw the gray-haired girl mustering up the courage to raise her head and express her request. Wylin lifted the scabbard of his sword, put it against the opponent's chin and said, "I'll give you 2 choices." Please speak," the gray-haired girl replied with a trembling voice. "First, conduct a camp test on you. If you are from the neutral camp, I can consider letting you go. If you are from the evil camp, I will let my uncle crush the souls of you and your companions. Second, you 2 are pretty and made my uncle happy. I asked him to let you 2 go." After hearing Wylin's words, Odor raised his staff and prepared to strike it down hard, but saw his gesture behind his back and took the staff back again. The gray-haired girl hesitated and said, her trembling hands perfectly explaining her heart, I choose the second one." Wylin looked at the gray-haired girl, then turned to look at the shivering black-haired girl, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Doesn't this fool know that he seems to be giving 2 choices, but in fact he only has 1 choice? "I regretted it." The gray-haired girl suddenly raised her head, disbelief in her eyes. Varen looked at the opponent expressionlessly, summoned the sword of Anansi, and let it float in the air. Uncle, you come and test their camp tendencies. If they are from the evil camp, send them to silence. Okay. Seeing that Wylan insisted on doing this, Oder did not stop him. He raised his hand to cast a spell and conduct a camp check on the two necromancers. Looking at the magic circle rising under the two of them, the magic circle under the gray-haired girl's knees is black, and the color under the black-haired girl's body is green. One is absolutely neutral, the other is lawful neutral. Are you still going to fight? Oder dispersed the spell, summoned the magician's hand, and helped the two people up from the ground. Let them go. Wellen put away the sword of Anansi, took out 2 intermediate magic crystals from the space ring, and handed them to the other party, saying, "This is my apology." "You don't have to do this, sir." Facing the intermediate magic crystals so close, the gray-haired girl shook her head hurriedly. She didn't know whether the black-haired young man was doing this with good intentions or deceiving them. The black-haired girl held the gray-haired girl's hand tightly, always lowering her head, not daring to look up at Wylan and Oder. Seeing the other party's cautious look, Wylan laughed and said, "I'm sorry for deceiving you at the beginning. I didn't expect that there would be 2 strange people like you among the necromancers. However, since I misunderstood you, I have to pay for my mistake. Now please accept these 2 intermediate magic crystals. Don't force me to beg you." The gray-haired girl looked at Wylan's eyes, subconsciously lowered her head, and held the 2 intermediate magic crystals in her arms. "Okay, uncle, send them back." Oder heard this and prepared to cast a spell. The gray-haired girl suddenly raised her head and said loudly, "Can we follow you?" Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container, tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. After hearing what the other party said, Wylan pointed at himself and said with some surprise, "Follow me." Upon seeing this, Oder waved his hand to scatter the floating magic carpet that had not yet formed, and quietly watched the scene in front of him. Just when Varen was about to refuse, Kyle returned to the floating spaceship, looked at the 2 girls, his eyes shone, and said, "My lord, I think it's okay." Hearing Kyle's voice, Varen turned around, looked at the other person's expectant expression, and subconsciously asked, "Are you sure? After all, they are still necromancers. Lord, although they have taken the wrong path, they can still correct themselves. In addition, it is difficult to find suitable relatives. I have traveled to so many places with you and only found 6 people." Varen turned his head, looked at the expectant eyes of the gray-haired girl, and promised, "If you can change your career path in the hands of Kyle, I can let you follow me." The gray-haired girl pulled the black-haired girl to kneel on the ground, kowtowed, and said, "Thank you for the opportunity." Varen used his fighting spirit to help the 2 men up and said to Kyle, "Leave it to you. My subordinates know." After finishing speaking, Kyle took the 2 girls to the cabin. In the following time, Varen did not activate the Xinyu floating spacecraft, but kept waiting for news from Kyle. In the cabin, Kyle took the 2 of them to an 80-square-meter secret room at the stern of the ship. "Sit." Kyle sat cross-legged on the ground and motioned for the 2 of them to sit down. With a feeling of apprehension, the 2 of them sat on the floor and waited quietly. "Before we begin the ceremony, I would like to hear your stories." The gentle voice sounded in her ears, and the black-haired girl couldn't help but raise her head, feeling the magic coming from the other person, as if she was returning to her mother's arms. Under the healing light, the gray-haired girl gradually discovered her inner anxiety. But her behavior was still a bit reserved. "My lord, I named myself Yara. This is my sister Rita. We come from an island called Largos on the border of the Principality of Antofagasta in the Aguilas Islands, an island used to exile criminals. Lagos Island is very large, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers, but only the south side of the island can allow us to survive. There are various magical beasts inside the island. The north side of the island is occupied by the Fishman tribe. My sister and I were born on Rags Island, and we have been called sinners since we came into this world. My father was unwilling to be trapped on Largo Island. When my sister and I were 4 years old, he used all his property to bribe a sailor, took my mother with him, abandoned me and my sister, boarded a merchant ship, and left Largo. There has been no news from this island since then. He must have been buried in the sea. Or he may have been bought as a slave by those merchants." From Yara's tone, Kyle heard anger and hatred, and just increased the healing aura to calm her down. When I was 10 years old, a necromancer came to Rag's Island and came to our settlement. The leader of our settlement was a kind old man. He was only a bronze mid-level warrior and could not resist the silver low-level necromancer. Under the force of the necromancer, for the sake of the lives of hundreds of people in the settlement, all children under the age of 12 began to take magic aptitude tests. This is what I found out later. My sister and I are lucky enough to have magic qualifications. There are 2 boys in the same batch as us. Finally, the necromancer took us and the 2 boys away. Kyle looked directly into Yara's eyes and asked in a calm tone, "Do you have a grudge against the leader of your settlement?" Hearing this, Yara shook his head and said, "No, my sister and I could survive after our parents left. We all relied on the leader's compassion, otherwise we would become someone's back ration." 3 months later, we were taken by the necromancer to an unnamed island in the distance on Lagos Island. There were 34, maybe 44. Maybe more children the same age as us, multiple people. That night, 2 more necromancers came to the island and took away some people. In the following months, some necromancers came to the island to select suitable children. On the 6th day, my sister and I were chosen by a necromancer and brought back to an unnamed island. Under the guidance of the necromancer, Rita and I began to learn meditation. Under her training, Rita and I became low-level mage apprentices 3 months later, and we have been studying with her since then. Later, when I was 20 years old, a group of pirates landed on the island and killed her and dozens of slaves on the island. Because of her mission, my sister and I narrowly escaped death outside the island, but we also escaped. On the road to wandering, leaving the island where we have lived for 10 years, Rita and I joined another necromancer. Perhaps I am born with the ability to cause disasters. In less than 3 years, the island was surrounded by an army of mermaids. Under the huge waves, everyone died. Rita and I also died because we went out to do errands. Come down. In the next 10 years, I took Rita to many places, living cautiously, collecting the corpses of those who died due to accidents, making undead soldiers, and increasing their strength. Luckily for me, disaster seemed to be far away from me and Rita. When we were 30, Rita and I were promoted to become silver low-level mages. 5 years later, the Aguilas Islands were in turmoil. I had a bad feeling, so I took Rita on an ocean-going fleet and left the Aguilas Islands for the Mystery Islands. Unexpectedly, before we arrived at the waters around the Mystery Islands, a thunderstorm suddenly appeared around us. The magic shield on the merchant ship lasted less than a minute before it broke. Merchant ships thousands of meters long were shattered by thunder, and tens of thousands of people were caught in the storm. In the storm, Rita and I lost consciousness. When we woke up, we appeared at the edge of the storm. We floated on the sea for half a year, always away from the area covered by the storm. Our clothes were corroded in the sea water, and finally we were caught by your companions. Kyle reached out and gently stroked the gray-haired girl's head and whispered to comfort her. I didn't expect to experience several life and death crises in just a few decades. Feeling Kyle's warm palm, Yara closed her eyes tightly and couldn't help but let out a slight moan. Rita, who was standing by, slowly opened her eyes and stared at her sister's expression at the moment. There was a barely perceptible fluctuation in her eyes, but due to her introverted personality, she finally hid this throbbing in her heart. Next, I will want to remove the spirit breath from your body and soul, and then inject my power. You just need to sleep for the whole process. The pleasant voice echoed in her ears. Yara nodded heavily, indicating her agreement, and handed over the 2 intermediate magic crystals in her arms. What is this for? Kyle looked at the intermediate magic crystals handed over by the other party and asked gently. Yara hesitated a little and said, I hope you can keep it for us. No problem, I will return it to you after you are reborn. Kyle reached out and took the intermediate magic crystal and put it in his arms. Yara retracted his right hand, then pulled his left arm out of his sister's arms and let her sit down. Facing her sister's serious look, Rita lowered her head, put her hands on her knees, and waited quietly. Seeing this scene, Kyle couldn't help but smile and waved to let the 2 fall asleep. He flashed behind the 2, holding the younger sister in his left hand and the older sister in his right hand, and used magic to make the blanket float in the air, and then put the two on it. He took off the black wizard robes on them, looked down at their legs, which were covered with scars. Kyle stretched out his left hand, gathered the healing spell at his fingertips, and gently stroked the two people's bodies to remove the scars. Hearing the unconscious groans of the two people, Kyle felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it. After doing this, Kyle came to sit aside, carved the celestial text out of thin air, and arranged the angel transformation ceremony. The two have been necromancers for more than 20 years, and they can still remain neutral, which is enough to show that they are determined. Maybe there is no more suitable existence in the world than the two of them, but Kyle has met them for so many years. It can be said that fate favors them, or it can be said that he is favored by fate. After spending 12 hours to complete the temporary ceremony, Kyle spread his wings, took 2 feathers from the bottom pair of wings, and sent them to the foreheads of the 2 people. Under Kyle's operation, the feathers gradually melted and turned into white gauze, wrapping the souls of the 2. Setting the temporary ritual in the pre-trigger state, Kyle stood up and came to the 2 people, destroyed the extra clothes on the flesh, and took off the magic core attached to the soul. In less than 10 minutes, the black magic core was taken off from the souls of the 2 people by Kyle. Under the protection of the angel feathers, the 2 slept peacefully without showing any pain. After destroying the black magic core, Kyle began to purify the undead breath from head to toe. 3 hours later, after the last combing, Kyle's silk scarf covered the 2 people, and then sat aside, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the 2 to return to the mortal state, which was the best time to start the transformation ritual. Time passed slowly, and 30 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Kyle opened his eyes, stood up, stepped back a few steps, came to the outside of the ritual coverage, took out 12 high-level magic crystals, and let them float beside him. 2 soul-level clones were differentiated, and the 3 of them occupied 3 positions in the transformation ceremony. It's time to start. As the voice sounded, the transformation ceremony started, and one angel's 2 clones began to transfer magic power to the transformation ceremony. Half an hour later, Kyle took 2 drops of blood from his heart, emitting golden light, and then sent them into the transformation ceremony. Under the guidance of the ceremony, the bodies of the 2 people rose from the blanket and floated in the air. The silk scarf covering the body fell off, and Kyle watched all this. His face did not change at all, just watching. 10 minutes later, 2 drops of golden blood entered the hearts of Yara and Rita. In an instant, Kyle felt that the speed of the ritual extracting magic power increased, and sent 12 high-level magic crystals into the transformation ceremony. To transform 2 silver intermediate-level 4-winged angels, all of his magic power plus the energy of 12 magic crystals is more than enough. But if it is to transform 2 gold low-level 6-winged angels, 10 of his own magic power should be able to handle it. 2 hours later, the transformation ritual stopped absorbing magic power and began to shrink gradually, splitting into 2 parts and attaching to the girl's body. Under Kyle's gaze, the ritual entered the last step. A light suddenly appeared, forming a light cocoon wrapping the 2 people in it. Through the light cocoon, Kyle could clearly see that the bodies of the 2 people were being torn and reorganized, but the souls were protected by Kyle's angel feathers, without any pain, and were undergoing a benign evolution. Feeling the empty magic power in his body, Kyle sat down and began to meditate, absorbing magic power from the cracks in space. Below the soul level, the magic power required can only be obtained from the free magic power in space. But for the soul level and legendary powerful, magic power can be directly obtained from the cracks in space, completely unrestricted by the environment. But the speed at which ordinary soul-level professionals can obtain magic power from the cracks in space is limited. But Kyle is obviously not an ordinary soul-level professional. In less than 6 hours, Kyle opened his eyes and felt abundant power, which was a little higher than before. 3 combat skills have been engraved into the soul ring. Next, we need to find a time breakthrough. It seems that the time during the master's vacation is a good time. Kyle lowered his head, clenched his fists, and then loosened them, muttering to himself, "The road is still long. This time when I go back I have to ask Mr. Oder for advice." In addition, the master must be full of fighting spirit again. At this moment, Wylin, who was admiring the moon on the deck, suddenly felt a little cool. He looked up at the moon in the night sky. Everything was so beautiful. Forget it, I didn't offend anyone. No one should scold me behind my back. Wylin took a fruit from the fruit plate, took a bite, and continued to enjoy the scenery in the distance. In the closed room at the end of the cabin, Kyle stared quietly at the two girls who were undergoing amazing changes in front of him. Time passed by minute, as if it would never stop, but finally, some tiny cracks began to appear in the light pupa and gradually expanded. Finally, the whole light pupa broke apart and turned into the purest source of energy, pouring into the bodies of the two girls. With the injection of this powerful energy, two pairs of wings stretched out from the back of the two girls, and the power in their bodies continued to rise, and finally stopped at the middle silver level. The first to wake up was Yara. She slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes first fell on the master sitting opposite. Then, she turned her head gently and looked at her new wings, and an indescribable wonderful feeling surged in her heart. She tried to flap her wings and landed lightly on the ground. She lowered her head to look at her body, and then raised her head to look at her master again. At this moment, Yara did not try to cover her body, but a faint blush appeared on her face. Kyle keenly noticed Yara's strangeness, and without changing his expression, he waved his hand and sent the scarf to the other party, wrapped her body, and murmured to himself in a low voice, "This is simply another land. Let me think about how to deal with it." A few minutes later, Rita came to and, like her sister, revealed all of herself to her master. Seeing the expectation in the other person's eyes, Kyle felt helpless and took out a blue silk scarf and presented it to the other person. "I have 6 dependents, namely Gray, Blue, Huan, Green, Dark, and Sin. Except for Gray, who uses his real name Lahire to show others, the others all use code names and you are no exception. Light and Wind are the code names I left for you. Which of you wants to use Light as a proxy?" Rita raised her head, looked directly at Kyle and said, "Master, I want to choose Feng as my nickname." Hearing her sister's words, Yara said, "Rita, you." "Sister, Light suits you very well." Rita turned to look at her sister with a very firm tone. Under the expectant eyes of the other party, Yara turned to Kyle and knelt down and said respectfully, "Master, I choose Light." Seeing this, Rita also knelt on the ground and whispered, "Master, I choose the Wind." Seeing this, Kyle nodded and used magic power to help the two of them up. With a serious face, he said in a deep voice, "Although you are my dependents, the person you are loyal to is Varen, my lord." The two looked seriously and replied respectfully, "Yes, master." "Is there anything else you need to know?" Kyle nodded with satisfaction and asked. Rita raised her head and asked boldly, "Master, can I sleep with you?" "No," Kyle refused without thinking. "But, master, you..." "There's nothing but if it doesn't work, it just won't work." Kyle glared at Rita, turned to Yara and said, "From now on you, my sister, will play a supervisory role in my practice. Do you understand?" The confused Yara came to her senses, nodded and said, "Master, don't worry, I will teach Rita well. I don't know if there was an accident in the transformation, but my sister's character seems to have become too bold." Kyle took out 2 sets of armor and 2 sets of cloth from the space equipment and then ordered, "You make clothes from the cloth first, and I will take you to see the Lord later." "Yes, master." The two of them answered, then took the armor and cloth and started making clothes. Seeing this, Kyle turned around and left the secret room, waiting outside. "Sister, don't you want to be a master?" Rita approached Yara and asked curiously. Yara knocked her sister on the head and said helplessly, "What are you thinking about?" "Hey, sister, I heard the meaning of your heartbeat from your heartbeat." "No, sister, I was wrong." Rita hugged the cloth, ran to the corner, and secretly glanced at her angry sister. With the corners of her mouth slightly raised, "Rise." She glared at her sister, whose personality changed drastically. If she hadn't been transformed into an angel along with her, she would have thought that Rita had been replaced. Half an hour later, the two got dressed, then put on their armor and walked out of the secret room. "Very nice." Rita smiled and replied, "Thank you, master, for the compliment." Seeing this, Yara glared at Rita and replied, "Thank you, master." Seeing Rita's out-of-character personality, Kyle didn't take it to heart and led the two of them to the deck. On the deck of the Xingyu floating ship, Varen picked up the chess pieces and wanted to make a move, but hesitated. Okay, that's it. Hearing the sound of slight footsteps, Wylan grabbed 3 chess pieces, instantly reversing the failed chess game, and then whispered, "Uncle, don't expose it." Okay. After a while, Kyle brought Yara and Rita to the deck. Lord, please look. Varen looked past Kyle and landed on the 2 four-winged angel girls. Yara and Rita knelt down on one knee, put their left hands behind their backs, put their right hands on their chests, bowed their heads and saluted. I have met the Lord. Get up. After hearing Wylan's order, the 2 stood up. In less than 5 days, the 2 necromancer girls had almost completely changed their appearance. Later, Kyle passed on the experiences of the 2 girls to his master. Reading the memories in his mind, Wylan looked at the 2 girls with increasingly strange eyes. Encountering several crises and surviving them perfectly, isn't this the script of Destiny's Child? Wylan raised his head to look at the sky, then turned to look at the thunderstorm behind him, and finally looked down at the deck of the floating spaceship, lost in thought. Seeing the strange appearance of the Lord, Yara and Rita always maintained respectful eyes, without showing any disrespect. Expression. Lord, what's the problem? Hearing Kyle's question, Varen stopped thinking and said, I'm just a little surprised. Is this an act of surprise? Kyle said suspiciously. Well, it's getting late. You take Yara and Rita to the control room to operate the spacecraft. Leave here first and teach them how to operate the spacecraft. Yes, Lord. After the 3 angels left, Varen returned to his seat and told Oda the story of Yara and Rita. Oda rearranged the chess game and asked his eldest, Nephew, what do you want to know? Uncle, don't you think the 2 of them are very similar to children of luck? When encountering any crisis, they can turn it into safety. Even in the midst of a thunderstorm, they are still lucky enough to survive. As long as you are here, what are you afraid of? Oda then said. Wylan pointed at himself in confusion. Some of the things that happened to you, can you say that fate is helping you? This is different. He did a lot of incredible things, all because he received key information in advance, and it had nothing to do with escaping danger. Why are you afraid that you can't control them both? Wylan nodded silently. He was not completely sure in his heart. With Kyle and I here, what are you afraid of? If it doesn't work, let Kyle marry the sisters and everything will be fine. Wylan couldn't help but complain. Uncle, what kind of method is this? Oda heard this, smiled slightly and said, Past history has proved that this is the most effective way and the best choice. Well, Uncle, can you tell me your past story? Well, Oda looked at Wylan's curious eyes and refused. No. Forget it. I'm not very interested. Wylan sat up straight and said with a smile, Uncle, I'll play this game first. Okay, let you 3 moves. The Star Moon airship slowly started and flew to the southwest. After being 30,000 kilometers away from the thunderstorm, Kyle restarted the space shuttle function. With the sound of wind and waves, the airship entered the space gap again. At this moment, Wylan was concentrating on playing chess with Oda, and had no intention of appreciating the shadows projected into the space gap. 7 days later, the airship broke away from the space gap in the waters near the kingdom of Bashio in the Sinops subcontinent, and returned to the real world. Wylan stood on the deck and looked into the distance, and could vaguely see the coastline thousands of kilometers away. Kyle came to Wylan quietly and felt the comfort of the sea breeze. Leaning on the fence, Wylan turned sideways and asked, How are they learning? They are making rapid progress and can now drive the airship independently. Kyle's blonde hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and he turned his head to answer. Including Lan, there are already 3 women around you. How are you going to deal with their feelings for you? Wylan looked around and saw that his uncle was concentrating on studying the Annabelle time corridor, so he lowered his head and asked in a low voice. Kyle remained calm and replied calmly, I don't know, maybe I will know later. Forget it, it's up to you. Wylan turned his head and looked at the island not far away and said helplessly, Anyway, Kyle has a lifespan of thousands of years, so he can wait slowly. The Xingyu floating spacecraft flew on the sea, deliberately bypassing the waters where the kingdom of Bashio was located. Only a few decades have passed since the Orthodox War of the Principality of Bogonghen, and the relationship between the kingdom of Ilya and the kingdom of Bashio is still lukewarm. As a noble of the kingdom of Ilia, if he is caught by the other navy, although he does not have to worry about safety issues, he will definitely lose a lot of money. 3 days later, the floating spacecraft entered the border of the kingdom of Ilia and docked in the offshore area. "My lord, should we fly back in a swagger or use space shuttle?" Wai Lin looked at the distance, and he really wanted to fly back like this and show off in a swagger. "Let's use space shuttle." Kyle nodded after hearing this and turned to go to the control room. Oda turned his head and looked at Wai Lin, subconsciously asking, "Can you bear it?" "One airship is too shabby. When I have a fleet, I will fly directly from the eastern sea to the western border a few times. This will show my temperament. I have great ambitions." "So, uncle, can you make airships?" Wai Lin asked expectantly. Oda's eyes were full of vigilance. After thinking for a while, he said, "I can help you build 3 airships under 500 meters at most. How about 3,000-meter class ones?" Looking at his uncle's expression, Wai Lin showed a sly smile and bargained directly. "No, uncle, you don't want Aunt to know that you have a mermaid first love, do you?" Oda's heart trembled, and he met Wai Lin's eyes and said in a deep voice, 2,000-meter class airships, there is no more." "Deal." Seeing his uncle give in, Wai Lin stopped while he was ahead. If he pushed him too hard and gave him amnesia, it would be more trouble than gain. He had to eat this secret in batches so that the benefits could be maximized. At this moment, Oda was a little hesitant in his heart, whether to give Wai Lin amnesia, but with his current ability, he could not erase Kyle's memory in this regard. If you use amnesia on one person and cannot use it on another person, doesn't it mean that you have not used it? Forget it. After thinking for a while, Oda finally gave up the idea. There are too many incredible things about this kid. If he offends something he shouldn't offend, he will be in big trouble. 2 hours later, the airship emerged from the gap in space and landed on a hill. Wai Lin jumped off the airship, looked at the surrounding environment, and said in surprise, "This seems to be the place where we entered the shadow world." After a long journey, we actually returned to the starting point. "Okay, stop sighing, quickly put away your airship. I can't wait to see your aunt." Odora was eager to go home and couldn't help urging his nephew who was walking slowly. Seeing this, Wai Lin opened the half-plane channel and asked Yara and Rita to drive the airship into the half-plane, and then closed the half-plane channel. Seeing this, Odora cast a teleportation spell and took Wai Lin and Kyle back to Xingyu Castle. The training ground outside the Xingyu Castle, Flora was wearing a regular uniform and holding an iron rod in her hand. She patrolled the training ground and directly used violence to correct the soldiers who did not train properly. For this chief instructor, from officers to soldiers, no one dared to breathe or disobey the other party's orders. Flora stopped behind a young soldier, hit him on the back with an iron rod and scolded him, "Keep your back straight." Feeling the pain, the young soldier gritted his teeth, straightened his back, and kept his eyes on the 800 gin bricks at the tip of the spear, and continued to maintain the training posture. Flora walked in front of the soldier, dragged the spear with the iron rod, and lifted it up another 30 centimeters. Returned to the original position in 10 minutes. The young soldier gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Yes, instructor." The soldiers beside him saw the miserable state of their comrades and did not dare to relax at all. They kept every posture in a standard posture to prevent the chief instructor from finding any clues. Flora put his hands behind his back and looked at this group of young soldiers, as if he saw his former self. Half an hour later, Flora came to the platform, looked around, and saw that the 800 soldiers participating in the training had reached their limit. She ordered, "Take a half-hour break." As the voice spread throughout the training ground, every officer and soldier felt relieved. They slowly and carefully placed the bricks and stones on the ground, and then lay down on the ground to enjoy this precious rest time. Since a year ago, the intensity of their training has increased sharply. Originally, they had to undergo training once every 5 days, but now they have to experience it once every 2 days. The chief instructor is of great importance. She is the aunt of the Lord. Even if their captain is here, he must come to accept the training honestly, let alone these ordinary soldiers. At this moment, 3 dazzling lights suddenly lit up. And then 3 figures suddenly appeared above the training ground. Wai Lin stood in the air, looking down at the group of soldiers who collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, and instantly realized where he was at the moment. "Uncle." However, before he finished speaking, he felt a slight push from Kyle, turned his head and looked to the right, but there was no Odora. In the training ground, Odora appeared silently behind Flora, then opened his arms and hugged his beloved wife tightly. Witnessing this scene, Wylan couldn't help but pursed his lips and muttered to himself, "You are even more anxious than me. Forget it, I'll go back first." After saying that, Wylan released Yara and Rita, and then flew to the inner city impatiently. Watching the two's actions, Kyle was neither sad nor happy, and took the two family members to his residence. Hilda saw Wylan falling from the sky, put her hands on her abdomen and saluted respectfully. "Master, welcome back." "Hilda, long time no see." "Master, it's been a year and 3 months." "Where is Zumia?" "Madam is handling government affairs in the study." Wylan waved Hilda to go, and then he couldn't wait to go to the study. Pushing open the door of the study, I saw Zumia sitting in the main seat, handling government affairs. Zumia suddenly raised her head and looked at her husband who appeared in front of her. She smiled, put down the documents in her hand, stood up and said gently, "I'm back." "I'm back." Wylan walked quickly to the desk, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked Zumia's silky silver hair. His tone was extremely gentle. "You have worked hard during this period. So, dear Wylan, you see how hard I work. How are you going to compensate me?" Zumia raised her delicate chin, her face full of expectations. Looking at his wife's charming appearance, Wylan smiled slightly and took out 6 high-quality purple mermaid pearls. "Purple mermaid pearls? Where did you get them from?" Zumia looked at the mermaid pearls in her hand with shock in her eyes. "You may not believe it, after unremitting efforts, I got a half-plane, and when I was sent back to the real world by the world elves, I accidentally fell into the La Romana Islands." Wylan picked up Zumia, gently placed her on his thighs, and then slowly opened his mouth to tell her about his adventure. "My uncle was actually a mermaid in his previous life." Zumia, like a well-behaved kitten, quietly nestled in Wylan's warm embrace, and asked curiously. Wylan gently stroked Zumia's silky silver hair and replied with a smile, "Kyle and I saw it with our own eyes. The feelings that the mermaid Pope showed to my uncle can't be fake. But you just need to know about this, don't tell your aunt." Zumia looked at Wylan, blinked, and nodded to show that she understood. After a little thought, she knew that Wylan would definitely use this as a handle to threaten her uncle. "By the way, there is something I need to tell you." Zumia cast a spell to take the official document on the bookshelf and let it float in the air for Wylan to read. 6 months after you left, on May 23, 9749 in the glorious calendar, Saint Anastasia received the oracle of the goddess of life, and will lower the space bridge on January 1, 9753 in the glorious calendar to expedition to the Metagea plain. As one of the 2 countries of faith recruited, the Kingdom of Ilia needs to form an expeditionary corps of no less than 800,000 people within 3 years to respond to the Holy War of Faith. While listening to Zumia's explanation, Wylan flipped through the official documents from the capital. This Holy War of Faith is equivalent to a foreign war. For Wylan, this is a good opportunity to gain military merit. As long as the operation is done properly, with this war, there is a chance to be promoted to Earl. Wylan put his head on Zumia's head and asked curiously, "Which country is the other country of faith?" "It is not recorded in the official documents of the kingdom, but it is recorded in the letter of my brother." Zumia patted Wylan's hand, asked him to move his hand away from her chest, bent down to take out the letter from the drawer, and put it on the table. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to read it. Just tell me about it." Looking at her husband who was lazy, Zumia did not blame him, but explained softly, "My sister-in-law learned from his teacher that the 2 countries of faith that were recruited were our Ilia kingdom, which sent 800,000 troops. The other country was the North Isi kingdom of the Arnadchi subcontinent, which sent 1.6 million troops. This time, the expeditionary corps of the North Isi kingdom will be the main attack, and our Ilia kingdom expeditionary corps will be the second-line corps to attack the secondary target area. In addition, the 2 small plain world faith areas belonging to the goddess are also within the scope of application. The weaker small plain world will provide basic supplies for our kingdom, including conventional weapons, holy water of life, various ordinary armors, food, fruits, etc., as well as about 2 million auxiliary troops, that is, cannon fodder troops. Welland's eyes flickered, and he sighed. One thing is certain, the comprehensive strength of the North Issy Kingdom is at least twice that of our kingdom. He didn't know how many countries of faith the goddess of life had. As a powerful god, the god of dawn has 6 parishes and 20 faith kingdoms in the main world. By analogy, the goddess of life, as a medium-powered god, has at least 10 faith kingdoms in addition to the only known parish kingdom, the Holy Kingdom of Life. As for how many subsidiary worlds and derivative worlds the gods still control, perhaps only they themselves know. Zumia suddenly thought of something, patted her head and said, "Grandpa also wrote a letter to you, telling you to carefully consider whether to participate in this faith-holy war." According to the information revealed by Grandpa, this expedition to the Nangestia continent of the Metagea plain is the 3 crowns of the goddess of life, the god of courage, the subordinate god of the god of dawn, and the goddess of harvest, who sent believers to fight for this continent with an area of about 200 million square kilometers. In the Metagea plain, there are 2 other continents with an area similar to that of the Nangestia continent. The corresponding gods have sent believers to fight for them. Wai Lin touched his chin with his left hand and pressed his right hand on Zumia's chest and said, "So, this medium-sized plain world may have been captured by several gods working together, so they chose this way to divide the faith area and strengthen the faith of the people in the faith country. In the past history, there have been many faith-holy wars in the Synapse subcontinent. Not to mention the distant past. The most recent faith-holy war in the history of the Synapse subcontinent was 800 years ago. The protagonist was the kingdom of Teprano, which responded to the call of the god of mist and participated in the faith-holy war." "Wai Lin, do you want to participate?" Zumia looked at her husband and asked softly. "Participate?" Wai Lin made a quick decision without hesitation. Before he got the half-plane, he must have thought about it again and again. Now that he has the half-plane, it would be his loss if he didn't participate in the faith-holy war. In the past, looting property required considering transportation capacity. But now you can just stuff it into the demoplane and it's done. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. How many troops are you going to lead this time? Zumia put the letter into the drawer, turned to look at Wai Lin, and asked curiously. 2/3 of the troops. Wai Lin touched his chin and gave a rough number. Zumia silently estimated in her heart and reminded, 2,000 troops seem to be a bit too much. This time I plan to leave the Kixing camp and the Blue Veil camp and take the other troops out for actual combat. Wai Lin put his hand on Zumia's abdomen again and said with a smile, "There are teleportation arrays in Kixing territory and Zephyrus territory. Even if the group of monster clans invade Kixing territory, there is no need to worry about insufficient troops. In addition, the legend sitting in the provincial capital of Cadlo province will not sit idly by. After all, this trade route has brought huge benefits to the royal family." Zumia nodded after hearing this. Since the establishment of the teleportation array, the Kingdom of Ilia has established good diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke, and took this opportunity to reach a trade agreement with the Kingdom of Moon Elf and the United Kingdom of Orcs. In the eyes of the royal family, the status of this teleportation array has been steadily rising. If it were not for the secret agreement signed before, and the protection of the Duke of Moravia, the royal family could use tough means to forcibly exchange territories with her husband. Thinking of this, Zumia's eyes flickered. She didn't know whether her father was kindly reminding her in the letter or testing her. Her surname has been changed from Silves to X. In a sense, her father and mother are equivalent to outsiders to her, and her husband and the children with the surname X are her closest people. "What are you thinking about?" Wai Lin asked curiously, looking at his wife's appearance. Seeing this, Zumia shook her head and said, "Nothing. I just feel a little disappointed when I see you become a soul knight while I am still just a high-level gold arcanist. These purple mermaid pearls have the function of stabilizing the soul. I believe it will save you a lot of effort." "Unfortunately, The gray crystal can only be used by me. Holding Wyland's face, Zumia said softly, "As a spellcaster, it is important to improve your realm, but it is more important to understand and accumulate knowledge. However, there is something more important for you at the moment." Wyland felt that his wife's behavior was a little strange, and asked curiously. Asked, "What's the matter?" "Offspring." Zumia looked directly into Wyland's eyes and said in a serious tone, "If I become a low-level soul arcanist, the chances of us having offspring will be very small. 10 years, at most 10 years, I feel I will be promoted to a soul-level spellcaster." Zumia put her finger on Wyland's mouth and whispered, "You must let me get pregnant within these 10 years. This or that." Wyland suddenly remembered why his mother was so loved by his grandfather, because she was the daughter that his grandfather had worked hard for 100 years after he became a legend. "Why, you don't want it?" Feeling Zumia's eyes, Wyland came back to his senses, patted her on the back, and said gently, "Don't worry, I will work hard. Such a big foundation still needs someone to inherit it." Not long after, Zumia took Wyland to the bedroom. On the other side, Kyle brought the two sisters Yara and Rita to his residence in the inner city. In the garden, Zia, who was playing with the griffin cubs, saw the familiar figure, ran up impatiently, hugged Kyle's thigh, and said excitedly, "Father, welcome back." Looking at his daughter, Kyle squatted down and picked her up and asked with a smile, "How was my absence this year? Did you study well with Blue and Green?" "I studied very hard with Brother Green. You can see that Xiao and Xioliu come to play with me every day." Zia pointed at the two shivering griffin cubs and said proudly. Kyle dispersed the pressure, put Zia back on the ground, rubbed her head, and said, "You go play first, and I will take you to Blue Yarn City tomorrow." "Okay, father." Looking at Zia running away, Kyle took Yara and Rita straight to the main hall. "Master, is that your adopted daughter?" Entering the main hall, Yara hesitated for a moment and asked bravely, "Zia is my adopted daughter. I adopted her 2 years ago." Kyle sat in the main seat, nodded to answer Yara's doubts, and then pointed to the chair next to him and asked the two to sit down. As for why the two knew this, it was not difficult to understand. As four-winged angels, Yara and Rita could naturally feel that Zia was a pure human being without angel blood in her body. At this moment, Lahair in Kingtang Mountain, Huan by the Blue Veil Lake, Lan in the Old Castle, Lu in the Ice Flower Tree Experimental Manor, and on duty at the bottom of the Pink Lake, and Sin in the Gray Fog Space, 6 people received Kyle's feather signal, stopped their work, and went to Xinyu Castle. As time passed, people arrived here one after another, saluted Kyle, who was sitting in the upper seat, and then sat down beside him. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the last two came here. "Give you 10 minutes to get to know each other." Hearing the master's order, everyone present began to introduce each other. When everyone sat down, Kyle took out 6 purple mermaid pearls and presented them to Gray, Blue, Illusion, Green, Dark, and Sin. "This is your reward." The 6 people stood up, put their right hands on their chests, and saluted, "Thank you, master." "Sit down." When the 6 returned to their seats, Kyle began to lecture, mainly explaining the situation of Kixing territory to Guang and Feng. Before they knew it, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. "Lan stays, everyone else goes down." "Yes, sir." Everyone left one after another, leaving only Kyle and Lan in the hall. Lan lowered his head, not daring to look directly into the eyes of his master, and just waited quietly. "How are the training of your 4 subordinates?" Kyle made his voice as calm as possible, not showing enthusiasm nor irritating Lan's heart. Hearing the master's words, Lan slowly raised his head, stared at the master, and said softly, "Lucia and Jasmine have successfully advanced to silver low-level wind dancer attendants and have established a second close connection hub with me. Anna and Blanche's talents are relatively weaker, and they are still in the high-level bronze stage. They are expected to be promoted to silver low-level wind dancer attendants within 2 years." Kyle smiled and waved to Lan, saying gently, "Come here." Lan obediently walked slowly towards Kyle and stood in front of him. Kyle carefully looked at the little girl in front of him. Although she had not grown much, she had become much more mature. Recalling that when she accidentally picked up Lan in the border area of Angara province in the Railway Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, she was only 12 years old. Time flies, and 13 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I plan to let you take over the management of the hidden. Guard. Lan suddenly raised his head, his eyes moist, tears rolling in his eyes, and asked with a trace of sadness, Master, are you going to drive me away? I know that the two sisters are more mature and stable than me, but I can also. She prayed in a slightly trembling voice, trying to fight for the opportunity to stay. Stop, stop, stop. Kyle rubbed his temples, looked at Lan with tears blurred, and explained helplessly that Rita has a strange personality, don't take it to heart. As for the things you think in your mind, I don't exist at all. Lan didn't wipe his tears, stared at Kyle, and asked with courage, Master, why are you driving me away? Meeting the other's eyes, Kyle suddenly understood why his master said that on the airship. If it was a follower like Yara and Rita who had just been recruited, Kyle could just ignore it and don't care. But facing Lan, he was a little hesitant. After all, she had been his maid for 13 years, and he had a deep affection for her, so it was difficult for him to make up his mind to ignore her. After thinking for a moment, Kyle went forward and hugged Lan and said calmly, Lena, I am not giving up on you, nor do I mean to drive you away. As long as you are willing, I will always be by your side. Really, Master? Lan raised his head and looked at Kyle with expectant eyes. Kyle nodded and replied, You are my dependent, and you will never be separated from me in this life. Looking at Lan with a slightly red face, Kyle was a little confused in his heart, but he did not think deeply. Master, can you keep my identity as a maid and not recruit new maids? Hearing this strange request, Kyle nodded and replied without thinking, Yes. After getting the master's promise, Lan cried with joy. Kyle gently wiped away the tears on Lan's face and said calmly, In the future, you should focus on cultivation. Although you have become a high-level silver wind dancer, you still have a long way to go in the future. With your talent, there is no obstacle below the legend. I know, Master. Lan buried herself in Kyle's arms and enjoyed this rare time. Kyle had no reaction to this. After Lan calmed down, he comforted her a few more words and let her go down to rest. Leaning on the armchair, Kyle supported his chin with his right hand and began to think about his next cultivation plan. The next afternoon, Wylan came out of the bedroom, came to the top of the castle, stood on the open-air platform, felt the cool wind, and looked at the ice-cold area in the distance. There is no banquet that will not end. Miss Anastasia fulfilled her promise and protected Kixing territory for 30 years. Although she only took action twice when she knew it, each time she took action, she solved the crisis of Kixing territory's overthrow. Perhaps there was another crisis in the dark. But it was quietly solved by Miss Anastasia, and she didn't know it. What should I prepare for my parting gift? He must repay a favor, this is his bottom line. 30 years ago, he used the 7-color life flower as a price in exchange for Miss Anastasia's promise to protect Kixing territory for 30 years. After thinking about it, Wylan finally took the 7-color life flower as a parting gift. Although he had billions of gold coins, the only thing he could show off was the 7-color life flower. After staying on the platform for half an hour, Wylan went to the treasury, took out 3 7-color life flowers, packed them in an obsidian wooden box, and put them into the space ring. 3 days later, Wylan only took Kyle with him and went to the ice-cold area. Stepping into the edge of the ice-cold area, several ice maids were already waiting here. Several ice elf maids lined up in 2 rows and bowed. An ice elf maid came forward, made a gesture of invitation, and said respectfully, Lord Wylan, the master asked us to wait for you here. Please board the ice carriage to the ice castle. Wylan nodded politely to the ice elf maid, and then boarded the ice carriage. Thinking back to 30 years ago, when I first came to the ice-cold area to visit Miss Anastasia, I also took an ice carriage. Turning my head to look out the window, the ice-cold area is still covered with ice and snow. Compared with 30 years ago, there are many more ice statues on the ground, some in human form and some in the form of magic beasts. Looking carefully, these creatures do not exist on the Synapse subcontinent. Arriving at the ice castle, Wylan got off the carriage, raised his head to look at the ice and snow castle, and raised his hand to catch the snowflakes falling from the sky. Being in the ice domain as a soul knight, Wylan felt the horror of the legendary domain. Although the snowflakes seemed ordinary, Wylan felt the magic from them. or the snowflakes were the embodiment of Miss Anastasia's power. Watching the slowly dissipating snowflakes, Wylan looked at the ice and snow palace in the distance and walked forward with steady steps. The lower the strength, the more ignorant he was. This time, when he stepped into the palace with a new strength, Wylan felt that there was a power hidden everywhere in the ice castle that could kill him instantly. Passing through the gate and entering the palace, Wylan put his right hand on his chest to pay tribute to the legend on the ice throne. Anastasia opened her eyes, looked at Wylan in the palace, raised her hand to help him up, and said in a gentle voice, "Wylan, 30 years ago, under the witness of the gods, I signed a contract with you to protect Kixing territory for 30 years to repay you for your help to me." "Yes, ma'am. You have fulfilled your promise and protected Kixing territory for 30 years. On my behalf, I would like to thank you. May the wind of magic caress you and bring you eternal knowledge. May your legend live forever." Wine took out 3 7-color life flowers from the space ring, held them up with fighting spirit, and presented them to Anastasia. "We met with 7-color life flowers. When we part, please allow me to use 3 7-color life flowers as a farewell gift." Anastasia looked at the 3 7-color life flowers in front of her, smiled, and said, "I like this farewell gift very much. When the 30-year period is over, I will also leave here to pursue my truth. When we part, I will give you another gift." The token that Wylan kept in his chest returned to Anastasia's hand. Feeling the residual warmth on it, the 3 ice fields in the token were only triggered once. Anastasia replenished the ice power in the token, injected new magic power, upgraded it to a legendary spell Ice World, and then sent it back to Wylan. This token can withstand the full force attack of a legendary low-level strongman. I hope you will never need it. Thank you for your gift." Wylan took the token in his hand and answered with his head down. Anastasia said in a deep voice, "I will leave in 3 days. There is no need to hold a farewell ceremony. I will keep this area. Whatever you want to use it for, I will not interfere. I will take those ice maids away. If you want to choose a manager, my student is a good choice. In my life experience, there are no more than 5 people who are more talented than Zephyrin in understanding ice spells. I don't know how you found her, but I hope you treat her well." The tragic experience of that child's childhood has always affected her. When Wylan heard this, he put his right hand on his chest. His posture was dignified and firm, and he replied firmly, "I will treat Zephyrin well." The corner of Anastasia's mouth raised slightly. She stepped down from the throne, came to Varen, and said softly, 30 years ago, when I first met you, your strength was very weak. According to the classification of professional levels in your world, it seems to be bronze or silver. While I was treating the injury, you have grown so much. You have a good talent, and there is more to your future than this. I hope you can walk with me one day." Varen raised his head and admired Anastasia's appearance, which still shocked him greatly. In his 48 years of life, there was probably no woman who could match the beauty of Anastasia. "Madam, thank you for your blessing," Varen said softly, with a hint of respect and gratitude in his voice. Feeling Varen's gaze, Anastasia didn't pay attention. The other person was admiring her, and she was also looking at the other person. She had seen many men with more stunning looks than this little guy, but not many could make her calm down and appreciate them. "When I leave this world, I will come to see you again. The world outside is wonderful, so go for it." "I understand, ma'am." Anastasia waved her hand and sent Varen outside the ice castle. Standing in front of the door, Wylan looked up at the falling snowflakes in the sky, and then turned to look at the huge door that was slowly closing. He bowed to Anastasia again and then boarded the ice carriage. In the carriage, Kyle sat quietly on the left side, feeling the breath of his master, and opened his eyes. Wylan didn't say anything, just looked out the window and admired the different statues. As the wheels rolled, the carriage moved further and further away. In the ice castle, after Anastasia sent away Varen, she asked the ice maid to call her students. "Teacher." Zephyrin entered the hall and saluted respectfully. Anastasia sat leaning on the ice throne and whispered, "Come here." Seeing this, Zephyrin climbed up the ice ladder, came to her teacher, and stood quietly. "You should know why I called you here." "I know, teacher," Zephyrin replied, You have fulfilled your promise to the Lord and protected the Lord of Prayer for 30 years, and now you are about to leave. Anastasia suddenly asked, "Do you want to leave here with me?" "Teacher, you don't want your students to break their promises and be dishonest." Zephlin replied calmly. "When I first accepted you, I just agreed to your Lord's request and taught you in the next few years." Anastasia waved her hand to gather the seats behind Zephlin, let us sit down, and then said, "Over the years, I have found that you are very hardworking and excellent, which makes me a little bit reluctant to let you go. However, since you have made up your mind, I will not interfere with you. Your talent is very good. You can condense ice before you step onto the extraordinary path, but there are those who are more talented than you. Don't be arrogant. Your teacher and I have suffered in this regard. I'm not afraid of your jokes. The reason why I came to this world is entirely because of my personality. Those are things in the past and no longer important. Today I will teach you another truth. You need to be humble when dealing with people who are stronger than you, but you must also maintain respect for people who are weaker than you. If they are your enemies, don't talk nonsense. Kill her and everyone she has contact with to eliminate hidden dangers." "Teacher, I understand." Zevlin nodded seriously, keeping these words in mind. Anastasia looked at the scene in front of her with a satisfied smile on her face. She took out a 7-color life flower and handed it to Zevlin. She said earnestly, "When will you be promoted to gold? Take this every time and it will get you twice the result with half the effort." "Thank you, teacher." Zevlin accepted the 7-color flower of life and thanked Anastasia sincerely. "As expected, after I leave, you will manage the ice zone. When you grow to the soul level, you can go to the magic circle below the ice castle. I left the last 16 soul level ice spells and 3 legendary spells in it." "Yes, teacher." Anastasia took a serious look at her student and then sent him out of the hall. Looking at the empty hall, Anastasia couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in her heart. She has spent 30 years here, and now it is time to leave here and see this vast world. Back at Star Moon Castle, Varen sent someone to call Baird from Star King City. In the study, Varen and Kyle sat opposite each other. "My lord, since this is a holy war of faith, the development of the half-plane can only be carried out in stages." Kyle put down the teacup and said slowly, "Then proceed in stages." Wylan showed a lazy look and said with a comfortable face, "As my private territory. The development method of the demiplane cannot copy the development model of Kixing territory. In a few days, you will go to Xiphon County to visit Gregory, the chief of the Kangyu Silver Wolf tribe, to see if he is willing to take his people to the demiplane. In addition, notify Lahayer and ask him to select a group of loyal personnel. I plan to build a magic potion plantation in the demiplane. If possible, let Green move his experimental manor to the demiplane. If not, forget it." Kyle nodded and then asked, "Master, how are you going to deal with the treasury?" "Don't consider it now, let's talk about it later." As for the matter of moving the treasury, Wyland still prefers to find a demiplane alone to build a treasury. As for the only demiplane in his hands, it is mainly positioned as a magic potion production base, barracks, and material transfer base. Unfortunately, the demiplane can only be controlled by one person. Otherwise, Wylan really wants to give part of the control to Kyle, so that he doesn't have to play the role of opening and closing door. "My lord, after Miss Anastasia leaves, do we need to send someone to take over the ice-cold zone?" "No," Wylan waved his hand and answered, "after Miss Anastasia leaves, Svulin will be the governor of the ice-cold zone. Everything else will remain the same. There is no need to interfere with the existence of the ice-cold zone." Time passed slowly, and the two chatted leisurely. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Baird rushed from Kixing City to Xinyu Castle and walked into the study quickly. "My lord." Wylan raised his head and looked at his chief steward, motioning him to sit down. Bailder bowed slightly and sat down on the soft leather sofa. "I believe you should have heard about the Faith-Holy War." Wylan didn't say anything polite, he got straight to the point. Seeing this, Baird nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord. Ever since Saint Anastasia received the oracle from the goddess of life, the discussion of the holy war of faith in the kingdom has never stopped. Outside the Church of Life, in the provincial capital of Cardero Province, a recruitment point was set up half a year ago to recruit adventurers, mercenaries, and children of minor nobles for reorganization and training. There are currently 3,000 of them, more than half of whom are bronze-level professionals, and a small number are silver-level professionals. It can be said that the forces that are floating outside the Cordero province have been completely absorbed. Wellen looked at Baird and asked curiously, "Which minor noble children are there?" "As far as I know, except for the nobles of the Viscount level, only Lord Brian has not sent his subordinates to the recruitment point of the Church of Life to apply. As for other Baron nobles and pioneer knights, they basically sent their men to apply. In addition, many minor nobles have sent people to visit you, hoping that you can let their troops join your army. Bet on both sides." Wellen touched his chin and said with interest, "As the chairman of the Noble Council of Cordero Province and the most powerful noble in Cordero Province, he naturally became the object of admiration of those small nobles. In addition, it took Wellen only 30 years to achieve this point today, and his way of doing things made these small nobles willing to be driven by him. Of course, the most important point is that they can make a fortune by following him. Master, do you think you can accept them or reject them?" Baird asked. "Accept, why not?" Wellen smiled without thinking. "Having more troops can not only reflect my piety to the goddess of life, but also increase my prestige in Cordero Province." Hearing this, Kyle secretly glanced at his master and was a little indifferent. In his opinion, his master was at most a shallow believer of the goddess of life, not even a true believer. Feeling Kyle's strange gaze, Wellen said to Baird without blushing, "Notify those small nobles that I will set up a separate army, but only warriors with the strength of high-level apprentices or above, and if they are spellcasters, they can be relaxed to mid-level apprentices. Each noble family must send no fewer than 50 soldiers. If it is less than this number, there is no need to send. But there is also an upper limit on the number of soldiers, which cannot exceed 300. On June 15, 9,750 of the glorious calendar, that is, 3 months later, gather in Kixing City, Kixing territory, and I will arrange instructors to train them." "My lord, if those viscounts have such ideas, how should I respond?" Baird wrote down this order in his mind and then asked again. Wellen thought for a moment and said, "You can invite them for joint training, but as for joining forces, forget it." "I understand." In the next 2 hours, Baird reported to Wellen on the development of Kixing territory in the past year. The development progress is progressing steadily. It is expected that within 3 years, the goal of developing 20,000 square kilometers will be achieved. It will take at least 8 years to develop. In terms of population density, the population density of Kixing City and Lancia City is second only to the provincial capital of Cordero Province, firmly occupying the second and third positions in Cordero Province, directly surpassing the slave city of Bagamoyo. "Well done, it is a great blessing for me to have you." Wellen looked at Baird and praised him generously. Baird's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he took the opportunity to say, "Master, you see, I have not broken through the Golden Knight for 30 years just because I am too busy with government affairs. I heard that there are 2 good talents in this Knight Academy. I hope they can be transferred to my subordinates as secretaries." "You?" Looking at Baird's expression that he was about to give up, Wellen regretted that he should not praise him. This hateful guy would climb up the pole. "Alas, I don't know where my former gentle and hard-working chief steward has gone." Baird remained calm and answered, "I don't know. Why don't you hand those 2 over to me, and I'll go back to Kixing City and look for them." Seeing Baird talking nonsense, Wellen laughed out of anger. "Okay, if you want it, go and get it yourself. If you can beat Devonshire, go and get it." "Thank you, my lord, for agreeing to my request and handing those 2 talents over to me as secretaries." Wellen was stunned and asked, "Did I say that?" "My lord, I have things to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." Baird didn't respond directly, stood up and saluted, and quickly left the study. Watching the other person's back as he left, Wellen's face changed several times and finally revealed a smug look. Wait a few years, just find a reason to plunder from him, and you can get a lot of talents for the ruling party. Kyle heard this, but he didn't say anything. He couldn't help but mourn for General Baird for a few seconds. "Although you run fast now, you won't be able to run away from the master's orders in the future. In half a month, I will take Zumia out for vacation, and Xingyu Castle will be handed over to you first." After saying that, before Kyle replied, Weilin left the study and disappeared into the corridor. Looking at the speed of his master, Kyle shook his head helplessly. Can he regret what he promised? 3 days later, Weilin stood on the top platform of the castle, looking at Miss Anastasia in the distance, and silently blessed. "May the goddess of life protect you, and may the mother of the world treat you equally." Zumia stood beside Weilin, watching her husband's movements, without saying a word, just quietly accompanying him. Half a month later, Weilin took Zumia and left Xingyu Castle to start a 2-month journey. Weilin did not miss any of the underground world. The gray fog space, the territory of Zephyrus, and the famous attractions in the surrounding provinces. On the one hand, it was to compensate Zumia, and on the other hand, he also wanted to see these places. On June 15, 9750 of the glorious calendar, 48 of the 55 barons in the Kadlo province chose to send qualified warriors to the Kixing territory. In the military camp outside the Kixing city, Weilin stood on a high platform and overlooked the military formation below. On the left is the Kixing camp led by Cassius, with 486 warriors, including 2 high-level silver warriors, 18 mid-level silver warriors, 231 low-level silver warriors, 963 high-level bronze warriors, and 272 mid-level bronze warriors. Thanks to the supply of black skin pigs, Weilin was able to train this elite force in just 20 years. Compared with the battalion-level troops of the Hurricane Legion, there is still a big gap, but he is satisfied with such a scale. In addition, under the guidance of the officers of the Hurricane Legion, the coordination ability between the soldiers and the command ability of the officers of the Kixing camp have greatly increased. In comparison, the 2nd Battalion led by Hebrew is much worse than the Blue Gauze Battalion led by Commander Eden. One reason is the supply of extraordinary resources, and the other is the difference in warrior talents. For warriors with above-average talents, the Praying Star Battalion occupies 50% of the entire standing army. The 2nd Battalion and the Blue Gauze Battalion take the remaining 30%, and the remaining 7 battalions only occupy 20%. According to the military report submitted by Baird, the 10th Battalion, which was established less than 5 years ago, has 116 warriors, of which only 10 are low-level silver warriors, only 300 are bronze-level warriors, and the remaining more than 700 warriors are all warrior apprentices. In other words, the Praying Star Battalion can be compared with the elite legions of the kingdom. The 2nd Battalion and the Blue Gauze Battalion can be equal to the standing army supported by ordinary earls. The 4 to 8 battalions are equivalent to the elite troops supported by ordinary viscounts. The combat effectiveness of the 9th Battalion is stronger than the standing army under the command of ordinary viscounts, but it is limited. As for the 10th Battalion, it can only be said that it is stronger than most baron armies. In Weilin's opinion, it can only be used as a logistics force. On the right side are the soldiers sent by the lower nobles who want to be attached to him. There are more than 4,000 soldiers, with scattered formations and uneven strength. Fortunately, these people still know what this occasion is and did not make a loud noise. Otherwise, he would let these thousands of people know what respect and order are. Now everyone stand up. The majestic sound resounded in the ears of the lower nobles and their followers, making their nerves tense instantly, staring at Viscount Kixing on the high platform. Seeing the team become slightly neat, Weilin's heart was a little fluctuating, and he continued to lecture. "In the next 30 months, my General Cassius will train you. I hope you can meet my standards before the Holy War of Faith begins." After a few brief words, Weilin left the barracks directly and handed the place over to Cassius. After Weilin flew away, Cassius climbed onto the platform and looked at the scattered noble army. 70% of them were warriors, less than 20% were knights, and the rest was some spellcasters and priests. As for the reorganization plan, Cassius recalled his master's instructions last night. "You decide. As long as you can ensure the combat effectiveness of the army, you can reorganize them in any way you want." Thousands of people stared at the silver-armored general on the stage, not daring to breathe. Facing the pressure of the Golden Knight, they dared not have the slightest thought of neglecting. Cassius glanced down and said in a deep voice, "Ryan." In the formation of the Kixing camp, a high-level silver warrior stepped out and said loudly, "General, you will lead the team to the No. 3 training ground for training." "Yes, sir." Looking at the Kixing camp that had all left, Cassius waved his hand to close the 4 gates of the No. 1 training ground. The sound of the iron gates colliding echoed over the training ground, causing thousands of noble warriors present to panic. "Now, I give you 3 minutes to take off your armor and put your weapons on the edge of the training ground." As Cassius' voice fell, thousands of people moved quickly, took off their protective gear, and put them on the edge of the training ground together with their weapons. Training ground No. 1 covers an area of more than 1,000 acres, 900 meters long and 750 meters wide. The entire edge is enough for these noble children and their followers to store their personal belongings. Looking at the increasingly scattered formation below, Cassius didn't care at all and then ordered, "Next, I want to see your perseverance and courage." Bronze professionals below run 100 laps around the training ground. Bronze professionals jump 50 laps on 1 foot. If you don't complete the task within 5 hours, you are not allowed to eat. As for silver professionals and all spellcasters, all stand in the middle for me. As the order was issued, everyone could only grit their teeth and start to act. In less than a moment, there were less than 500 people standing under the platform. Cassius jumped down from the platform, came to a middle-aged man and asked, "What's your name?" "General Cassius, my name is Valk Charles. From now on, you are the captain of the 1st Brigade of the training camp. Select your 7 squadron leaders from the group of silver warriors behind you." "General, is it now?" Valk asked bravely. "Now, immediately, right now, select your squadron leaders for me, and then stand aside." Under Cassius's cold gaze, Valk selected 7 familiar silver warriors and stood on the left. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 captains of the training camp were established, including 3 silver mid-level warriors and 2 silver mid-level knights. The remaining 400 spellcasters and priests were organized into a separate brigade, led by a silver low-level priest. "Hobart." The silver low-level priest heard this and stepped forward and said respectfully, "General Cassius, please give me your orders." "I don't know how spellcasters and priests can cooperate with each other in combat. You can only figure it out by yourself." Cassius looked at the white-bearded priest in front of him and said slowly, "I allow you to train alone. Now you can take your troops to the No. 6 training ground for individual training." "Yes, General Cassius." Priest Hobart bowed and saluted, and then left with more than 300 spellcasters and priests. Cassius turned around, looked at the 5 captains he had chosen, and ordered, "There are still more than 500 people on the training ground, which means that each of your battalions will have more than 700 people. As for your subordinates, it's up to you to fight for them. In these 5 hours, you can observe them carefully and see who is your most ideal subordinate." After that, Cassius directly announced the disbandment, leaving the 40 confused. After leaving the training ground, Wylan went straight back to Star Moon Castle. There are still 30 months before the start of the Holy War of Faith. How should I spend this time? Wylan touched his chin and thought seriously while flying towards Star Moon Castle. Half an hour later, Wylan returned to Star Moon Castle. As soon as he landed on the top platform of the castle, he found Zisna coming towards him with a document. "Master, is this an expedited letter from Dani Province?" Zisna stood in front of Wylan and presented the sealed letter with both hands. Wylan took the letter and checked the magic mark on it. First, after confirming that it was correct, he opened the envelope and read the contents of the letter. "Dear Lord, the leader of the Rose Flower Adventure Group, Marada, salutes you. On May 25, 9750 of the glorious calendar, I received a request for help from Viscount Claver Islet, the Viscount of Islet. I led 367 adventurers of the Rose Flower Adventure Group to provide support. After exterminating the Earth Demon Spider, I found a map made of special materials in the body of a high-level silver Earth Demon Spider. On June 3, according to the instructions of the map, the members of the Rose Flower Adventure Group joined forces with Viscount Claver Islets troops and headed to the Earth. The location recorded in the map is 160 kilometers southwest of Islet territory. After clearing the demon spiders in this area, a blocked magic crystal vein and an abandoned teleportation array were found in a collapsed cave. As soon as I learned the news, I sent someone to deliver a letter to you. According to my observation, Viscount Cleaver remained silent throughout the process and did not show hostility to the Rose Flower Adventure Group. Please make a decision, Lord. Looking at this short letter, Wylan could feel the urgency of Marauda's tone. As for how big the magic crystal vein is, it is not mentioned in the letter. In addition, Viscount Cleaver remained silent throughout the process, obviously wanting to use his own network of relationships to find a backer to avoid the destruction of his territory in the conspiracy. Go and call Kyle to my study. Yes, master. Looking at the back of Zisana leaving, Wylan lit the letter in his hand, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly to the study. In a manor in the outer city of Xingyu Castle. Oder looked at Kyle, who was working day and night, feeling a little ashamed, and then turned to look at his two students, who were actually distracted. Issa, what is the deconstruction formula of the ice barrier? Hearing the teacher's question, Issa's eyes were a little evasive, and she couldn't help but ask her brother for help. Looking at her sister's pleading eyes, Theo hesitated, looked at the teacher's serious expression, and finally followed the most real thoughts in his heart. Copy this book 10 times and give it to me for inspection tomorrow. Oda shook his head helplessly, took out a book that recorded the deconstruction formula of the ice barrier, and gave it to Issa. Issa lowered her head and dared not refute. Yes, teacher. Theo, don't let the teacher know that you helped your sister copy, otherwise the teacher will let you feel what is called the limit time. Yes, teacher. Theo answered very straightforwardly and cast a helpless look to his sister. Not long after, a maid entered the manor. Oda glanced at it and muttered in his heart, did this kid remember it? The maid came to Kyle and reported in a low voice. Not long after, Kyle put down the book in his hand, left the manor and went to the inner city. Oda looked at the maid who left, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and said in his heart, it's good that this kid forgot it. As long as he doesn't come to me, I will pretend that I didn't build the airship. Theo noticed the teacher's expression, poked his sister with his hand, and signaled her to beg for mercy quickly. Understanding the meaning of her brother's expression, Issa stood up and came to Oda, begging in a low voice, Teacher, can you give me more time? You girl. Alas, 3 days, I will give you 3 days. Thank you, teacher, Issa said impatiently, and then returned to her seat, not giving the teacher a chance to regret. Oda shook his head helplessly, turned to Theo and said, Theo, this is the deconstruction formula of ice explosion ring. Study it carefully. I will check your learning results in half a month. Oh, teacher, half a month is it? Theo looked at Oda and said carefully. Is it too much? Oda said in surprise, you are really a good student of the teacher. I will give you 10 days. If you don't get started, the teacher can only give you a burden. Theo looked at the teasing in the teacher's eyes and dared not refute, so he could only say yes. Isha, what are you laughing at? Are you also going to? Teacher, I was wrong. Isha answered very straightforwardly, without any intention of quibbling. In the study, Kyle pushed the door open. Wellen raised his head and roughly described the situation. My lord, what do you think? Kyle sat aside and asked. Wylan leaned back in his chair and said slowly, I'm going to ask you to go to Dani province to investigate. If the reserves of magic crystals are more than 1 million low-level magic crystals, you can go directly to my uncle and ask him to come forward. If the reserves of magic crystals are less than 200,000 low-level magic crystals, you can gather the powerful nobles around in my name, make the results public, and distribute the benefits well, so there won't be so many dirty things. The reserves of magic crystals are between the two. You can borrow soldiers from the Hurricane Corps. 30% will be left to Viscount Cleaver, 20% will be handed over to the royal family, and another 20% will be divided to my uncle. The rest will be ours. Kyle heard this and said with some doubt, Master, why do you think so highly of Viscount Cleaver? It's not that I think highly of him, but he made a wise choice. In this case, I don't mind giving him a hand. Wylan smiled and answered, I think his rise is inevitable. In this case, why not invest early? Kyle didn't understand what his master said, but didn't ask any more questions. You can bring light and wind with you when you go to Danny Province this time. Wylin reminded Kyle, who was about to leave. Kyle heard this and bowed his head and replied, I know. 3 days later, Kyle left Kixing territory with 2 dependents and went to Danny Province. Half a month later, Wylin received a reply from Kyle. Looking at the content above, Wylin felt a strange familiarity and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, his rise is inevitable, but I don't know how far it will go. On the burning letter, there was a strange number written, 990,000. Time passed slowly, and Kixing territory developed steadily according to the established plan. In the study, Wylin leaned back in his chair and read the official documents issued by the capital. It has been 10 months since the magic crystal vein incident. Under the pressure of the Hurricane Legion and the tacit approval of the royal family, the nobles who originally wanted to get a piece of the pie could only extinguish their little thoughts and dared not provoke the chairman of the Noble Council of Danny Province, Earl Hurricane. During the 10 months that Kyle was away, Wylin was not idle. He mobilized his own connections to expand the number of troops he sent. In early September of the glorious calendar 9750, the kingdom issued an official document announcing that there were 638 nobles in the kingdom who voluntarily participated in the Holy War of Faith, including 2 dukes, 13 marquises, 33 earls, 367 viscounts, and 223 barons who were willing to give it a try. Since the end of the 7-year war between the Kingdom of Ilia and the iron-forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, most of the nobles have not yet caught their breath in the past 10 years. On the battlefield, if you want to gain military merit, you can only exchange it with the professionals in your hands. In order to lure the dwarf Governor Bruce into the game, the 6th Command directly threw out 2 legions of 100,000 people as bait. From that command level, the strength of the 2 legions may be 2 chess pieces. But to form 2 legions, at least several earls and dozens of viscounts are needed to piece together 2 qualified legions. To put it bluntly, in that war, although the nobles of the 2 legions gained a lot of military merit, their own troops were basically exhausted, and it would take at least 40 to 50 years to recover. In this faith-holy war, the total number of troops sent by the Kingdom of Ilia was 800,000, and the Life Church of the Kingdom of Ilia raised 300,000 troops. The remaining 500,000 quotas were not many for the nobles willing to participate in the war. As a Viscount, Wylin, plus Kixing territory as a secondary parish, has 3,000 military quotas. Some weaker Viscounts only have 500 military quotas. In comparison, the kingdom is quite caring for him. However, his grandfather, the Duke of Moravia, as one of the 2 dukes willing to participate in the war, has 50,000 troops. In addition, with the support of her family and her own strength, Aunt Mealy got 20,000 troops, which is more than some marquises got. In the past few months, Wylin wrote directly to his grandfather and aunt, thinking that the crying child gets the candy. In the end, the number of troops in his hands expanded from 3,000 to 20,000, of which 13,000 came from the Duke of Moravia and the other 4,000 came from the Count of Blood Moon. Regarding the Duke of Moravia's actions, another Duke of East who participated in the war directly publicly affirmed Viscount Kixing's loyalty to the Goddess of Life and was willing to contribute more troops to spread faith for the Goddess of Life. As for other nobles, they said they had no opinion at all. In addition to the share of lower nobles, Wylin also needs to prepare 16,000 troops. After 2 months of consideration, Wylin finally chose the 2nd Battalion of Hebrew, the 4th Battalion led by Greg, the 5th Battalion of Dosius, and the 8th Battalion of Imogen. The remaining 3,000 plus army quotas, excluding the Ice Bear Knights, the Star Moon Knights, and the priests led by Reverend Lavia, Wylin gave the remaining 500 army quotas to his cousin Brian. When he was pioneering, his cousin Brian was a baron. He has now become a viscount, and his cousin is still a baron. No adventure, no chance to make a fortune. This is the true portrayal of ordinary nobles. Although the cousin has the protection of the family and is free from the oppression of other nobles, he can only rely on himself in building the territory, developing the army, collecting military merits, and obtaining war merits. After careful consideration, Wylan finally chose to help his cousin. In addition, Wylan also asked Baird to prepare 300 blue and purple horses, 500 sets of knights full equipment, 1,000 sets of warriors full equipment, and 3,000 black skin pigs, and sent them to the Ridge territory, and sent experienced officers to help his cousin train the army. Master General Eden is here. Hilda pushed open the door of the study, stood in front of the door, put her hands on her abdomen, and said respectfully. Wylan put down the documents in his hand, sat up straight and said, "Let him in." "Yes, master." After a while, a slightly vicissitudes of life man entered the study, put his right hand on his chest, bowed and saluted, "Lord Eden. Come and sit down, we may need to talk for a long time next." Seeing this, Eden came to the sofa in the left area and sat down. Looking at Eden, who was a little restrained, Wylan motioned Hilda to make a pot of black tea, and then said with a smile, "This is not a military camp, there is no need to sit so formally." "Yes, Lord," Eden replied respectfully, but his behavior did not change at all. Seeing this, Wylan smiled helplessly and ignored it. After Hilda brought in the black tea, Wylan ended his routine inquiries and went straight to the point. "The 9th Battalion is at the bottom of the standing army, and its strength is getting weaker and weaker. You have a talent for training soldiers that ordinary people can't match. I plan to let you assist the commander of the 9th Battalion Midia in training the troops. What do you think? Your order determines the direction of my advance." Eden stood up and answered seriously. Wylan waved his hand, asked him to sit down, and then said, "I think you also know how Media became the commander of the 9th Battalion. I never treat those who have meritorious service unfairly. In recent months, Baird recommended that I replace the commander of the 9th Battalion, but I declined. Although in my opinion Medea is not a qualified general, I am still willing to use him. I'll assisting him in training this time. I hope you will guide him on how to train troops, how to command troops, and other military-related aspects. If possible, I hope you can become friends with him." Eden was about to stand up again, but was immediately stopped by Wylan's eyes. "Lord, I will teach General Media everything I know, and I will never keep anything private." After receiving Eden's affirmative answer, Varen brought a cup of red tree tea to the other person and said with a smile, "Please." Eden raised his hands, took the black tea from Wylan's hand, took a sip and put it on the seat again. Looking at the other party's cautious movements, Wylan smiled and joked, "This is not a formal occasion. You can just do whatever you want, there is no need to make it so solemn." When Eden saw this, he just smiled awkwardly. When facing the Lord, he could never be as calm as other generals. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. I heard that your eldest daughter graduated from the Mage Academy this year. Wylan picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling the energy contained in it. "Yes, Lord, Iden replied with a hint of pride in his tone. "Do you want your eldest daughter to go to my grandpa's floating city for further study?" Wylan put down the teacup, leaned on the sofa, and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Eden thought for a moment, his face hesitated, and he didn't know how to answer. From the perspective of the head of the family, he hopes that the eldest daughter will stay with him to help his wife and manage the family. But as a father, he hopes that his eldest daughter can go further. "There's no rush now. I hope you can give me an answer within half a month." "Thank you, Lord." Next, the two of them talked about the training situation of the standing army. Eden mainly talked about it, and Varen listened carefully with his ears pricked up. In terms of political governance, he is not as good as the consuls such as Baird and Andrew. In terms of army command, he is not as good as generals such as Cassius and Iden. In terms of battle, he is even worse than himself, Kyle and his uncle. Although I like to be lazy, I think I am qualified when it comes to employing people. Before I knew it, the sky became dark. Looking up out the window again, the magic lamp has been lit. We will stay at Xinyu Castle tonight and go back tomorrow. Yes, Lord. Later, Varen called Hilda and asked her to take Eden to rest. When he came to the window, Wylan quietly stared at the mutated griffon soaring in the sky, whispering in his heart, "Today is April 15th. If I guess correctly, there are about 2 days until the next time I listen to the guidance of fate. More than a month. Since being promoted to soul level, the time of destiny guidance has been extended. Wylan can be sure that the news he will listen to next time will definitely be of great value. The only thing he needs to consider is whether he can use this information, or whether he can get something mentioned by fate." "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" A crisp and sweet sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Wylan lowered his head, looked at the hands around his waist, and said with a smile, "I was wondering if you would show a timid expression when you see Grandpa." "I don't know if I will show a timid expression, but you will definitely have a hard time at night." Shemya used a little force with both hands and hugged Wylan tightly. When Wylan heard this, he said humbly, "That, I believe you won't be afraid." There was a cunning light in Zemya's eyes. "Humph, it's already too late." At the beginning of May, Kyle returned to the Praying Star territory from the Dani province. At the same time, he brought back 241,637 low-level magic crystals, 3,789 intermediate magic crystals, and 196 high-level magic crystals. Looking at Kyle's figure, Varen was a little surprised. He blinked and asked, "The magic crystal mine was dug out so quickly?" "Yes, Lord. 5,000 warriors of the Hurricane Legion, plus their subordinates, dug out the magic crystal mine in just 3 months. If it hadn't taken a long time to break the magic circle, the attribute I should be able to come back 2 months early." Having said this, Kyle took out his space equipment and began to pour the magic crystal. Hundreds of thousands of magic crystals were piled together, and Wylan's eyes shone with light. Low-level magic crystal is worth 500 gold coins, an intermediate magic crystal is worth 5,000 gold coins, and a high-level magic crystal is worth 80,000 gold coins. This pile of magic crystals is worth 150,443,000 when converted. 1,500 gold coins is equivalent to 1/50th of the wealth in his treasury. Varen rubbed his face, turned to Kyle and asked, "How do you reward Murata?" After hearing this, Kyle replied, "My lord, my subordinates left 3,000 low-level magic crystals, 3 books of combat skills and training methods, and 2 books of gold-level spells and supporting training methods to the Flower of Rose Adventure Group. There are also 30 ice crystal fruits." Hilda, the head maid who was silent in Demon Crystal Mountain, immediately came to her senses when she heard her master's voice and said respectfully, "Master, please give me your instructions." "Take out 300 bottles of luminous wine, 5,000 kilograms of black-skinned pork butcher meat, and 500 kilograms of Tanura deer meat from the warehouse and send them to the Rose Flower Adventure Group." After saying this, Wylan thought for a moment. Pan then said, "In addition, prepare 3 kilograms of red tea leaves, 2 sets of extraordinary armor, and 3 red phosphorus horses separately. These will be my personal rewards for Murata." "Yes, master." Hilda lowered her head and replied, then turned and left, went to the warehouse to collect the corresponding items, and arranged a transportation team to deliver them to the Rose Flower Adventure Group. Wylan turned his head, looked at the sparkling magic crystal, and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that a random child could make me gain a fortune of 150 million gold coins in one go? After hearing this, Kyle nodded in agreement. However, these are not just the achievements of Murata and the Rose Flower Adventure Group. If my master had not met Viscount Cleaver, he might not have been able to obtain this wealth. However, if he didn't break the magic circle, it seemed that the Viscount wouldn't be able to get so many magic crystals. Kyle followed the many assumptions and felt that his thinking was getting more and more confusing. He simply used mechanical mind on himself to directly clear these distracting thoughts from his mind. Seeing Kyle's strange behavior, Varen felt very puzzled but did not ask any questions. "Master, 13 months have passed since your 24-month vacation. I hope you can work hard to practice in the next 11 months and live up to the expectations of those who support you." Hearing this, Wylan was stunned on the spot, looking at Kyle's serious expression, and didn't know how to answer for a while. After a long time, Wylan was defeated and said helplessly, "Don't worry, As the lord of Kixing territory, how could I have the intention of being lazy? It's not appropriate to put these magic crystals here. You put these things in the treasury first. I have some official business to deal with, so I'll leave first. In the blink of an eye, Wyland's figure disappeared from Kyle's sight. Kyle looked at the location of his master's study, shook his head helplessly, then put the magic crystal into the space equipment and went to the underground treasury. Time passed slowly, and it was June 15th in a blink of an eye. The sun was shining brightly, and Wyland took Zumia and Kyle, as well as some guards, and set off for the dukedom of Moravia. Except for 3 visits to the Moravian duchy with his mother when he was a child, he never went to his grandfather's territory again after embarking on the road of pioneering. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. The teleportation array of the Cadlo province. A group of dozens of people arrived at the Duke of Moravia. Walking out of the teleportation hall, Wyland looked at the flying dragon knights flying overhead, with the flag of the Duke of Moravia hanging on the tail of the flying dragon. Is this training or routine patrol? A middle-aged wizard not far away heard this and kindly answered, "Sir, these flying dragon knights are training to prepare for the holy war of faith." Wyland turned his head and thanked him. "Master, thank you for your answer." "It's okay." The middle-aged wizard nodded in a friendly manner and then left the teleportation hall. Entering the main road and looking around, Wyland found that there were so many wizards here that 1 out of every 20 pedestrians was wearing a wizard robe. Although most of them were wizard apprentices, it was enough to prove the city's attraction to wizards. Asking the guards to find a local to lead the way, Wyland led everyone to the city lord's mansion here. "Sir, please stop." A low-level silver warrior looked at Wyland, who was approaching, and warned him. Wyland stood in front of the young captain of the guard and said, "I'm looking for Lord Yulia. Please report it." "Just report the name of Wyland Aches." "Sir, please wait for a moment." The captain of the guard responded politely and turned to enter the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man with a sad face looked at the quarrel between the 2 high-level gold mages in front of him. He was not on either side. The Bailuo Mage Tower has not been repaired for 50 years. This time, the Duke has issued us 2 towers of repair funds, and he must give us 20 million gold coins. You old thing is wishful thinking. The total repair funds of 30 million gold coins, your mage tower wants to take 2/3. Do you want to go out and fight and speak with strength? The younger high-level gold mage rolled up his sleeves and said with disdain. The older golden high-level mage looked at the furious young man without giving in and directly retorted, "Fight me, I won't use my staff to smash your head." "Hey, you old thing, just look at your kidney deficiency." "Young man, you are so young, but your hair has fallen out. You have the ability." The middle-aged man covered his face helplessly. Facing these 2 bastards, he could not persuade or talk and could only watch. "Lord of the city." Looking at the captain of the guards who came in, the middle-aged man took the opportunity to slip away and left the room. The 2 stared at Yulia's back as he left, glared at each other, and stopped talking. It would not be too late to continue arguing after the city lord came back. Outside the study, Yulia asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" "Lord, a black-haired young man named Wyland Aches requests to meet." Hearing this, Yulia walked quickly towards the door. Seeing this, the captain of the guards could only follow. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, Wyland looked up and down at the 2 statues at the door, one of which was the past version of his grandfather, and the other was the present version of his grandfather. "Master Wyland, welcome to my city. I am Yulia Morris, the Lord of Moravia City." Wyland looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, a high-level golden knight who was no more than 150 years old, and responded gently, "Lord Yulia, I came to visit my grandfather this time, hoping to borrow some flying dragons from you, and then go to the floating city of Kara." Yulia was a little embarrassed and apologized when he heard it. He said, "Master Wyland, the flying dragon troops have been taken out for training by General Isaiah, and it is expected to return to Moravia City in 3 days. However, there is still a floating ship in the city. I hope you don't mind it." That's good, then I'll trouble you, Lord Yulia. No trouble, no trouble, the Duke will definitely be very happy to see you. Yulia smiled and complimented, but was extremely surprised in his heart. Observing this miracle child closely, he could not see through his strength. There was only one result: he had broken through to the soul level. Thinking carefully, he was only in his early 50s. But he had reached the soul level. He was over 140 years old and was still at the high gold level. He felt mixed emotions. Wylan had no idea what the city lord was thinking. Led by a clerk, Wylan boarded the carriage and headed for the floating port in the northern city of Moravia. After sending Wylan away, Yulia felt a headache when she thought of the two old guys in the study. The captain of the guards looked back at the city lord's mansion, came to Yulia, and whispered, "Lord City Lord, many foreign merchants have come to the West City District recently. You may want to go and inspect it." Yulia looked at the captain of the guards with approval. "This is a good suggestion. Well, as a city lord, I can't stay in the city lord's mansion all day. I should go to the West City District for a good inspection today. There is a vacant position for the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau in the South City District. You can go to Director Richard for advice. Whether you can compete for it depends on your own efforts." "Thank you for the reminder, Lord City Lord. Well, that's it. Don't let the reviewers know that I said it." Yulia waved his hand and walked towards the West City District without looking back. Half an hour later, the two high-level gold mages learned the news that Lord Yulia had left. They snorted coldly and returned to the Mage Tower to discuss how to allocate the repair funds another day. After boarding the airship, Wylan looked around curiously at the airship, which was only 30 meters long. Compared with the Star Moon floating spaceship, this floating spaceship seems a bit crude. It only needs a silver intermediate mage, 3 bronze mages, and 20 mage apprentices to make it fly. In terms of defense, there are only the most basic magic barriers and magic shields. As for power, there are 2 small element pools to provide it with energy. The straight-line distance between Moravia City and Kara Floating City is only 200 kilometers. In less than 2 hours, Wylan arrived at this floating city floating 3,000 meters above the ground. After getting off the airship and standing in the Sky City, Wylan can feel the concentration of magic power around him. There are 12 large element pools around the floating city. Under the blessing of special secret text, they are constantly transformed into magic power and spread into the air. Not long after, 2 magic puppets landed at Port No. 3. One of the magic puppets came to Wylan and made a mechanical voice. "Master Wylan, the master is waiting for you in the central Mage Tower. Please follow me." Wylan looked up at the magic puppet in front of him. It had a metal appearance and was about high-level silver. The number B30387 was engraved on the left side of its chest. I don't know what it means. Under the guidance of the magic puppet, Wylan took Zumia and Kyle onto the suspended platform and headed straight to the central Mage Tower. As for the accompanying guards, they went to a special station to rest under the guidance of another magic puppet. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. After walking off the suspended platform, Varen led Shermia and Kyle into the central Mage Tower under the gaze of 2 8-meter tall elemental knights. Looking at the kind old man in front of him, Wylan bent down and saluted. "Grandpa." "Grandpa?" Shemia let go of Wylan's hand and saluted very naturally, without any timidity in her eyes. Kyle put his right hand on his chest, bent down to salute, and said respectfully, "I have met the Duke of Moravia." Moravia helped the 3 of them up, nodded kindly, and then asked his grandson, "Wylan, why are you willing to come see me?" "The main reason I came here this time is to thank my grandfather for your help to me and to inquire about the news about the Metagoa plane, and then to deliver a letter for a friend." Faced with his grandfather's inquiry, Varen did not hide anything, directly tell the purpose of this trip. The Duke of Moravia didn't care about the purpose of his grandson's trip. He came to Wylan's side and praised him. Before 60 years old, he has already become a low-level knight of the soul. He is much better than your father. "I think so too," Wylan blinked and said bluntly. "Anyway, his old father is not here, so he doesn't have to worry about him beating him." When the Duke of Moravia saw this, he smiled and joked, "Ha ha ha, you kid is getting more and more courageous. Grandpa, you know that what my father is most afraid of is you. He doesn't dare to come here anyway. Even if he comes, I believe you won't tell him." Wylin curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "Listening to what you said, it seems that the boy hasn't visited me for a while." The Duke of Moravia stroked his beard and said to Varen, "And your mother is such an unfilial daughter. She doesn't even come back and see me." Varen looked at Duke Moravia's expression and suggested, "Grandpa, during this time you can go to Eagle territory to see your mother. Of course, you can also put pressure on my father. As his son, I'm very supportive of you doing this." "I'll think about it. It's good to see my grandpa come up with ideas. I hope my father will like the big gift I prepared for him." It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years. He finally found a place to retaliate against what he used to teach him through training last time. The Duke of Moravia glanced at Varen and saw the boy's expression, which was well hidden, but he had not lived in vain for hundreds of years. So he naturally knew what this boy had planned. However, being able to teach Angus a lesson and meet his daughter on the way is also a pleasant way to relax physically and mentally. "Today I will take you to see the Central Mage Tower, with me, the legendary mage, as your guide. You are the 5th person." The Duke of Moravia became interested and said to Varen. Seeing this situation, Wylin asked curiously, "Grandpa, who are the 4 people in front of you?" The Duke of Moravia smiled mysteriously and said, "I can't tell you this." "Forget it, actually I don't really want to know." Seeing this boy pretending not to care, the Duke of Moravia couldn't help laughing. Following their grandfather, Wylin and the other 3 began to visit the Central Mage Tower. The entire Central Mage Tower is divided into 7 floors above ground and 3 floors underground, for a total of 10 floors, each floor corresponding to different functions. Before I knew it, it was night. From the outside, the Central Mage Tower is very large. But from the inside, the space inside the Mage Tower is even larger. In addition to the observatory on the 7th floor above ground, the laws of space are inscribed on the 3rd underground floor and the 6th floor above ground, expanding the space by several to dozens of times. The largest floor is undoubtedly the 2nd underground floor, with an external area of 2 square kilometers and an actual internal area of 100 square kilometers. It houses several magic puppet legions, numbering as many as 200,000. After enjoying the dinner, Wylin and Shemia followed Tailing's instructions and came to the rest area on the 4th floor. Throwing himself on the bed, Wylin looked at the ceiling and couldn't help but think about how much resources and energy it would take to build such a Central Mage Tower. After seeing those magic puppet legions, Varen may have understood why his grandfather would give up his army quota to him. For him, the secular army only needs to act as a facade. In real large-scale operations, it is not as satisfying as commanding an army of magical puppets. In addition, the magic puppet can be picked up and put away at any time. It only needs to be charged with the element pool. There is no need to prepare additional healing potions, weapons and armor, food to restore magic power or fighting spirit, and other logistical supplies. Zemia lay next to Wylin and said curiously, "Why, I was scared." Wylin put his hands under his head and said with emotion, "A little bit, what I see now may only be a small part of the strength in Grandpa's hands." Shemia put her hand on Wylin's forehead and comforted her gently, "Don't be discouraged. I believe you will be stronger than Grandpa one day. Okay, it's time for us to rest. In the next few days, we will visit the 5.5 planes controlled by Grandpa." "Kindness." Shemia sat up, first changed her clothes, and then helped her husband put on his pajamas. Then he turned off the magic lamp and began to rest. In another room, Kyle sat in front of the window, leaning on the windowsill, admiring the night view of Kara floating city. At 12 o'clock in the evening, looking at the brightly lit scene in the floating city, Kyle couldn't help but sigh. It is really a pure city of mages. Half an hour later, Kyle turned off the magic lamp and began to rest. The next morning, after passing through the demiplane passage, Wylin and the other 2 arrived at the know. One demiplane controlled by the Duke of Moravia, opening his eyes. He saw all kinds of exotic plants, and many wizards were walking around, cultivating magical plants, conducting plant research, or meditating on flowers This demiplane is very small. Only 533 square kilometers. It was the first demiplane I obtained under the guidance of the goddess of life before I became a legend. When I had more demiplanes in my hands, I used this demiplane as a magic potion plantation, specifically for cultivating magic potions. The Duke of Moravia explained slowly, with shock in his grandson's eyes. Wylan stood on the floating platform, curiously looking at the other plants around him, and couldn't help asking, "Grandpa, how many kinds of plants are there here?" 6,833. So many, a lot. Maybe it seems a lot to you. But these magic potion plants are just a drop in the ocean in the world. The Duke of Moravia waved his hand and picked 3 fist-sized fruits and placed them in front of the 3 people. "Try it, this is a tree pear fruit." Wai Lin was not polite at all. He grabbed the pear fruit floating in front of him and took a bite. It was very sweet. Feeling the subtle changes in his body, this kind of fruit has little effect on a soul knight like him, but it is indeed a rare cultivation resource for a silver rank. As the floating platform moved, Wai Lin looked at the strange-looking potion plants below and felt how shallow his knowledge was. Except for a few familiar potion plants, he had never seen most of them. However, with his grandfather, the legendary wizard, explaining on the spot, he gained some knowledge that he didn't know if it was useful. 8 hours later, Wai Lin was still not satisfied and was reluctant to leave this half-plane. When everyone returned to the hall, the Duke of Moravia asked, "Take a break or continue to visit?" Wai Lin didn't feel tired at all. He said impatiently, "Grandpa, I want to continue to visit." Seeing this scene, both Zumia and Kyle nodded tacitly. Seeing his grandson's lively appearance, Duke Moravia waved his hand to open the second half-plane channel and walked in first. Seeing this, Wylan followed closely and entered the second half-plane. After the 3 entered the half-plane, the channel closed automatically. This half-plane has an area of 633 square kilometers. I got it from a ruin after becoming a legend. However, this half-plane has some defects in the rules. I used it as a test site. Before Duke Moravia finished speaking, a loud noise came from a distance. The next moment, a young man in a tattered robe flew out of the explosion. Looking at the teacher's figure, he was so scared that he ran in another direction. Duke Moravia was not polite. He opened the short-distance space channel and stretched out his hand to pull the other party in front of him. "Why did you run when you saw me, old?" "Teacher, I didn't, I just... By the way, I'm going to go back and clean up. You see, it's not appropriate for me to come to see you in this outfit." The young man smiled, evading the main point, trying to get away with it. "Tell me, how did you cause this explosion?" The Duke of Moravia stared at his student with a stern face and asked very sternly. Seeing that he couldn't get away, the young man had to sincerely admit his mistake and confess everything he had done. "Balk, the teacher, is going to clean up the mess today." Although Balk felt the space confinement on his body, he didn't dare to run away and begged bitterly, "Teacher, this is just a mistake. Don't worry, I will succeed next time. Next time. The teacher is thinking about whether to break your legs and let you stay quiet for a few months." The Duke of Moravia took out the staff, stared at the lower body of his student, and thought about where to start. "Hey teacher, don't be angry, I'll tell you a piece of news." Looking at the Duke of Moravia, who was about to take action, Balk didn't dare to keep him in suspense and hurriedly said, "Teacher, it's about senior brother Clarence." "Tell me, what did that kid do without telling me?" Duke Moravia put away his staff and asked. Balk was relieved when he saw this. It seemed that his leg was saved. "Teacher, senior brother Clarence recently captured a group of succubi and flaming demons through the abyss ritual and is preparing to conduct a taboo experiment. It should be ready now." "Where is it?" Duke Moravia asked with a calm face and restrained breath. Looking at the teacher's face, Balk knew that the teacher must be angry, and he didn't dare to delay at all and sold out his senior brother completely. "Then teacher, can I leave?" Balk raised his head and said carefully. Although he was a mid-level soul arcane master, he was like an ant in front of his teacher. "Go back and comprehend fiery meteorite carefully. And report to me in 3 months. "Don't, teacher, that's a legendary spell, how could it be possible?" Looking at the teacher's eyes, Balk shut up and nodded and replied, "Teacher, I understand, then I'll go first." Seeing his teacher nod, Bach directly used the teleportation spell to randomly teleport himself to a corner of the demiplane. It doesn't matter where the location is, just stay away from your teacher first. Feeling the terrible aura emanating from his grandfather, Wieland called out carefully, "Grandpa." Hearing Wieland's voice, the Duke of Moravia regained his calmness and said, "Wait here for a while, I'll go do something first." "Grandpa, here is a letter from Uncle Clarence, so as not to go alone next time, I'd better go with you." "Okay." Seeing this scene, the Duke of Moravia didn't waste any words, and took the three people out of the demiplane, directly leaving the floating city of Kara, and went 80 kilometers underground. Feeling the fluctuation of space, Clarence's face instantly became extremely ugly. He was startled and wanted to hide in the shadow world, but found that the space had been blocked. "Clarence, where are you going?" Hearing the familiar voice, Clarence looked at the dozens of gold-level demons beside him, feeling helpless. At the most critical moment, he was discovered by the teacher. The Duke of Moravia entered the dark room, looked at the demons in the distance, snorted coldly, and chopped the 33 gold-level demons into pieces of flesh and blood. Seeing that the experimental materials he had finally collected were destroyed by his teacher, Clarence felt helpless and helpless. "Tell me why you do this." "Teacher, you also know that I have stayed at the high level of soul for too long, and I still have to pass the last threshold before I can enter the realm of perfection, so that I can follow your footsteps and walk the path engraved by the law." Clarence looked at Mora. Duke Vire explained calmly. The Duke of Moravia stared at his favorite student and said expressionlessly, "I understand your pursuit, but if you use forbidden rituals, you will eventually fall into a place of eternal destruction, and I will not allow it." "But teacher, this is my own choice. I am almost 400 years old. Can't I still choose my own path?" Clarence did not lower his head, looked directly into the eyes of the Duke of Moravia, and asked, "If I say no, I won't, unless you can win and become your teacher." With an air of defeat on his face, Clarence taunted, "Heh, teacher, do you think I have this strength? I said I don't allow it. Don't force me to imprison you in Kara floating city." Faced with the teacher's threat, Clarence did not give in at all. "Come on." The Duke of Moravia looked indifferent and was ready to imprison this traitor who disobeyed him in the prison of Kala floating city. Wieland saw this and stopped him. "Grandpa, wait a minute." Upon hearing this, the Duke of Moravia temporarily stopped his movements to see what Varen would do. Seeing that his grandfather did not have his own way, Varen felt a little relieved. Fortunately, his words still had some weight. If his grandfather insisted on doing so, he could only watch Clarence being sent to Kara's floating prison. Varen walked quickly to Clarence, took out the photo crystal given to him by the dark elf Isidore from the space ring, handed it to Clarence and said, "Uncle Clarence, this is your friend Jean, what I'm passing on to you." With a puzzled look on his face, Clarence took the image crystal from Varen's hand and activated it under the watchful eyes of everyone. In an instant, the image crystal shone brightly, projecting the figure of a dark elf in the open space. "Clarence, long time no see, you should still remember me." Hearing this familiar voice and looking at that familiar face, Clarence couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Isidore, I really didn't expect you to be alive. I haven't heard from you for so many years. I thought you were already dead. We haven't seen each other for so many years. I know that the first thing you say is definitely not a good thing. However, I can't hear you anyway, so you can just say whatever you want. We haven't seen each other for more than 200 years. I still miss our old days. It's a pity that I'm married. I raised my wife with my own hands. How about it? I'm very envious." Looking at Isidore and the crystal, Clarence couldn't help clenching his fists. Thinking of this, he felt relieved again. The dark elf in the projection touched his chin and suggested with a smile, "I heard from Wieland that your kid is not married yet. It's really miserable. Do you want me to introduce my daughter to you? From now on, we can discuss it ourselves. Call me brother, call me dad. However, you guys shouldn't be interested in my daughter. If the situation is the opposite, just pretend that I didn't say that you want to be my son-in-law and don't even think about it. This guy shouldn't have been saved in the first place. He should have been given a knife and sent to see the goddess of life." Varen, who was standing aside, turned his head to observe Clarence's expression. Although he was speaking harshly, there was a smile on his face without any sign of anger. "Clarence, you are very paranoid. No, you should be very paranoid. Although you usually look carefree if you encounter certain things, I believe that with your character, you will definitely carry it to the end, even if you have done something wrong. Even if something is wrong, he will not take the initiative to admit it. On the road ahead, think more about the people you miss. With your talent and perseverance, it's okay to become a legend, but don't pursue perfection too much. I don't know how you are doing now, but I heard from Wyland that you have not completed your great idea. Please work hard for your great idea. If you are free, you can come to La Romana Islands to find me. If you don't have time, forget it. Okay, that's it. I don't know when Wyland will deliver this image stone to you, and I don't know on what occasion it will be activated. For your face, your dark history and privacy, I try to avoid it. Finally, I wish you well. Looking at the extinguished image stone, Clarence felt mixed emotions in his heart. If you want to say who knows yourself best, I'm afraid he is the only one. The Duke of Moravia watched this scene quietly. His rising anger gradually extinguished, and he turned to look at his student with a complicated expression in his eyes. Realizing that something was wrong in the atmosphere, Varen quietly left Clarence's side and took Shemia and Kyle out of the secret room. "My lord, why don't you stay inside?" Kyle asked curiously as he watched his master closing the door. Zemia was also very confused and cast a curious look at her husband. Seeing this, Wyland spread his hands and explained helplessly, "You should have learned from the photo stone that Clarence is a paranoid person. In fact, you don't know that my grandfather is also a relatively paranoid person. This is what my mother told me. She once told me that when my grandpa is angry, try to hide away to avoid him looking for excuses to deal with him." Outside the secret room, the three of them were talking quietly, but inside the secret room, they were looking at each other silently. The Duke of Moravia stared at Clarence. The expression on his face was like a mass of intertwined threads, complicated and incomprehensible. Among the 17 students, he valued Clarence the most, not because of his talent, but because of his character and attitude. In Clarence, he could see a shadow of his own past. After putting the image stone into the space equipment, Clarence suddenly felt relieved and broke the gaze between master and apprentice. "Teacher, this is a forbidden experiment. I will never touch it again. It's better not to have any contact." At this moment, the Duke of Moravia no longer had the initial anger, and his heart was peaceful. "Teacher, I am going to the main continent, joining the Anata's Empire Star Fleet and visiting other worlds." "You have decided?" the Duke of Moravia asked. "I have decided. Isidore is right. I want to rest assured for the people who make me miss you, and I also want to work hard for my great ideas." The Duke of Moravia had already guessed 7 points about the great idea that Clarence spoke of. However, it is a good thing for one's students to have a goal, and it is not important what the goal is. "When are you leaving?" "Next spring, I plan to meet Isidore first, and then go to the main continent." The Duke of Moravia nodded slightly, and then said, "Go to the Anato's Empire, tell your senior brother Tattle to come back to visit when you have time. It has been more than 100 years since he left, and he has only sent back 6 letters." "I understand, teacher," Clarence responded. His senior brother Tattle is the teacher's first disciple and also the teacher's nephew. After being promoted to a legend, he left the Synapse subcontinent more than 180 years ago due to differences in ideas. According to the description in the last letter 20 years ago, his senior brother Tattle is now the deputy captain of the 23rd Star Fleet of the Anato's Empire, and has been canonized as an earl by the Anato's Empire. He not only has 80,000 square kilometers of direct territory in the main continent empire, but also has nearly 6 million square kilometers of territory in a plain world under the jurisdiction of the Anato's Empire. The intention of the senior brother to write back is obvious. He just wants to show off his achievements to the teacher and prove that the path he has chosen is more correct than the teacher's. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Handle the follow-up yourself. The Duke of Moravia left the place without saying a word. Looking at the teacher's back, Clarence stood there and said to himself, "I leave the Synapse subcontinent this time. I don't know when I will come back again." Walking out of the secret room, the Duke of Moravia watched his grandson vividly telling his dark history and stood quietly behind him. Varin looked up at Shermia and Kyle and found that their smiles had disappeared, and he instantly realized something was wrong. Looking back, I saw my grandfather, who was neither sad nor happy. I was so frightened that I took a few steps back, and then quickly admitted my mistake. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." The Duke of Moravia stared into Varin's eyes, and after a long time he said slowly, "It is the father's fault if a son fails to teach." After hearing his grandfather's words, Wylin silently mourned for his old father in his heart for a few seconds. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the other 3.5 planes." Feeling his grandfather's emotions, Wylin didn't ask too many questions. He followed him obediently and quietly visited the remaining 3.5 planes. Returning to the central mage tower, Wylin lay on the bed and recalled what he had seen today. No one knew that his grandfather, except for the Dalakuran floating city that was being built on the surface, was in the demiplane. There's also a third floating city. Although it has not yet been completed, the progress is similar to that of Dalakuran floating city. Legendary mage, who controls 3 floating cities, can basically walk sideways on the West Napa subcontinent. Although he didn't know why his grandfather did this, he believed that his grandfather must have his own deep meaning. Shemia pulled off the straps, let her hair return to its natural state, and sat next to her husband. "Wylin, I made an estimate today. Grandpa has at least 1.2 million magic puppets in his hands, which can be used in battle. There are 800,000 magic puppets, equivalent to 10 kingdoms' elite legions. I now understand why Grandpa ranks first among the 7 great dukes in the kingdom. It is not only because of his own strength, but also because of his huge army of magic puppets." Wylin raised his right hand, pulled Shermia onto him, and continued, "I'm sure Grandpa is hiding something else. The things we saw today may be just the tip of the iceberg." "Did you find anything?" Shemia raised her head and asked curiously. "No," Wylin stroked his wife's silver hair. "This is my intuition. I feel that Grandpa is more than what he seems." "Guess how many demi-planes Grandpa has?" Facing Wylin's rhetorical question, Shemia closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and said softly, "At least 10. Maybe more, but it's not important to us. After leaving the Duchy of Moravia, just forget what we saw." "I see." After observing his grandfather at close range, Wylin had a hunch that his grandfather seemed to be competing with someone, but he didn't know who could be his opponent. 3 days later, Varin was called alone by the Duke of Moravia to a conference room on the 3rd floor of the Central Mage Tower. Entering the conference room, the door automatically closes, looking at his grandfather, who was concentrating with his eyes closed. Wylin cautiously leaned over, feeling the approach of the unknown energy group. The Duke of Moravia opened his eyes, looked at Varin, who appeared beside him, nodded slightly, and waved his hand to activate the image stone in the center of the conference seat. In less than a minute, the projection of a continent appeared in front of us, the Metagoa Plain and the continent of Nangasia. The Duke of Moravia raised his right hand, turned the projection, and pointed the position of his Anza kingdom at the 2 of them. "This is the map I asked for from Saint Anastasia a few days ago. The continent you see is the continent of Nangasia, one of the 3 continents in the Metagoa Plain, with an area of about 2 billion square kilometers. According to the instructions of the Goddess of Life, the army of the northern Isi kingdom began to attack from the north of the northern Milu Empire, and we, the Ilia kingdom, attacked inland from the northwest coast of the Anza kingdom." Wylin stared at the projected map intently and couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, from which direction does the country of faith of the harvest goddess attack?" After hearing this, the Duke of Moravia turned the map and displayed a country called the Free Kingdom of Tadend in front of Varin, and explained, "The country of faith recruited by the harvest goddess comes from the Brizit subcontinent, located in the Wind Breath. They will send more than 2 million troops to the Apufang kingdom in the south of the mountain range to attack from the southern end of this country called Tadend. Free Kingdom." Partial map of the Brizit subcontinent. After hearing his grandfather's story, Varin suddenly remembered that his uncle's hometown, the magic kingdom of Cavan, seemed to be a kingdom in the southern sea of the Brizet subcontinent. The army of the god of courage started to attack from the Grand Duchy of Schillig on the east side of the mainland of Nangesia, fighting from east to west. As for which country the crown is recruiting, Saint Anastasia doesn't know. It seems that not a kingdom from the main world, but an army from a derived world. After his grandfather's explanation, Wylan finally understood the way the three gods divided the cake. The army that believes in the goddess of life fights from the north to the south, the army that believes in the goddess of harvest fights from the south to the north, and the army that believes in the god of courage fights from the east to the west. As for when this war will end, Varen guessed that it will most likely end with the collapse of the Vila's united empire. Grandpa, what position are you planning to take in the expeditionary corps of the Kingdom of Ilia? Wylan took out the sheepskin map and asked while copying the map on the shadow stone. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Moravia stroked his beard and said with a smile, Saint Anastasia was initially prepared to let me serve as the commander of the Expeditionary Legion, but I refused. That guy East is particularly good at commanding and dispatching the army, so I recommended him. As for what position I hold now, Saint Anastasia asked me to think about it and tell him directly. In the end, I directly mentioned the position of Chief Mage. Upon hearing this, Wylan's pen copying the map hovered in mid-air as if a immobilizing spell had been cast on it. He frowned and thought for a long time and finally couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, Grandpa, what kind of position is the Chief Mage? What position? I just said it casually. It is probably equivalent to the Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force, but he does not participate in the command and dispatch of the army. That should be it. Well, when Wylan heard this, he stopped asking any more questions and continued to concentrate on drawing the map. 10 minutes later, Wylan finally completed the drawing of the entire map. The Duke of Moravia glanced at the map in Wylan's hand and praised it without hesitation. This writing is really good. It seems that you are not lazy at all. Grandpa, I am a lord, and I want to grow the Kai Xing leader. How can I be lazy? Wylan protested with an unconvinced look. The Duke of Moravia extinguished the image stone and said calmly, This is what your father said. Grandpa, this is slander about my father. You have to believe it. Well, actually, you can believe that I am lazy sometimes, but most of the time I am diligent. If you don't believe it, you can ask my wife. Okay, what a big deal. The Duke of Moravia waved his hand and said to Varen. After coming out of the conference room, Varen said goodbye to the Duke of Moravia and went to the first floor of the central mage tower to meet up with Shemya and Kyle, ready to take a tour of Kara floating city. In the next few days, Wylan went out early and came back late every day, playing around. With his status as the grandson of the Duke of Moravia, Varen walked sideways in Kala floating city. He almost visited all the places he could go and all the places he couldn't go. During this period, he also visited his grandmother, a mysterious woman. After coming out of the mage tower, Wylan almost forgot his grandmother's face, and the memory of talking to her was completely forgotten in just half an hour. At 8 o'clock in the evening on July 1, 9751 in the glorious calendar, Varen sat in front of the window, admiring the night view of Kara floating city, waiting for the guidance of fate to arrive. Shemya lay on her side on the bed, watching her husband's actions without disturbing him, just watching him quietly. Time passed slowly, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening before I knew it. Half a month later, on an unnamed island 12,000 kilometers east of Seton province, a low-level soul-red dragon hid underground on the unnamed island with all his treasures. In his treasure house, there was a destiny card, numbered 7. Its transformed appearance is an ordinary gold coin. Destiny card. Wylan touched his smooth chin and began to search for information related to the fate card in his mind. The specific origin of the destiny card is unknown. The most widely circulated theory is that a legendary high-level arcanist used a mysterious object found in the star world to exchange the bracelet she wore with the goddess of destiny. And anklets were refined using a special method to attract the attention of fate, eventually forming 13 fate cards. Varen sneered at this statement, perhaps with a special color. This statement was the most widely spread. In his opinion, destiny cards are more like the blessings of destiny rules on living beings in the world, leaving a glimmer of hope for ordinary people. With the fate card, you can divine yourself. But you only have one chance. Once you use the fate card, after you get the information you want, the fate card will be taken back by the rules of fate and replaced somewhere in the world. However, how to find the destiny card among a pile of gold coins becomes a problem. Then again, the destiny guide only told him the location of the destiny card, but he might not be the one who really needs the destiny card. If it wasn't me, who would it be for? Shermia, Kyle, Uncle Oder, Aunt Flora, or Baird and the others? It might also be Orlando and Hebrews, or maybe. As his thoughts spread, the only thing Wyland could be sure of was that whoever could find the destiny card from a pile of gold coins would be favored by destiny, as for the distance of more than 10,000 kilometers with the Xingyu floating ship, these are not problems the next morning. Wyland submitted his resignation to his grandfather, packed more than 30 baskets of fruits into half a plane, ate and took them, waved goodbye to his grandfather, and left Kara Floating City at the port of Kala Floating City. Watching Varen's retreating figure, the Duke of Moravia put away the smile on his face and prepared to continue his research. As for when to go to Eagle territory, he planned to quietly explore in 3 months. If he said hello in advance, Angus might find an excuse to run away in advance. It's important to see your daughter, but it's also important to be happy physically and mentally. Returning to the city of Moravia, Varen did not stop. He first took all the guards into the demiplane, took Shermia and Kyle, and took the teleportation array directly to the Seton province. You have to show respect when you come, so you will naturally need some protection. You don't need to pay so much attention when you go back. Besides, this time you are looking for destiny cards, so you don't need any guards. You can just throw them into the demiplane and let these young men practice hard. Although there are only 24 people in his bodyguard, they are all talents carefully selected by Kyle from the nearly 1 million people led by Kai Xing. Whether they are serving as the governor of a certain town or commanding hundreds of troops, they are all it's more than enough. But these talents cannot be lost due to certain circumstances. After leaving the provincial capital of Seton province, Varen picked up Shemia and flew towards the seaside. Regarding the Lord's move, Kyle still followed him silently. After passing through several noble territories, Varen stood on the sea, took out the star and moon floating ship from the demiplane, then landed on the deck and put his wife down. Zemia straightened her messy clothes and looked at the floating ship with curiosity in her eyes. Kyle landed next to Varen and asked, "Lord, what are you going to do this time?" Hearing Kyle's words, Shermia cast a curious look at her husband. Wyland did not give in and said straight to the point, "This time, I am going to rob a low-level soul red dragon." Soul low-level red dragon. Zemia tilted her head, her face full of confusion. She didn't understand why her husband came so far to rob a red dragon. The same was true for Kyle, who was very puzzled by his master's move. In short, let's snatch up all the financial reports of this red dragon first. As for the deeper reasons, you will know when we return to the Star Prayer Leader. The two stopped asking questions after seeing this. Kyle got the specific coordinates and went straight to the airship control room, set the airship to autopilot, and entered the destination this time. Amid the sound of wind and waves, the airship slowly raised the magic shield and sped across the sea at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per hour. 4 hours later, the airship arrived at the destination area. Wyland stood at the guardrail and looked into the distance. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there was only one island standing alone on the sea. Northwest direction, estimated distance 75 to 80 kilometers. After receiving instructions from his master, Kyle operated the airship and headed towards the destination. 10 minutes later, the Xingyu airship stopped at an altitude of 300 meters from the island. Wyland flew around the nameless island and selected 3 suitable places for ambush. In the next few days, Wyland, Zumia and Kyle discussed various possible emergencies in the demiplane, including how to counter space teleportation to prevent the other party from using teleportation means. They also had to prevent the red dragonfish from making a desperate move and destroying their space equipment. Never underestimate a dragon's obsession with its own wealth, especially the most arrogant red dragon among the 5 color dragons. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the red dragon to fall into the trap. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. 10 days later, the space fluctuated. An 18-meter-long red dragon flew out of the gap in the space and slammed to the ground. In a certain cave, Varen and Kyle opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and nodded in unison. On the island, the red dragon Kalkluf used his 2 claws to support his body, looked around, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I finally got rid of that damn Titan. I just followed him as a weapon, but he was so narrow-minded that he chased me on the sea for 8 months. Fortunately, there was a thunderstorm that interfered with the space and made that damn Titan lose its perception of itself. As for that weapon, he had already thrown it into the space crack. If it weren't for fear of the other party's elder's revenge, he wouldn't be willing to throw away the shining weapon. After regaining some strength, Kalkluf carefully took a look at the wealth stored in a certain dragon scale and instantly felt a great sense of satisfaction. If the dependents die, they will die, as long as their treasures are fine. Cough. After spitting out the blood clots in his lungs, Kalkluf lay down on the beach, preparing to restore his magic power first and then find a safe place to recuperate. In order to escape, he had to bear the thunder of the Titan with his body. If the dragon scales were not strong enough, he might have died in some unknown sea area. At this moment, Wylan and Kyle appeared behind the red dragon. Sensing the strange aura, Kalkluf raised his head and saw a fishing net woven with light attribute magic covering him. Roar. Human. Angel. Kalkluf felt the life breath of the 2 people and was dumbfounded for a moment. This was obviously the main world. Where did the angels come from? Varen ignored the surprise in Kalkluf's tone and directly took out the Aoki staff, summoned Tengman, and locked the red dragon's limbs and wings. Kyle fell in front of the opponent, and before the red dragon came back to his senses, he directly blocked the magic power in the opponent's body to avoid unexpected situations. Seeing the 2 guys' skillful movements, which were even more skillful than when he was robbing, a word popped into Kalkluf's mind. It's over. Then Wylan opened the demiplane channel, controlled Tengman, and threw the 18-meter-long dragon into it. If this guy could still teleport within the demiplane, Varen would simply consider himself unlucky. After doing all this, Varen and Kyle returned to the demiplane. After a while, a group of murlocs crawled out of the deep sea and competed with each other for the dragon's blood on the beach. Some murlocs were even more ruthless, picking up clods of soil and starting to eat them. It didn't take long for the beach to turn into a battlefield. In the demiplane, the red dragon Kalkluf stared at the angel standing in front of him with his eyes wide open, his heart filled with despair. He had just successfully escaped from a Titan, and before he could catch his breath, he was caught by an angel. As for the 2 humans next to them, they looked like servants at first glance. He could kill them with a breath of dragon breath, so they were not worth mentioning. But the conversation between the male human and the angel next made him dumbfounded. My lord, this dragon has a very good physique and is very well developed. It is much stronger than Seraphina. It looks like it is the material for breeding dragons. Kyle looked at the tied Kalkluf and explained. Don't tell me that I haven't noticed that this red dragon is so vigorous after being so seriously injured. If you use it to breed other creatures, it will definitely breed a powerful mount. Wylan waved his hand and took down a bloody dragon. After testing the hardness of the scales, it was indeed a good seed dragon. As an angel, a being equal to me is actually willing to become a servant of humans. It's really ridiculous. The red dragon Kalkluf racked his brains and began to ridicule directly, preparing to alienate this person, an angel, in order to seek an opportunity to escape. You talk a little too much. Facing Kyle's cold eyes, Kalkluf's eyelids twitched. He ignored the pain and then mocked. As an angel, a high-level creature, but you treat yourself as a servant, you. Before Kalkluf could finish speaking, Kyle directly silenced the opponent, summoned the 2 sub-guns of Putlock's gun, inserted them into the opponent's body, and absorbed the magic power. With his magic power imprisoned and his body severely damaged, Kalkluf could only watch as his strength slowly evaporated. The next moment, there was a sudden pain in the soul. The heartbreaking pain made Kalkluf twist his body in pain, and his huge body made the ground tremble. Looking at the dying Kalkluf, Varen stopped him and said, "Forget it, don't kill him." Kyle stared at the red dragon with indifferent eyes, waved his hand to retrieve the two auxiliary guns of Putlok's gun, and released the restraint on the opponent's mouth. Kalkluf's eyes were full of fear, and he no longer dared to speak nonsense, for fear of suffering that terrible soul torture again. Kyle pulled off a dragon scale, threw it on the ground, stepped on it with his foot, and warned coldly, "There are some things you shouldn't say nonsense. If you weren't still useful, I really want to make you into a large biological battery." Kalkluf nodded subconsciously, thinking to himself, "What kind of angel is this? It is clearly a demon in the abyss. It would be better for him to pretend to be mute." Wylan kicked the red dragon in front of him and asked, "Where do you put your treasure?" Kalkluf decisively closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Although he had surrendered, it was impossible for him to hand over his wealth. Wylan suddenly felt a little stupid. Asking a dragon where to put the treasure was like asking a man where to put his asterisk. You come to interrogate it, try not to kill it. It's a breeder dragon. Wylan kicked the red dragon a few more times, turned to Kyle and ordered. Kyle listened and grinned. "Master, don't worry, I will make him willingly tell the whereabouts of the treasure." Seeing the smile of the hateful angel, Kalkluf suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. However, when he thought of those shining treasures, he made up his mind. Anyway, he couldn't die. At most, he would be tortured physically. Anyway, he had been beaten many times, so this time was not bad. Wylan turned around and took Zumia out of the demiplane, ready to go out to live in the world of two people. After waiting for his master and his wife to leave, the smile on Kyle's face disappeared instantly. He looked up and down at the 18-meter-long dragon, thinking about which part to start with. Kalkluf was so scared that he trembled all over. He felt that the eyes of the devil seemed to be examining the food. Could it be that he wanted to eat his meat? Warm reminder: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. On the beach, Wylan looked at the murlocs all over the ground and released his aura directly. Feeling threatened, hundreds of murlocs immediately stopped fighting, showing unprecedented order, moving the bodies of their companions and digging the soil with dragon blood. In less than 3 minutes, the beach became very clean. The beach was bumpy. Wylan shook his head, picked up Zumia directly, and looked for a new beach. Putting his wife on the ground, Wylan skillfully took out a lounge chair, a wooden table, a parasol and fruits from the druid book space, and then lay down comfortably. The weather was good, and the scenery here was pleasant. It was a good time to relax. Witnessing her husband's actions, Zumia's mouth curled up slightly, came to the lounge chair, leaned down, and whispered, "You play here first, I'll get you some sea fish." "Be careful," Wylan opened his eyes and warned. Zumia nodded, indicating that she knew, and then came to the beach, cast bliss enjoyment, bewitched several sea fish, and made them swim to the beach obediently. Looking at the 1-meter-long sea fish under her feet, Zumia squatted down, scratched its abdomen, and removed the internal organs with the help of the surge. In endless joy, the life of the sea fish came to an end. After cleaning the internal organs of several other sea fish in the same way, Zumia grabbed a 300 jin sea fish and dragged it to the shore. After dispersing the insects and ants within a radius of 100 meters, Zumia turned into the jungle to collect firewood. As a high-level gold arcanist, although he is not good at close combat, his physical strength is still above the standard line, and it is not a problem to break the excellent knight's long sword with his bare hands. At this moment, Wylan is still lying on the beach, enjoying the sun and feeling the sea breeze, and by the way, looking forward to the taste of the sea fish cooked by his wife, wondering if it can compare with the chef's skills of Xinyu Castle. As for comparing with Kyle, in Wylan's opinion, that is absolutely impossible. So far, he has not seen anyone whose cooking skills can match Kyle's. After an unknown period of time, Wylan smelled the aroma of grilled fish and couldn't help looking up. He saw Zumia flipping through magic books while turning the grilled fish. It should be ready soon. Wylan stood up from the recliner, opened the half-plane, and walked in. Opening his eyes, Wylan saw Kyle bathed in dragon blood, with his eyes rolled up and twitching constantly. Obviously, Kyle had strong personal emotions towards this red dragon. However, Wylan didn't care. Even if he accidentally killed this red dragon, it didn't matter. There are many red dragons in the world, but there is only one angel named Kyle. Wylan stood on the grass, kicked his tail that was thrown aside, and asked curiously, "What's the situation?" Kyle waved his hand to remove the dragon blood on his body, came to his master, and answered, "This red dragon's mouth is a bit hard. He hasn't spoken yet. It seems that he regards his treasure as more important than his life." Wylan glanced at the twitching red dragon, blinked, and said loudly, "I heard that when the dragons escape, they will carry treasures with them. You can pull off all his dragon scales and check them carefully. If you still can't find it, it should be in the stomach. Many dragons will transform one of their stomachs into a space equipment for storing treasures. If you still can't find it, forget it. Just drag it back and make it a breeding dragon." "I know, master." Kyle raised his hands, intertwined his 10 fingers together, making a crisp sound, and prepared to start the second round of interrogation. Seeing this, Wylan stopped him and said, "Let's enjoy the food first. As for this red dragon, it won't be too late to deal with it later." "Food, my lord, you can cook?" Kyle asked suspiciously. "Do you think I can?" "Let's go." Seeing this, Kyle summoned the spear of Putlock and imprisoned the red dragon on the ground, then followed Wylan and left the demiplane. At this moment, the twitching Calcluff calmed down and quietly observed the surroundings. Seeing no movement, he bit the magic beast crystal core in his teeth, cast a spell to take off a piece of dragon scale, embedded it in his flesh, and then lay on the ground motionless. Half an hour later, Calcluff raised his head again, took off a dragon scale, and swallowed it into his stomach. On the beach, Wylan was biting on a grilled fish while monitoring the red dragon's tracks in real time. He sighed and said, "It seems that this dragon is very good at maneuvers and has some ability to shake the restrictions you set. If the world elves had not signed a Halo contract with me, I really couldn't find the hidden side of this red dragon." Kyle didn't say anything, leaning on the wooden chair, taking a bite of fish, thinking about how to deal with this red dragon later. "Do you think this red dragon is hiding its true colors? Or is it really hiding dragon scales containing treasures?" Wylan became interested and asked Kyle. Kyle heard this and looked at the red dragon's third move on the screen. He said uncertainly, "The first time was to hide its true colors, and the second time was to hide dragon scales containing treasures." "How about a bet?" "No bet," Kyle refused without even thinking about it. "How about 1 gold coin?" "No." "How about a 3-month vacation?" "Deal." "How about—" "Wait, you said deal." Wylan put down the grilled fish in his hand, looked at Kyle with a sly smile, and immediately felt that he had been fooled. "Lord, you can't keep your words without keeping them. My wife is still watching." Hearing Kyle's words, Varen turned his head and looked at Shemia, who was snickering, and said a little discouraged, "Who am I? I am the Lord of the Star Prayer. How can I go back on what I said?" "Okay, you should change your temper. Why do you always like to gamble?" Shemia put the cut fish on the table and said to Wylan with a smile. Wylan patted the seat next to him, asked Shemia to sit down, and then said, "You are wrong. I have only bet with Kyle. As for bets with other people, I don't dare." Zemia straightened the hair on her forehead and replied with a smile, "It seems so." After enjoying the grilled fish, Kyle returned to the demiplane and prepared to end the torture. Wylan took out a lot of fruit and put it aside, ready to eat the melon immediately. Shermia's curiosity was also aroused. She sat on Varen's lap and stared at the projection inside the demiplane. At this moment, in the demiplane, Calcluff rolled his eyes and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Kyle sneered, withdrew Putlock's gun, and split into 2 low-level soul clones. The 2 parts of an angel worked together and began to peel off the dragon's scales. Enduring the severe pain, Calcluff did not dare to make the slightest move and continued to pretend to be dead. Half a plane away, Varen looked at this scene and sighed. It seems that Kyle is really angry. The next scene. "Wylan, I am not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. I have seen things you have seen, and I have seen things you haven't seen." Shemia grabbed a fruit and said with a smile, "All right." In this case, Varen chose to continue watching. In the demiplane, the dragon's surroundings were covered with dragon scales. Enduring the severe pain, Calcluff lay on the ground and continued to pretend to be dead. As long as the other party stripped off his dragon scales, he would naturally give up, and then his treasure would be safe. Kyle stood on the giant dragon, used brute force to tear off a dragon scale, and threw it aside. This guy thinks he is easy to deceive, so he will have fun with the other person. After an unknown amount of time, Kyle pulled out the last dragon scale from the red dragon and threw it on the grass. He stepped on Calclough's head and looked back at his masterpiece, feeling very satisfied. The hot dragon's blood flowed outwards along the dense wounds and penetrated deeply into the ground. 31,626 dragon scales are used to make armor. More than 500 sets of red dragon scale armor can be forged. The dragon scales should be removed every 3 years. This is a good idea. Hearing the words of this demon, Calclough felt great fear in his heart, but for the sake of the treasure, he still chose to pretend to be dead. Seeing the red dragon indifferent, Kyle admired the red dragon's perseverance from the bottom of his heart. But this did not prevent him from repairing the giant dragon. Jumped down from the red dragon's head, used his feet to help the opponent turn over, took out the Putlock's gun and landed it on the opponent's abdomen, but did not make a move. Calclough felt the touch on his skin, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. After a long time, Kyle slowly moved the auxiliary gun of Putlock's gun and slowly opened the red dragon's belly while observing the dragon's reaction. A 3-meter-long gash was opened on his abdomen, and Calclough couldn't help but grit his teeth. Heh, it seems that I have reached the limit of my endurance. Kyle looked at the tail of the red dragon and sensed the dragon scales he had hidden somewhere. He grabbed it out without giving the other party a chance to resist. Feeling that his treasure was taken away by the other party, Calclough stopped pretending to be dead and twisted his body, trying to make a sound, but found that he was silenced again. Watching the red reptile twisting like a maggot, Kyle laughed heartily. Ha, I am very satisfied with your performance. In so many years, you are the first red dragon with such backbone that I have encountered. Don't worry, I will protect your treasure for you. I know you want to give me your treasure, right? Look at you flapping your wings with excitement. Wylan looked at the somewhat crazy Kyle and couldn't help but cover his face. However, Zemia watched this scene with great interest. She did not expect that the usually calm and composed housekeeper would actually show this side. It seemed that this red dragon made him very angry. Don't tell Kyle, just know it. Wellen waved his hand to close the screen and warned his wife. Zemia nodded and replied, Don't worry, I know what's appropriate. Varen lay on the recliner and suggested, What do you think of turning that red dragon into Kyle's mount? Okay, Shemya said with a smile, the red dragon's obsession with treasures surprised me. After this battle, I'm afraid it will have a great sense of fear for Kyle. I'll wait for you to find you. If you need anything, ask Kyle to return the treasure to the dragon, and I can guarantee that the red dragon will never leave Kyle in the future. How do you know I'm not looking for the red dragon treasure, but looking for something? Wylan looked at Shermia curiously and asked, Dear Wylan, as your wife, I have been lying beside you for so many years. Do you think I don't understand you? Shemia stood up from her husband's lap and said with a smile, Don't forget, but for an arcanist who specializes in spiritual direction, even though he doesn't know exactly what you are looking for, he can still make a rough guess. I'm going to the island to have a look. Do you want to go? I'd better keep lying down, you go ahead. Wylan waved his hand, closed his eyes, and continued to bask in the sun. Seeing her husband's laziness, Shemia took out a blanket and covered his belly, then walked towards the center of the island. She found some interesting things when she was picking up firewood, and now she just happened to go take a look. As the sun sets, the beach is filled with a golden afterglow. Hearing the noise, Wylan opened his eyes, sat up, and saw 2 magic puppets appearing in front of him. What's this? Shermia commanded the magic puppet to put herself down, came to Wylan's side and explained, I found it in the cave. Any more? Facing her husband's inquiry, Zemia spread her arms and said, No more, just these 2. Varen walked to the 3-meter-tall magic puppet and carefully felt the internal structure. 60% of the material was magic steel. The remaining 40% was mithril, orichalcum, fine gold, and some other materials. Unknown mixed material. After knocking on it, the overall strength is similar to the physical strength of a silver mid-level warrior. The specific combat power should only be that of a low-level silver warrior. To be able to discover two ownerless magic puppets in such a short period of time, it seems that his wife still has the physique to hunt for treasure. Feeling her husband's gaze, Zemia understood what this meant without thinking too much. However, she was not angry. How do you want to use these magic puppets? Zemia thought for a moment and then suggested. How about taking it back to guard the inner city gate? Wai Lin looked at the two magic puppets, then looked at his wife and said with a smile, "This is also possible. At that time we can dismiss 2 guards and save costs. Isn't it wonderful?" I heard from Eunice that you said the same thing to Kyle back then, but the target was the chef. Zumia blinked and answered with a playful word. Really? Yes. Why do you want to know my past? Wai Lin stepped forward and pinched Zumia's face, asking curiously. Zumia knocked her husband's hand away, rubbed her face, and said with a smile, "Because I want to know you, whether it is Eunice, Hilda and Zisina, the people in the castle, or Baird, Cassius and Hebrew, the leaders of the Star Prayer. They all have the same evaluation of you." What evaluation, tell me? Wai Lin was aroused and asked impatiently. Zumia stepped back a few steps and said slowly, "I'll tell you if you catch me." Wai Lin looked at his wife running away, touched his smooth chin and flashed in front of her, wanting to hug her, but found that it was an illusion. Here, following the sound, Zumia had appeared 100 meters away. Awesome, when did you let me enter the illusion? Find me within half an hour, and I'll tell you, and you can do whatever you want, but forget it if you can't find me. Hearing the voice in his ear, Wai Lin's mouth curled up slightly, ready to let her feel what a dark druid is. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. In the demoplane, Kyle was wearing a black uniform. Sitting on a stone chair, crossing his legs, looking at the red-haired man kneeling on the ground. Playing with the dragon scales in his hands, feeling particularly happy. Seeing his dragon scales containing wealth rising and falling, Kalklef's heart also rose and fell. I'm very satisfied with your current tone and attitude. If you contribute your blood to the Kixing leader, you can get your treasure back in less than 50 years. Kalklef's eyes showed fear and he replied respectfully, "Understood, my lord." His lifespan is long enough. As long as he survives these 50 years, he will be free. Isn't it just about spreading your own bloodline? It's like a dog. Get up and sort out your dragon scales and the clods of soil stained with dragon blood. Yes, sir. Kalklef stood up from the ground and began to clean up the mess. Kyle sat aside and watched quietly. Dragon scales are used to make armor, and the clods of soil stained with dragon blood can be rewarded to the servants in the underground world, so that they can work harder for the Kixing leader. Half an hour later, the demoplane passage opened, and Wylan and Shemia returned here. My lord, all the treasures of this red dragon are here, with a total value of about 65.26 million gold coins. Kyle stood up and handed the dragon scales in his hand to his lord. Wylan took the dragon scale, took out all the gold coins and placed it in the open space. Looking at his wealth, Kalklef swallowed his saliva while shoveling the gold coins. Last year, he was still a dominating evil dragon with tens of thousands of servants. He could harvest thousands of gold coins every day, as well as all kinds of meat for his enjoyment. But since he met the Titan, he felt that he was favored by MS. Doomed. On the way to escape, strange things happened frequently. Either he encountered a metal dragon or the dragon worship cult. He thought it was a curse brought by that semi-epic thing, but after he threw the weapon into the cracks in space, bad things happened one after another without stopping at all. With the help of the thunderstorm, he escaped the pursuit of the Titans, and then fell into the hands of this angel, who was more terrifying than the devil, allowing him to experience what it means to live worse than death. What are you looking at? Have you finished cleaning it? Hearing this cold voice, Kalklef quickly lowered his head, clenched his tail, and continued shoveling, lowering his sense of presence. Wylan looked at the golden mountain in front of him and estimated that it contained 10 million gold coins. Although it is easier than finding a needle in a haystack to find the gold coin transformed by the destiny card, it is also a very small probability. Seeing this, Varen became even more determined that only certain people would find the destiny card. Zemia Kyle, you find a gold coin from this pile of gold coins. Wylan crossed his arms and looked at the glittering gold mountain and said to the two of them. Shemia seemed to understand something. She stepped forward, followed her feelings, and took out a gold coin from the pile of gold coins. Then what? I don't know either. You keep it first. Wylan didn't know how to make the destiny card appear, so he had to make this first move. Hearing this, Shemia put the gold coins into the space ring, returned to Wylan, and waited with peace of mind. Seeing this, Kyle flew to the top of the golden mountain, looked around, grabbed a blood-stained gold coin on the left, and returned to his master. No strange phenomena occurred, and Wylan was not sure whether the gold coins in their hands were transformed from destiny cards. Finally, Wylan took out a gold coin from the gold mountain and gently put it into his pocket. Put these gold coins here first. I will use them for my own purposes. As for this dragon scale. Kalclough, who was busy on the side, raised his ears and listened eagerly to the whereabouts of his treasure. That red dragon, come here. Hearing the other party's voice, Kalclough quickly lowered his tail and came to Varen. His eyes showing respect and desire. Human. Oh no, sir, what are your orders? Seeing the thunder and lightning leaping in the hands of the demon, Kalclough was horrified and hurriedly changed his words. Do you want your treasure? Think. Kalclough cried out his heart's desire without thinking, but regretted it as soon as the words came out of his mouth. Kyle looked at the drool on his master's face and released the electricity without hesitation. The double torture of body and soul left Kalclough in pain on the ground. With his true body sealed, he could only use this fragile body to bear this inhuman pain. Seeing this, Zemia quickly used the cleaning technique to remove the saliva from her husband's face. Looking at the painful red dragon, Varen waved his hand to ask Kyle to stop discharging. After getting rid of the torment of thunder and lightning, Kalclough was limp and weak, with drool hanging from the corner of his mouth, as if he had been completely ruined. Wylan came to the red dragon, squatted down, slowly took out a piece of fruit, gently put it to the other person's mouth, and said calmly, You have received the punishment you deserve for your offense to me, so I will no more pursuit. It's easy to get back this dragon scale, become the mount of my guardian knight. Not only can you get back the treasure stored in the dragon scale, I will also return those gold coins to you. I will even give you 1,000 gold coins every year as a reward. Salary. In addition, every time I spread your bloodline, I will give you an additional 100 gold coins. If you don't want to, forget it. Okay this. Kyle saw this and reminded, My lord, his name is Kalclough. Well, Lord Kalclough, what is your choice? I choose the first one. After saying this, Kalclough seemed to have lost all his strength, looking at the sky in confusion, and began to think about his life. Wylan took out a lot of fruits and placed them next to the red dragon, stood up, and said slowly, A wise choice, Kalclough. I hope you like kixing territory. Afterwards, Wylan called the 24 knights of the guard team to choose a gold coin from the gold mountain. The result was as he imagined, without any movement. Seeing this situation, he could only hope that someone in the territory was the destined person of the fate card. Otherwise, this pile of gold could only be sealed and wait for the destined person to find it himself. In the next 2 days, Wylan was not in a hurry to return to Kixing territory. On the one hand, he wanted to leave time for Kyle and his mount to get along, and on the other hand, he wanted to go to the island with his wife to search again to see if he could find any treasure. Imagination is beautiful, reality is very skinny. After searching the entire nameless island, not a single gold coin was found. On July 25, Wylan took Kyle and Zumia to operate the Star Moon airship back to Kixing territory. After returning to the Praying Star territory, Wylan summoned his subordinates in batches and asked them to pick a gold coin from the pile of gold coins belonging to the red dragon. The result was a huge disappointment. No one found the destiny card. In the basement of the castle, Varen looked at the pair of golden mountains in front of him and fell into deep thought. Destiny guidance cannot be wrong. As for why the destiny card cannot be found, it may be that the time has not come yet. At the right time, at the right place, the right person, elf or dragon enters this place and picks out a gold coin that makes him or her happy, and then it is possible to find the destiny card. Don't be discouraged. If that item is in there, you will eventually find it. Shemia stood next to Wylan and comforted softly. It seems that the red dragon will have to wait for a while to get his gold coins back. Anyway, the destiny card can't escape. As long as he tries too many times, he will always find the destiny card. Half a month later, this strange event called One Gold Coin ended. Although many senior leaders of the Kixing leader were very confused about this, the Lord must have his own meaning in doing so. On January 10, 9752 in the glorious calendar, the wonderful holiday ended. Looking at the 60 nature-related books on the desk, Varen felt dizzy. If he had known better, he would not have made the bet with Kyle, which would have cost him 3 months of vacation. Lord, this is what you need to learn in the next 10 years. The weird spells recorded in that book cannot be used openly after all. You still need to understand some formal druid books. Kyle stood beside the desk, and slowly he spoke. Varen took down the book on the top, which was titled 200 Years of Days and Days with the Tree People, and couldn't help but complain. These are all stupid names. Lord, please don't look at the poor title of this book, but it contains detailed records of a moon elf druid master's experience in cultivating treants. In less than 200 years, he transformed an ordinary treant who could not grow into an ordinary treant. I admire him for being a war treant, and you can learn more about his cultivation methods. Okay, Wylan replied weakly, lying on the table. 200 years, it's scary to think about it. This moon elf druid master really has extraordinary perseverance. Looking at the listless lord, Kyle put a new combat skill on the table. Wylan turned around to look, couldn't wait to take it, and started to read through it. Aoki Faceless Clone was actually transformed by Kyle. He is truly a genius. Looking at the master, who was obsessed with it, Kyle stood aside and waited quietly. Aoki Faceless Clone can create 3 conscious gold mid-level faceless clones, or create 1,000 unconscious silver low-level faceless clones. The existence time of the faceless clone depends on its own fighting energy capacity, and it can also be driven by the magic power of the same attribute. Half an hour later, Wylan closed the Aoki Faceless Clone combat skill and felt that the theoretical and practical methods inside, as well as the precautions for practice, were extremely detailed. In his opinion, there is no need to even think about it. If you practice according to the above method, you will definitely be able to get started within 3 months, and you will be able to successfully practice within 2 years. Thinking of this, Varen suddenly felt pressure. Although his talent was good compared with Kyle, he was in heaven and on earth. However, after struggling for a minute, he accepted the reality. He was not a genius, so why bother thinking about what geniuses were thinking? He just needed to be himself. I want to use this combat skill as my second soul. Combat skill, what do you think? Master, you can make your own decision, but you need to let me know when you are carving the soul ring. Kyle hesitated and said, Don't worry, I won't mess around. At this moment, there are still more than 7 months until the Holy War of Faith. For the next 200 days or so, Wylan practiced hard during the day and dealt with his wife at night. As for government affairs, Kyle handles all the tasks. At the beginning of June, the province of Cardero once again held a parliament of nobles. This time in the Noble Council. There was basically no business to discuss. In the end, Wylan provided the venue, and other nobles provided special products, and everyone went to the Kixing Manor outside the city. In a shady place in the manor, Varen, Brian, Alcott, and Edgar gathered together and chatted with each other. Wylan, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you are already a soul knight. Alcott shook the wine in his glass with melancholy on his face. It feels a little unreal to think back more than 30 years ago, when this little guy was just a bronze knight, and in the blink of an eye, he has become a soul knight. Compared to his nephew's achievements, Alcott felt that his 100 years of life had been in vain. Varen looked at Alcott, who had mixed feelings, and comforted him. Uncle, luck plays a big part in how far I have come. Besides, you are now a low-level gold knight, and you have at least 200 years to live. You can definitely take Gutland to a higher level. I am self-aware. Alcott took a sip of wine and said slowly, I know my abilities very well. You don't need to comfort me. I am now looking forward to how far you will develop the star prayer leader in my lifetime. Wylan spread his hands and said, To be honest, I don't know either. I'm not afraid of the laughter of my 2 cousins. I'm basically being pushed away by my subordinates now. As for the governance of the territory, I basically only control the general direction. The specific development is all decided by Baird and the others. Of course, I definitely have the army in my own hands. When Edgar heard this, he looked envious. I really don't know why all of your guardian knights are so gifted. If the head of the family opened a back door for you, I would rather believe that you gave them items that can enhance their talents, such as the legendary 7-color flower of life. Wylin saw this and replied calmly, "Luck, just luck. Ha ha ha, to be honest, if I were not your cousin, but an ordinary knight, I would want to work under you." Edgar felt that he was a little out of control and changed the subject. "Wylin, we have 3 months to go to the royal capital to gather. What else do I need to prepare?" Brian asked during the break in the conversation. Wylin heard this and replied, "Cousin, let me tell you the truth. As long as the quality of the soldiers is qualified, you don't have to worry even if you let the soldiers go empty-handed. As far as I know, the Life Church is responsible for the logistics for this holy war of faith, and we only need just provide the troops. However, don't bring nothing. At least bring weapons and equipment. We are not poor. When the time comes, we will be laughed at by other nobles. It will be the family that is embarrassed." "We know this." The three nodded in response. After the meeting of nobles, many nobles in Cardero province began their final mobilization. At the beginning of August, in the military camp outside Kixing City, Varen, accompanied by Cassius, began to inspect the training of the lower-level noble armies. After 24 months of training, these 4,000 people have completely changed compared to the beginning. On the surface, the most obvious difference is that they have turned black. Looking from other directions, thanks to the supply of black-skinned pork once every 2 days, the aristocratic children below the silver level and their followers have generally improved by 1 or 2 realms, and the strength of the aristocratic children below the silver level has also improved. However, all this is not free. Varen spends the resources in his hands to cultivate them. So during the holy war of faith, these people must obey his orders. Walking in the queue, Wylin looked at the determined expressions on the faces of these young men, as if he saw himself in his youth. There was a hint of relief and appreciation in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth was slightly raised, showing his recognition of these young warriors. "How many kilometers can they march in an hour now?" Cassius, who was following Varen, heard the words and replied, "My lord, wear all weapons and equipment and march with all your strength. In plain areas, you can run 60 kilometers an hour. March continuously for 15 hours. In hilly areas, it can cover 40 kilometers in 1 hour and can march continuously for 12 hours. If you march normally, you can last for 5 days and 4 nights without rest." Finally, Cassius added, "The training is good." Wylin nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Let the captains come to see me." "Yes, lord." In the wooden house, 5 captains stood in front of Wylin, bowed and saluted and said respectfully, "I have met you, sir." Seeing this, Wylin motioned for the 5 of them to sit down. Seeing that the 5 people looked a little reserved, Wylin showed a gentle smile and said, "Don't be nervous. I called you here mainly because I want to get to know you. Compared to looking up cold words, I prefer you to introduce it to me in person. Then let's start from the left." As soon as Wylin finished speaking, the middle-aged red-haired man stood up and introduced, "Sir Viscount, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Valk Charles. I come from the Charles family of Po Valley, and I am the younger brother of the Baron of Po Valley. Now serves as the captain of the first team in the training camp. Lord Viscount, my name is." During the whole process, Wylin did not speak. He listened carefully to the introductions of the 5 people and gave them due respect. Knowing the basic information about the 5 people, Varen could tell that these 5 people were the backbone of their respective families, which was enough to prove the determination of these 5 barons to join him. Unfortunately, Varen has no thoughts in this regard for the time being. Perhaps there will be some changes after the Holy War of Faith ends. In half a month, the training camp will be renamed the 10th Battalion. This is a temporary designation. After the War of Faith is over, I will take back this designation. Valk, the middle-aged red-haired man, stood up and responded, "Sir, please give me your instructions. You will serve as the commander of the 10th Battalion and also the captain of the 1st Battalion. I obey your orders, Valk replied respectfully. After Valk sat down, Varen looked at the other 4 people and said in a deep voice, "You are still in charge of your respective troops. Is there any problem?" "We will obey." The 4 of them stood up and replied in unison. "Normally, you can give me opinions, but you must implement my orders to the end. After the war begins, you will no longer be members of any noble family, nor will you be followers of anyone else. You and the troops you command are all my soldiers. When you get back, pass on my words." "Yes, sir." "Okay, let's break up the meeting." The 5 people stood up and left the room one by one. After the 5 people left, Varen ordered the guards to call Cassius in. "Lord, please give me your orders." Cassius entered the room, beat his chest and saluted, keeping a serious expression on his face. "Sit." Seeing the other party sit down, Wylan did not go around in circles and said straight to the point, "In this war, I will keep Kixing Camp as a garrison. Do you have any complaints?" "My lord, you certainly have your own reasons for doing this, and my subordinates have no complaints at all." Cassius replied seriously with a serious face. "If you have any complaints, just speak up. I'm not a bossy person." "My lord, I have no complaints." Real. Someone is coming." Outside the room, 2 guards heard the lord's voice, pushed the door open, and waited for orders. "I ask you, what is the punishment for concealing something or not reporting it?" Wylan looked at his 2 guards and asked. The 2 looked at each other, and the older guard said, "Lord, if you conceal it and do not report it, according to the punishment regulations formulated by Lord Kyle, you should be deprived of all positions, fined with hard labor for 6 months, and 100% of his family property should be confiscated. 89 times, if the circumstances are serious, you should." "Okay, you go out first." Wylan interrupted the guard and waved for the 2 of them to go out first. When the door closed here, Varen looked at Cassius again. "Now there are no lords or generals here. I want to hear your truest thoughts." Cassius raised his head and looked at his master, and finally expressed his thoughts. After the announcement of the opening of the city, Cassius's face flushed, his eyes were somewhat evasive, and he dared not look directly at his master. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, showing his inner tension and embarrassment. "I understand your thoughts. No general wants his troops to be used as a reserve, but for Kixing territory, only one army that can fight, and only one general who can fight well, will do more harm than good. This is extremely unfavorable to the future development of the territory," Wylan said with a serious face. "Master, it's my fault. Please punish me." Cassius stood up, looked up at his master and said with a firm look, "Some things are not a problem if they are said openly. After returning, read more books and train the Kixing camp well. I hope that when I return to Kixing territory again, there will be no warriors below the high bronze level in the Kixing camp." Wylan looked at Cassius and said earnestly, "Master, don't worry. If I don't complete your order, I will volunteer to go to Xingyu Castle to guard the gate for you." Cassius answered loudly to express his determination. Wylan patted Cassius on the shoulder, then picked up the knight's sword on the seat, left the room, and went to Kixing City with his guards. In the next half-month, Wylan took the initiative to find his guardian knights and important personnel, opened his heart, put aside his status, and communicated on an equal footing. After this battle, the loyalty of the leaders of Kixing to Wylan rose to a higher level. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. The night before departure, Zumia leaned on Wylan's arms and said with some regret, "I have tried hard for 2 years, but I still can't get pregnant. I don't know how long it will take for you to come back after you leave." "Don't worry anyway, our lifespan is still so long. It's not too late to have children even after 100 years. Wylan stroked his wife's silver hair and comforted her. "Don't worry, I will manage the territory well." The magic lamp went out, and there was no words all night. The next morning, with the farewell of many high-level leaders of Kixing, Wylan led 20,000 troops to march towards the provincial capital of Kadlo Province. 3 days later, through the transfer of the teleportation array, 20,000 troops arrived in Meal City, and entered the Adez military camp on the Ilia Plain for 3 months of pre-war training. Within half a month, 800,000 troops arrived at the Adez military camp, one after another. During this period, Wyland stayed in the military camp and did not go anywhere. He planned to go to the kingdom of Ilia to find Zelia after the first meeting. 10 years have passed. I don't know how the boy who wanted to commit suicide is doing now. My lord, the Blood Moon Earl has arrived. Kyle entered the tent and answered respectfully. Upon hearing this, Wyland stood up, took up the knight's sword, and took Kyle to his aunt's military camp. In a tent in the eastern area of the Asd military camp, Blood Moon Earl Mia Lai issued orders in an orderly manner and planned the deployment in the camp. Excluding the army share given to Kixing territory, the total number of troops sent by Blood Moon territory in this war reached 16,000, including 100 knights, 500 warriors, 500 assassins, 1,000 mages, and 400 priests. The 100 knights included 300 magic knights, 800 blood wolf knights, 500 blood moon knights, 200 flying dragon knights, and 300 griffin knights. The 500 warriors were divided into the Blood Moon camp and the Vitris camp, named after their own titles and husbands respectively. The 500 assassin troops consisted of 200 forest rangers and 300 moon shadow assassins. The 1,000 mage troops were divided into 3 mage regiments, led by a high-level gold elemental mage, a mid-level gold druid, and a mid-level gold elemental mage. The 400 priest troops were led by Karina Axe, the younger sister of Blood Moon Earl Mealy, whose husband Zekalinia Axe was the commander of the Blood Moon camp. In the corner, a middle-aged man sat on a cushion, looking at the people in the tent listlessly. If it weren't for Mealy's request, he wouldn't have come here. My lord, Viscount Kixing, is here to visit. A silver mid-level knight entered the tent and reported loudly. Upon hearing this, Blood Moon Earl said to everyone, "Today's meeting ends here. Arrange according to my instructions, and you will discuss the specific details yourself." "Yes, my lord, lord," everyone saluted and answered in unison. Seeing this, Vitris prepared to sneak out among the crowd. Miali looked at her husband, who was sneaking around, teleported behind him, and asked by pulling his ear, "Vitris, where are you going?" "I'm going to go to see Yerlin to catch up. I haven't seen him for a few years, and I miss him a little bit," Vitris answered quickly without hesitation. As a gentleman who was going to enjoy the beautiful scenery, the excuse was thought of long before the action. As for whether Miali believed it or not, that was her business. Anyway, she had already found a way out. "Stay here obediently. There will be something for you to do later." Hearing his wife's request, Vitris smiled awkwardly and went back to sit down. Outside the tent, Wyland stood in the distance, watching the people coming out of the tent, a total of 23 people, including 3 soul-level powerhouses, 18 high-level gold professionals, and 2 mid-level gold professionals. Kixingaling still has a long way to go. Wyland lowered his head slightly and couldn't help but sighed. Perhaps the current Kixing territory can be compared with ordinary earldoms, but it is far behind Mealy's Blood Moon territory. Seeing this, Kyle nodded and agreed. So far, there are only 21 gold professionals in Kixing territory. There are only 4 gold intermediate professionals, Orlando, Hebrew, Andrew, and Cassius. There is no gold high-level professional. Above them is the Master. He and Lord Oder are soul-level professionals. "My lord, the Earl invites you in." The silver intermediate knight came to the 2, beat his chest and saluted, and replied respectfully. Wyland thanked politely, "Thank you. This is my duty, you don't have to do this." The silver intermediate knight lifted the curtain, sent the 2 in, and continued to stand guard in front of the tent. Entering the tent, Wyland touched his chest with his right hand, bowed his head and saluted, "Meet the Blood Moon Earl." Kyle followed closely and saluted with his master. Mealy stood up, walked to Wyland, and said with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for a few years. We are so unfamiliar, you don't even call me aunt. In the military camp, as far as I know, you prefer others to call you the Blood Moon Earl. Oh, I think this will make you happier," Wyland replied calmly with a smile on his face. "Ha, you know a lot, kid." Mealy smiled and then continued, "We haven't seen each other for a few years. You have been promoted to Soul Knight. It's really... Well, why did you come to me this time?" Wylan was a little confused about the fact that his aunt only spoke half of the words, but he didn't take it to heart and directly stated the purpose of his trip. I came to visit you this time. Firstly, I want to see you and my aunt, and secondly, I want to thank you for your visit. Give me your share of the 4,000 troops. After finishing speaking, Varen took out the 8 soul-level combat skills from the space ring and handed them to Blood Moon Count Miyali. Miyali took the 8 books of soul-level combat skills and roughly browsed them. She was shocked and said in great surprise, "There are so many soul-level combat skills, and there are also supporting training methods. You can't dig up some ancient relics." Faced with this problem, Wylan smiled and said nothing. He could not tell his aunt that he had really dug up an ancient ruins and obtained 67 soul-level spells and 120 8 soul-level combat skills and supporting equipment. Practice methods. Looking at the expression on her grandnephew's face, Miyali was not so surprised when she thought about the title of Son of Miracle that he carried. "Sit down and let's chat for a while." Seeing this, Wylan found a soft cushion, sat down in the tent, and took out a map of the Metagia plain of Nangetia for his aunt to look at. In Earl Bloodmoon's surprised eyes, Varen repeated what his grandfather told him. 2 hours later, Varen and Kyle came out of Earl Bloodmoon's camp and returned to the military camp. Half a month later, the Duke of East, the Duke of Moravia, Saint Anastasia, and a royal legend jointly held a pre-war meeting. Although it is called a pre-war meeting, if you want to participate in this meeting, you need to meet a certain threshold. You must either have the title of Earl or your own strength has reached the soul level. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wylan passed through the 3-layer magic barrier and entered the conference room. In the conference room, many nobles were sitting on floating chairs, gathering together in 2s and 3s, sharing their information and bragging to each other. Wylan came to a floating chair and sat down, holding a ball in his right hand and operating the chair to move around. Varen. When Wylan heard his name, he looked around and found an old acquaintance. "I've been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be here." Earl Russell floated to Varen's side on the floating chair with joy in his voice. "Brother Russell, long time no see. I didn't expect you to participate in this holy war of faith." "Brother Wylan, I haven't seen you for several years since you got married." "I'm sorry, I've been too busy after getting married, and I really can't spare the time to see you," Wylan said with an apology on his face. "If it were there, wouldn't we see it now?" After the two were polite, they began to share the information they knew. "The Marquis of Basel is very hostile to you. You have to be careful." Russell lowered his voice and whispered to Varen. After hearing the other party's reminder, Varen searched for relevant information about the Marquis of Basel in his mind. The Marquis of Basel, whose full name is Basil Grote Bertram, is the head of the Bertram family. His territory of Grote is located in the province of Capui, covering an area of about 110,000 square kilometers. There are also 2 counts in the family, which are middle-level existences in the sequence of the Marquis family. The Bertram family and the Hax family are in-law families. They have been intermarried with each other for thousands of years, which is longer than the existence of the Axe family. Thinking of this, Varen finally understood why the Marquis of Basel was hostile to him, or that the Bertram family and the Axe family were hostile existences, but they did not openly quarrel with each other. If the Marquis of Basel was a marquis known for his wisdom, Varen wouldn't have anything to worry about. Smart people assess the situation and will not be confused about the situation. But there are always surprises. The Marquis of Basel is famous among the nobles for his force. In other words, he has a bad temper and does things without thinking. He is privately despised by other nobles as a black bear in gorgeous clothes. As far as he knew, it might have something to do with the Marquis's parents. Incestuous marriages tend to give birth to geniuses, but they are more likely to give birth to geniuses with intellectual disabilities. "Brother Russell, I will pay attention." After saying that, Varen took out a document from the space ring and handed it to the other party, whispering, "Take a good look after you go back. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Although we are not the commander-in-chief, but it is still necessary to understand the situation of the entire war." "Thank you." Russell looked grateful, looked around carefully, and put the file into the space equipment. Wylan replied in a low voice, "It's okay, it's mutual benefit." Wylin will not be stingy with giving back to those who help him. Although relevant information would be obtained from other people later on in this incident, he was very touched that Russell took the initiative to come to him and tell him this information. While the two were chatting, a powerful voice sounded in the conference room. The Duke of Moravia has arrived. The nobles present stopped communicating, lowered the suspended chairs to the ground, stood on both sides, and bent down to salute to show their respect for the Duke of Moravia. Under the gaze of many nobles, the Duke of Moravia entered the conference room and went straight to the main seat above to sit down. In less than 2 minutes, the Duke of East, Saint Anastasia, and a legendary knight named Bradley Silvis entered the scene. When Saint Anastasia entered the conference room, Varin couldn't help but glance at the saint secretly, and he was fascinated by it in just a moment. Saint Anastasia's long golden hair falls on her shoulders, her face is as beautiful as an angel, her skin is as white as snow and as delicate as silk, exuding a holy aura, and her eyes are clear and bright, revealing gentleness and love. She is tall and elegant, wearing a pure white robe, inlaid with golden patterns, shining with mysterious light, reflecting the holy light emanating from her body. Wylin had to admit that his heart was moved. At this moment, he seemed to see the most beautiful scene in the world, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. However, it was only for a moment that Wylin's heart cooled down. Looking to the left, he found that Brother Russell was even worse than him, and his eyes almost went straight. Russell, who was indulging in beautiful fantasies, felt the pain coming from his waist and suddenly woke up. He looked at Varin apologetically, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Varin winked at him and made him look to his left. Following Wylin's prompt, Russell turned his head slightly and looked to the left. He found that there was someone worse than him, and he felt a lot better. In front of the conference room, the Duke of Moravia sat on the second chair with his eyes closed, paying no attention to what was happening in the conference room. Duke East sat on the third chair, watching the nobles below with interest, wanting to see how the saint would deal with them. Saint Anastasia sat on the first chair, looked down, and sighed inwardly. It was no wonder that these nobles acted like this. The main source was still on her. She raised her hand and cast the divine art Pure Heart to awaken these nobles who were addicted to her aura. If the Pope hadn't asked her to come, she would have just wanted to stay in the Temple of Life and serve the Goddess of Life. Everyone sit down. Many nobles looked ashamed, apologized in a low voice, and sat down quietly. Seeing everyone sit down, Saint Anastasia nodded to Bradley Silvis, indicating that he could start. After receiving the instructions, Bradley nodded in response, operated the crystal ball, and sorted according to the Lord's title, military combat effectiveness, and his own strength according to the established form. After a while, 169 floating chairs were arranged in a ladder-like manner. From front to back, there were 6 rows, representing 6 levels. There were 8 positions close to the 4 legends, 7 marquises and 1 earl. Wylin looked up and saw that, as he had expected, his aunt's comprehensive strength was in the first sequence in the Expeditionary Corps. As for him, he was in the 13th position in the 2nd row, with an earl on the left and another earl on the right. Silence. As the voice of the legend resounded throughout the conference room, everyone stopped whispering and turned their eyes to the 4 big guys at the top, waiting for the meeting to be held. Seeing this, Bradley activated the image stone and projected the full map of the Meridionantia continent into the conference room. Then he sat on the 4th chair and handed the meeting leadership back to Saint Anastasia. This war of faith was led by the Church of Life. So Saint Anastasia naturally became the supreme leader of the Expeditionary Corps. In this holy war, the Kingdom of Bayesi will be the main attacker, landing from the north of the Northern Milu Empire. Our Kingdom of Ilia will be the main attacker, and the first target country is the Kingdom of Ansa. Many nobles looked at the map, some with shining eyes, some bowed their heads in contemplation, and some were wandering in the sky. During the war, logistics will be undertaken by the Church of Life. Under the explanation of Saint Anastasia, everyone gradually understood the mission of this expedition. Wylin sat below and listened carefully. No matter whether the content was boring or not, the minimum attitude was still necessary. 2 hours later, Saint Anastasia ended her explanation, resigned to the other 3 legends, and then left the meeting room. For Saint Anastasia, the purpose of her trip had been achieved. The next step was a discussion on military affairs. As a saint of the Church of Life, she did not understand these, and staying would not be of any use. In addition, she also had to meet the Crusaders from the Church of Life in the Valcam world. Although the Elijah Expeditionary Corps positioned the 2 million Crusaders as cannon fodder troops and logistics troops for her, these were all brave warriors who responded to the Goddess of Life. She had to meet them in person. When the figure of Saint Anastasia disappeared from the field of vision, the atmosphere of the entire meeting instantly became solemn. The Duke of Moravia slowly opened his eyes and scanned the whole audience. A suffocating pressure weighed heavily on the nobles present, making them almost breathless. "Duke East, it's your turn to preside over the meeting." "Okay, let me do it next." Duke East nodded in response, signaling Bradley to close the photo stone. Seeing this, everyone straightened their backs and became very alert. The next topic was related to the organization of the army, and they could not afford to slack off. "I will be the leader of the Expeditionary Corps, the Duke of Moravia will be the chief mage of the Expeditionary Corps, and Mr. Bradley will be the deputy leader of the Expeditionary Corps. Within 3 months, the Expeditionary Corps will be organized into 4 corps, each of which will have a force ranging from 150,000 to 200,000 troops. Appoint Marquis Vernal Cadlian as the leader of the 1st Corps of the Expeditionary Corps, and Marquis Kylas Alfred as the deputy leader of the 1st Corps of the Expeditionary Corps. Appoint Marquis Copperfield Rotend as the leader of the 4th Corps of the Expeditionary Corps, and Earl Mealy Axe as the deputy leader of the 4th Corps of the Expeditionary Corps. The 1st Corps has 5 armies under its jurisdiction. Appoint. Welland stared at the Duke of East and listened carefully to the commanders of each unit. 15 minutes later, the appointments of the generals of the 4th Corps began to be read out. The 4th Legion has 6 armies under its jurisdiction. Appoint Viscount Varon Aix as the commander of the 15th Army and concurrently the deputy director of the logistics department. When Varon heard his appointment, he was a little confused. It was expected that he would become the head of an army, but why would he be the deputy director of the logistics department? After a moment of stunned silence, Varon came back to his senses and couldn't help looking at his grandfather, who was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Appoint Count Russell Curisco as the commander of the 18th Army. The appointment is completed. 2 hours later, Duke East made an analysis based on the war situation and warned the commanders of each unit not to discriminate against the Crusaders from the Valcam world. All the nobles present heard this and kept it in mind. I declare that the meeting is dissolved. When the meeting ended, the figure of the Duke of Moravia disappeared in the meeting room, and Varon disappeared with him. Seeing this, everyone present pretended not to see it and walked away in groups of 3 or 2, leaving the meeting room. In the central tent of the Adez military camp, Wylan was about to go find his aunt, but his eyes opened and closed, and his grandfather appeared in front of him. Looking around, he realized the environment he was in. "Grandpa, I understand being the head of an army, but why am I the deputy director of the logistics department? Shouldn't that position be held by someone from the church?" Wylan looked at his grandfather and couldn't help asking. Seeing this, the Duke of Moravia motioned his grandson to sit down first, and then explained, "Your position as the deputy director of the logistics department has nothing to do with me. This is the decision made by Saint Anastasia." "Saint Anastasia, I am not familiar with her. Why did she do this?" Wylan was full of question marks. Could it be that the other party has taken a fancy to him? But aren't saints all holy beings, the spokespersons of gods in the material world, and the existence that cannot be blasphemed? "I have asked Saint Anastasia for you. You are just a figurehead as the deputy director of logistics. You don't need to participate in the actual management. You can go to the logistics department to get the war reserve materials directly without going through the process with your aunt. As for why she asked you to be the deputy director of logistics, she didn't tell me the reason." When Wylan heard this, a cunning look appeared in his eyes and he muttered softly, "Saint, aren't you afraid that I will become a rat?" The Duke of Moravia looked strange and said, "Be a rat. If you have the ability to be a rat, I will look up to you." Isn't it possible? Wylan looked puzzled and couldn't help asking, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion. After the start of the Faith Holy War, the logistics department will be fully taken over by the Inquisition of the Church of Life. Those guys who only recognize rules and don't care. About face, if you're caught, don't say you are my grandson. I can't afford to lose this person. The voice of the Duke of Moravia was full of ridicule and warning. Hearing his grandfather's words, Wylan immediately gave up the idea of being a rat. In order to prevent the nobles from corruption, the Church of Life has really taken great pains and even sent out the Knights of Inquisition. Here, the Duke of Moravia took out 3 fruits from the space equipment and sent them to Wylan. Looking at the fruits floating in front of him, Wylan felt a little familiar, with a hint of doubt and curiosity in his eyes, and asked tentatively, "Grandpa, this can't be a golden apple." The Duke of Moravia nodded and explained, "This is indeed a golden apple. Your father asked me to bring it to you. It is their gift for you to become a soul knight." Wylan felt a little emotional and put the 3 golden apples in front of him into the space ring. "It seems that my father was severely beaten by my grandfather. I should not think about going back for the time being. It will not be too late to go back after I break through. The soul intention, intermediate knight. At that time I can knock my father down with one hand. It is very exciting to imagine." Seeing Wylan's expression, the Duke of Moravia was very satisfied, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. This kid is a little unreliable at ordinary times, but he is still very respectful to his parents. The Duke of Moravia explained some more important matters and waved Varen out. After coming out of the central camp, Wylan looked at the sky and saw that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and walked quickly towards the camp where his troops were located. Half an hour later, when Wylan returned to his camp, he saw Kyle waiting for him at the gate. "What happened? Why are you here?" Wylan looked around and asked Kyle doubtfully. Kyle saw this and replied, "My lord, the Marquis of Rotend has sent someone to inform you that, after you return to the military camp, immediately go to the headquarters of the 4th Army for a meeting." "Where is the person who gave the order?" Wylan looked behind Kyle, his tone full of doubts. Kyle replied helplessly, "The person who delivered the order was Mr. Vitris. He left after delivering the order." Hearing this, Wylan felt speechless in his heart. "I don't know what method my great-uncle used to become a messenger, but one thing is certain. I am afraid that he is almost reaching the royal capital now." "Forget it, never mind. Wait until Aunt Miyali asks and answer truthfully." As for covering up his great-aunt, he rejected the idea as soon as it came up. Time was running out, so Wylan did not stay long, gave Kyle some things, and went straight to the 4th Army to attend the meeting. The high-level meeting only completed the appointment of generals above the military level. This meeting should be to determine the appointment of battalion-level military officers. Half an hour later, Varen arrived at the headquarters of the 4th Army Corps. In the camp, many noble generals discussed with each other, each holding their own opinions. Entering the camp, Varen put his right hand on his chest and saluted. "Varen Akers, commander of the 15th Army, has met the commander of the army." Marquis Rethend, who was sitting in the upper seat, opened his eyes, looked up at Varen, who came in, and said in a deep voice, "Sit down. Come to the first seat on the left and sit down. I declare that the first meeting of the 4th Army has officially begun." The majestic voice resounded through the camp, and everyone shut their mouths and focused their attention on the Legion Commander and Deputy Legion Commander. According to the establishment given by the Commander-in-Chief, the 15th Army has 4 battalions, each with a full strength of 4,500 men. Together with other establishments, the entire army has a full strength of 21,000 men. "Viscount Kai Xing, do you need additional troops?" Wylan stood up and replied loudly, "Report to the commander of the army. The 20,336 troops I brought will be reorganized into the 15th Army. You do not need to recruit additional troops. The chief officer of the battalion-level troops appoints himself and reports to the Corps headquarters within 3 days." "Yes, sir. Please take a seat." After Varen sat down, Marquis Rotend continued to read out the army's organization. The 16th Army has 4 battalions. Each battalion has a full strength of 4,300 men, and the entire army has a full strength of 19,500 men. Count Gurok, do you need additional troops? The middle-aged man sitting in the first row on the right stood up and replied loudly. Reporting to the commander of the army I brought has 300 people. Earl Salet's army has 600 people. And Blaze Earl T's army has 300 men. And the 16th Army needs to supplement 300 men. Although there was only 6 hours between the high-level meeting and the Legion meeting, the nobles had already completed the alliance. As the commander of the 16th Army, Count Gurok read out the names of these two counts, and already represented that they would join the 16th Army. The Marquis of Rothen saw the other two earls standing up, ticking the names on the list and writing down the number 16. Then he turned to the second page and started calling names from the end. Baron Stanlow, Baron Sagunto. In less than a minute, 19 barons stood up from the third row of seats. I will now organize you into the 16th Army and accept the command of Count Gurok. You may have some significance. We are willing to obey, 17 barons replied in unison. They can participate in the Legion meeting as barons, which means that they have at least an army of 200 people in their hands, which is much stronger than those barons who can only wait for the results outside the camp. Count Gurok, the commander of the battalion-level troops, will appoint himself and report to the Legion headquarters within 3 days, if you have any questions. No doubt, Count Gurok replied respectfully with a serious face. The Marquis of Rethend motioned for those who were standing to sit down, and then read out the organization of the 17th Army. An hour later, the 6 military formations were completed. The 4th Army has 6 armies under its jurisdiction, and the 20th Army is undoubtedly the worst. The entire army has only 3 battalions. The full army has only 13,800 men, consisting of 1 earl, 6 viscounts, and 10. It was composed of 1 baron who was qualified to participate in the Legion meeting and 56 barons who could only wait outside the camp. The combat effectiveness can be imagined. According to the instructions issued by the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, the troops of the 8 corps commanders exist independently and are directly under the jurisdiction of each corps. There is no military-level establishment. Therefore, the most powerful unit of the 4th Army was undoubtedly the army under the command of the Marquis of Rethend, which numbered 25,000. In second place are the troops under Count Blood Moon, with a number of 16,000. As for which army is ranked third, it can only be revealed on the battlefield. Within 3 days, the battalion-level commander will be reported to the corps headquarters. Yes, Legion commander, everyone stood up and replied loudly. Marquis Rothen was very satisfied with the mental state of his subordinates. He turned to Earl Blooddew and asked, Commander Miyali, do you need to speak? Legion commander, let's adjourn the meeting. Earl Bloodmoon shook his head and said to Marquis Rotend. After hearing this, the Marquis of Rothen raised his head and announced to everyone, in the next 3 months, organize your troops. I will not be merciful to anyone who dares to lose his temper on the battlefield. Now I declare the meeting to be over. Yes, Legion commander. Everyone had already left the conference room. As soon as Wylin walked out of the tent, Earl Bloodmoon followed him. Auntie, what can I do for you? Where did your great-aunt go? Miyali asked with a gloomy face. Seeing this situation, Wylin did not dare to hide anything and directly told his guess. Miyali looked in the direction of the royal capital and suddenly laughed. Ha, you shouldn't trust this old guy. When you come back, I will let you lie down and leave the camp. Seeing his aunt's expression, Wylin didn't dare to take a breath. He didn't know what his great-aunt had promised to his aunt, and he didn't know what conflicts the two had. Auntie, if you have nothing to do, I'll leave first. Wylin looked at the calm-looking Earl of Blood Moon and said cautiously. Seeing the other party nodding, Wylin quickly left the place. At this moment, in an opera house in the royal capital, Vitrus suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Vitrus, what's wrong with you? Are you weak? Well, I suddenly remembered that I still had a tiger at home that needed to be appeased, so I went back, and we will meet again another day. With an apology on his face, Vitlis disappeared directly into the opera house before anyone else could stay. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. In the next 2 days, Weiland reorganized the 20,000 troops under his command, according to the requirements of the Legion. Department. After submitting the appointment of battalion-level officers, Weiland was completely free. The training of the troops was in charge of Hebrew, Devonshire, Imogen, and Orion, and he didn't have to worry about it at all. 5 days later, Weiland couldn't help it after all, and prepared to visit the logistics camp to see if he could get something good. The Inquisition of the Church of Life will take over the logistics after the War of Faith begins. The current logistics is still the responsibility of the 3rd Legion of the Kingdom in Meal City. On October 26, Weiland left the Adez barracks with Kyle and the guards and headed towards the 3rd Legion's garrison. In front of the camp gate, a low-level silver warrior stopped everyone and asked loudly, "This place is taken over by the 3rd Legion. Do you have relevant order documents?" Seeing this, Weiland took out the identity certificate of the Deputy Director of the Logistics Department of the Expeditionary Corps and presented it to the silver warrior. Looking at the identity token floating in front of him, the silver warrior saluted and said, "Lord Weiland, please wait a moment. I will report to General Keynes." "Yes, sir." Weiland nodded, took back the identity token, dismounted, and waited in front of the camp gate. Seeing this, the silver warrior ordered his subordinates to guard the camp gate and quickly entered the military camp. Looking at the 12 soldiers in front of the military camp, wearing armor, holding guns and swords, each of them has the strength of a bronze mid-level warrior. It is worthy of being the garrison corps of the royal capital. From the guards standing guard at the camp gate, we can see that the military appearance and strength of the 3rd Corps cannot be underestimated. Weiland nodded and praised. The 12 soldiers stood up straighter after hearing the evaluation of this great man. "Lord Weiland, I don't deserve your evaluation. I am the on-duty camp gate General Keynes. I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive me." A middle-aged, black-haired man walked out of the camp gate and saluted to show his respect for the Deputy Director of the Logistics Department. "General Keynes, I had a sudden thought today and came to visit you without permission. You have done nothing wrong." Weiland looked up and down at the golden mid-level warrior, who was strong and resolute. "Lord Weiland, please come in." The 2 guards at the camp gate pushed open the gate. Led by Keynes, Weiland and his party entered the logistics material storage area. Looking up, a purple space channel was swallowing and spitting out materials 3 kilometers away from the camp gate. Seeing Weiland stop, Keynes followed his line of sight and explained, "Lord Weiland, that is the channel for the Life Church in the Valcam world to transport materials to this place. There are 12 channels in total, and 300,000 tons of various materials are transported every day." "Is there a ban?" Weiland asked with great interest. Upon hearing this, Keynes smiled and replied, "If you are not from the Logistics Department or the 3rd Legion, you need to get an order from the Church of Life before you can get close to the material transportation channel. As the Deputy Director of the Logistics Department, you naturally do not have this restriction." "Not bad." Following Keynes, Weiland took Kyle to the material transportation channel. As for the escort team, they stayed here for the time being. With the identity of the Deputy Director of the Logistics Department, Weiland easily passed through 3 magic barriers and arrived at the material transfer channel. Near the material transportation channel, there were hundreds of Life Church temple knights and priests who were busy receiving materials. Looking carefully, Weiland found that the marks on the chests of these temple knights were purple, not the red marks used by the Life Church temple knights of the Kingdom of Ilia. There was also a purple flower on the lower left side of the armor, emitting a soft light, which made people feel a little good. "General Keynes, I wonder what you are here for." A low-level gold temple knight came in front of the 3 people and looked at the black-haired and blonde youths. The restrained breath made him feel scared. "Knight Muller, this is Lord Varon Axe, the Deputy Director of the Logistics Department of the Expeditionary Corps, who is here to inspect the logistics camp today." Keynes answered the temple knight in front of him calmly, with a hint of arrogance in his words. Muller was no longer surprised by Keynes' attitude, and he was not angry in his heart. He turned around and saluted the black-haired young man, and said, "Muller, the leader of the 9th Temple Knights of the Crusaders, greets Lord Varen. No need to be polite. I am very curious about the way materials are transported. I wonder if you can take me to see it. Varen said with a smile and a gentle tone. I thought that the senior official of the Expeditionary Corps in front of him would show contempt for him, a temple knight from the lower plane, but I didn't expect his attitude to be so gentle. It was really rare. Lord Varen, please follow me. Temple Knight Muller bowed his head and replied, making a gesture of invitation. Wylan nodded, turned to Keynes and said, General Keynes, thank you for leading the way. I will follow Knight Muller to visit the material transfer channel first. You go down and do your work first. Sir, I will take my leave first. Keynes beat his chest and saluted, and then left. Under Muller's guidance, Wylan began to visit how the materials from the Valcam world were transferred to the main world. So Wylan, the materials from our world first come out of the material transfer channel and fall into the suspended corridor below. The priest only needs to use a trace of magic as traction to move these 50-ton material boxes. Where will these materials be sent to in the end? Wylan asked curiously as he stood beside the suspended corridor. A small portion of the supplies will be sent to Ard's Barracks and Dorne River Barracks for use by the Expeditionary Legion and the Crusaders. The remaining supplies will be transported to Haynard Valley for storage. Why not use the demoplane to transport supplies? Varen looked at the busy priest and asked. After hearing this, Muller showed reverence and replied, Sir, this is decided by the Pope. Using this method can deepen the people's belief in the goddess of life in our world, and at the same time declare the majesty of the goddess of life to the heretics in the diocese. In your opinion, these supplies are simply delivered here, but in our world, transporting these supply boxes requires a prayer ceremony. Under the gaze of the people, these supply boxes were led by the goddess of life and finally came here. That's it. Wylan nodded and continued to visit this place. Accompanied by Muller, Wylan visited the entire material operation process, including engraving numbers, checking and warehousing, unified transfer and other processes. Each process has strict standards. Knight Muller, I wonder if you can tell me something about Valcam and your story. I'm very interested. If not, forget it. After hearing this, Muller smiled and replied, Lord Varen, this is my honor. Lord Varen, please come with me. At Muller's invitation, the two came to his residence. The layout of the room is very simple, with a bed, a table, 4 chairs, a clothes drying rack, and a rack for weapons and equipment. It's a little shabby, I hope you won't mind. Muller looked a little embarrassed, placed 4 wooden chairs, and invited the two of them. Varen always had a smile on his face and said gently, Knight Muller, I was once a pioneer knight. I am not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. You don't have to feel guilty. After hearing what the other party said, Muller felt a great affection in his heart. After the two sat down, Muller took out a black tea, soaked it in boiling water, and placed it on the wooden table. Looking at the other party's way of making tea, he seemed a little clumsy. It was obvious that he did not come from a noble family. It was obvious that he had achieved his status through his own efforts. Sorry, I have nothing to entertain you. Muller poured the tea and said. Wylan did not show the slightest expression of disdain. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea from other worlds. The taste was not bad, and it even had some strange effects, but for the Soul Knight, it was negligible. This is the first time I've drunk tea from another world. It's also like seeing the world. Kyle put down the teacup and said nothing, just nodded in agreement. Lord Wylan, let me introduce you again. My name is Muller. I have no surname. By now, you should have understood that I am from a commoner background. The total area of the Valcam world is about 600 million square kilometers, and the land area is about 200 million square kilometers. There are 5 continents and 6 oceans. 3 of them believe in the goddess of life, and the other 2 believe in the crown of the goddess of harvest. I was born in a small town called Kenz in the north of the Kingdom of Sciern, one of the 13 kingdoms in the northern part of the Khatun continent. The strongest man in our kingdom is just a high-level soul knight. As the guardian of the kingdom, he has existed for 400 years. If compared with the world you are in, the Kingdom of Sciern may not even be comparable to a principality. Superior. When I was young, my parents lost their lives due to the cold winter, and I was adopted by a local monastery. When I was 8 years old, the Life Church from the royal capital began to select new Temple Knight reserves. I thought I would be selected, but unfortunately due to my talent, I was ultimately unsuccessful. When I was 13, I said goodbye to the priest of the monastery, who was also my adoptive father, and took an iron sword he gave me and embarked on an adventure. When I embarked on the road of adventure, I realized that the adventure stories in the storybook only existed in the storybook. I experienced fraud, betrayal, and abandonment. When I was 22, I accidentally met a good friend of mine. With his help, I joined the Northern Army of the Kingdom of Siren and started the second journey of my life. At the age of 25, when I was 40 years old, when I led the army to patrol the border of the Northland, I rescued a priest. I later found out that the priest was the daughter of the bishop of the Life Church of the Kingdom of Siren. I don't know how I saved the priest in a daze. 2 years later, I left the Northern Legion and became the leader of the Temple Knights of the Northern Province of the Kingdom of Siren, with the strength of a low-level Silver Knight. At this time, I began the third period of my life, which was also the 30 years that surprised me the most. 3 years later, I was transferred to the King of Siren King's Life Church to serve as the deputy leader of the Knights of the King's Temple. 5 years later, the former leader of the Temple Knights was transferred. With the support of the bishop, I took over as the leader of the Royal Capital Temple Knights with the strength of a silver mid-level knight. Just like this, another 5 years passed. In the summer when I was 55 years old, I met a person who surprised me. A young man I saved when I was an adventurer grew up to be a young man in less than 30 years. The Golden Knight was canonized as the chosen knight by the Pope. With his support, I broke through to the Golden Knights within 10 years. No one knew that the favor I gave casually back then would actually benefit me a lot many years later. However, the character, strength, and talent of a knight chosen by the goddess to become a goddess are of the highest quality. It is only expected that I will get such an opportunity. Next, unknowingly, I am already 120 years old. My strength has improved slowly, and I have failed to live up to his expectations. After Mueller finished speaking, Varen couldn't help but sigh. You had thrilling moments and rewarding moments in the first half of your life. It was really wonderful. According to the world hierarchy, our Valcam world is just a small plane world, existing as an affiliated world of Ilia world. My story may not be worth mentioning to you. Wylan smiled and shook his head, stopped continuing the topic, and turned to ask other questions. Knight Muller, I am curious about how many countries there are on your continent, and whether they will conflict with each other. After hearing this, Mueller answered, Lord Varen, I don't know the situation of the other 2 continents, but there are 32 countries on the Khatun continent. The small country has a land area of only more than 100,000 square kilometers. The country's land area is more than 6 million square kilometers. According to the teachings of the Church of Life in our world, secular power belongs to the state, faith belongs to the goddess of life, and the Church of Life exists as an overseer. The Church will not intervene to stop the fighting between countries. But if any country dares to abandon its faith and become a heretic, the Church will destroy it in the shortest possible time to demonstrate the ownership of the goddess of life in the Khatun continent. Do you know that the crowned country in the Synapse subcontinent where we are is the hegemonic country? Wylan suddenly became interested and asked the other party. Muller hesitated and didn't know how to answer for a while. Although he has been here for more than 2 months, his understanding of the surroundings is very limited. Seeing the other party's expression, Wylan smiled and answered, The sacred third kingdom of Dawn belonging to the god of Dawn is the absolute hegemon of this subcontinent where we are. Seeing this situation, Muller showed a curious look on his face, but did not ask actively. If I have time, I can take you to the capital. But Muller hesitated and answered, Lord Carner Milleris, the commander of the Crusaders, ordered that no one is allowed to leave the camp without permission. It's not a big deal, I'll help you solve it. Wylan waved his hand and said, Lord Wylan, can I ask why you do this? It's just my interest. Wylan replied with a smile. After saying goodbye to Mueller, Varen wandered around the logistics camp. In the camp, there is a patrol team every 100 meters, and there is a checkpoint every 500 meters. Looking at the heavily guarded camp, Wylan gradually gave up the idea of obtaining supplies. It was better to wait for the distribution of supplies from above. After leaving the logistics camp, Wylan did not return directly to the camp where his troops were located, but went straight to the camp where his grandfather was. Show your identity, and the journey will be smooth. Standing in front of the central tent, Wylan was just about to let the guards in to report, but before he could speak, he was pulled into the tent by a force. Seeing this, Kyle took a few steps back and waited silently. In the camp, Wylan looked at his grandfather sitting in the upper seat and showed a kind smile. I heard that you went to the logistics camp. The Duke of Moravia looked at Varen with a vague smile on his face. Hearing his grandfather's words, Wylan spread his hands, his face not red, his heart not beating, and he opened his mouth and said, "Grandpa, I am just going to fulfill my duties. As the deputy director of the logistics department, I still have to go out and play a role." "Just you?" Duke Moravia took a deep look at Varen and said, "Looking at your expression, I think you came back empty-handed." Wylan retorted, "Grandpa, am I the kind of person who likes corruption? What I do is fulfill my obligations and perform inspections with due diligence." Before Varen could finish speaking, the Duke of Moravia waved his hand to interrupt his grandson's words. "Tell me what you want from me." He hadn't seen much of this kid in the past, and when he heard about this kid's achievements, he felt that his grandson was a hard-working person. But after a few months of contact, it became clear that this guy was a hard-working person. He was clearly a salted fish, the kind of salted fish who would never turn over without help. Seeing the expression on Duke Moravia's face, Varen simply sat down and asked without hesitation, "Grandpa, what are your arrangements for the Crusaders?" "According to the plan given by the Duke of East, the more elite parts will be decentralized to the command of each military commander and used as a logistics force. The other Crusaders will be used as a third-line force to consolidate the occupied area, eliminate restless elements in the occupied area, and spread the message of the goddess of life, belief." The Duke of Moravia did not hide anything and told the plan he had already drawn up. "Well, Grandpa, I found a good person this time. Can you allocate all his troops to my command?" "Tell me which army." Seeing this, Varen said with expectant eyes, "The commander of the 9th Temple Knights is named Muller, and he is a gold low-level Temple Knight." After hearing this, the Duke of Moravia asked, "Do you want this army now, or wait until early December to receive this army?" Wylan thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa, let's do it now. We want this army here mainly because we are interested in the knight named Muller." The Duke of Moravia took a blank crystal ball from the table, entered the order into it, raised his left hand and drew a circle, opened the space passage between the central camp and the military headquarters, and threw the crystal ball with the order engraved on it. "The unit you want will report to you tomorrow morning." "Grandpa, it's okay, I'll leave first." Wylan stood up and prepared to leave, but found that he couldn't stand up. "What's the rush?" "Grandpa, I have to go back and train the army." Wylan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "You said you were training the army, so let me ask you. On October 15th, how long did your army train for? How much food was consumed in the morning, noon, and night? What was the extent of damage to the weapons? Are any soldiers injured? Have?" After a dozen questions in a row, Wylan was stunned. "Tell me if you can tell me anything. I'll believe you are training the army." "This, that, I." Wylan's face was full of embarrassment, and he didn't know how to answer. The Duke of Moravia smiled and looked at his grandson's shameful expression with great satisfaction. As long as he thought about it, nothing in the Ard's camp could be hidden from him. Even if a baron got his female guard into bed at night, he could find out clearly. Wylan simply didn't answer and just looked at his grandfather. At this point, no matter how stupid he was, he still knew what his grandfather wanted to do. "I know you are going to the royal capital, so I want you to help me deliver something." Hearing his grandfather's words, Wylan was full of doubts, tilted his head, and asked in confusion, "Grandpa, this place is only a few hundred kilometers away from the kingdom. You can use space teleportation to send things. Why do you need to? I'll run errands for you. In the past, your cousin cheated on me, and I hung him up on the first floor of the Central Mage Tower for half a month. Why don't you try it too?" "Well, I suddenly feel that running errands is quite good. Grandpa, just pretend that I didn't say what I just said." Weilin immediately surrendered and said, "My grandfather was a man who kept his word. He didn't want to be hung under the flagpole for half a month. He wouldn't have lied if he had known it. Now he can't shirk this matter. Something that happens casually requires someone to deliver. The letter, either a friend who has a conflict with Grandpa, or a strong man who has an affair with Grandpa, or..." Weilin lowered his head, with countless possibilities popping up in his mind. No matter what the reason was, he didn't want to send the message. Block 396, Nancheng District, should be this place. If you look for it, you should be able to find him. The Duke of Moravia sent a disc to his grandson and warned him. Weilin held the disc in his palm and asked curiously, "What if you don't find it?" "Don't worry, this thing is very important to that guy. If you don't go, she will come to find you. By the way, don't let her come to find you. Otherwise, I don't want to go to the shadow world to find you." Hearing his grandfather's reminder, Weilin hurriedly shook his head and looked at his grandfather with a pleading look. "Do you want to give this thing, or choose me to hang you on the flagpole?" "Okay, Grandpa, I hope the person you are talking about can be more friendly." Weilin instantly became depressed and said unhappily. Seeing this, the Duke of Moravia said, "Don't worry, although that guy is a little unreliable, he is still a good person. If you deliver the things earlier, you may get some benefits." After that, the Duke of Moravia waved his hand to send Weilin out of the tent. Looking down at the disc in his palm, Weilin was about to put it into the space ring, but found that the disc was still lying in his hand without moving. "Let's go to the capital the day after tomorrow, so as to avoid any more trouble." Putting the disc in his pocket, Weilin took Kyle back to the camp, where the 15th Army was located. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250. Placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250. Target type. Mix. The sky was dark and in the logistics camp. After Muller handed over to the 10th Temple Knights, he led his men back to the camp to rest. Entering the room, putting down the helmet, and just about to lie down on the bed to rest, he heard a knock on the door. Looking at the shadow outside through the door and window, Muller recognized that it was the personal guard of the Commander-in-Chief Karnri Mylaris. He patted his face, cheered up, and went to open the door. After staying awake for 160 consecutive hours, Muller felt very exhausted and couldn't help but pray in his heart, hoping that it was not an urgent task. Squeak. The silver low-ranking Temple Knight watched the door being opened and beat his chest in. "Salute to show respect. Captain Muller, the Commander-in-Chief, asked you to assemble the 9th Temple Knights to go to the Dorne River military camp." Mueller looked directly at the Temple Knight in front of him and asked, "What is the time limit?" The Commander-in-Chief did not give a specific time limit. "Thank you for your hard work. I will bring the 9th Knights there as soon as possible." "Commander Mueller, my subordinates are resigning." The silver low-level Temple Knight saluted again, then turned and left, riding a red sun horse, and returned to the Dorne River military camp to resume his life. Looking at the other party's leaving figure, Muller squinted his eyes and couldn't help but think about why Commander Karnray summoned the 9th Knights. Among the 30 Temple Knights of the Crusaders, the strength of the 9th Knights he commanded was in the middle. Next, it stands to reason that he will not receive special attention from Commander Karner. Could it be? Thinking of this, Mueller couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's better to just listen to what that adult said. There's no need to take it seriously. Back in the room, Mueller put on his helmet, picked up his knight's sword, and walked quickly towards the camp. Amid the sound of bugles, 500 Temple Knights assembled within 3 minutes. Looking at the neat military appearance, Mueller nodded slightly, got on his horse, and led the troops towards the Dorne River camp. In the dark night, 500 Temple Knights ran wildly on the road, and the only sound in the team was the sound of horse hooves. Most of the Temple Knights in the 9th Temple Knights are from the Kingdom of Syern, and only more than 200 are from other small countries. Most of them are knight apprentices. There are 200 bronze knights and only 13 silver knights. As for gold knight, he alone. At 12 o'clock at night, 500 Temple Knights lined up on the training ground. Mueller handed the horses to his subordinates, arranged his clothes, and walked directly to the commander's camp. After numerous inspections, Mueller arrived at the camp. "Come in." The two guards heard this and lifted the curtain. Mueller took a deep breath, put on his helmet, and entered the tent. "Commander, Mueller of the Knights of the Ninth Temple is reporting to you, asking for your instructions." In front of the low table, a middle-aged man restrained his momentum, waved the 8 high-level silver knights in the tent to go out, and said, "Sit down." After hearing this, Mueller beat his chest and saluted, came to the left side, took off his helmet, and sat cross-legged on the blanket. "The Ilia Expeditionary Corps issued an order to me. From tomorrow, the 9th Knights will accept the command of Varon Akers, commander of the 15th Army of the 4th Army of the Expeditionary Army. Before dawn, you need to lead your troops to Adelaide. Report to the Sea Military Camp." Mueller looked serious and replied, "Yes." The commander of the 15th Army is the grandson of the Duke of Moravia, the chief mage of the Ilia Expeditionary Corps. I don't know if he is an easy person to get along with. If you encounter difficulties, try to be patient. This is different from the Valcam world. You need to remember, if you encounter something life-threatening, send me a message as soon as possible, and I will try my best to help you deal with it. Mueller bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Commander." Looking at the temple knight in front of him, Carnry remembered what his disciple had asked him to do, and smiled bitterly, thinking that he might have to break his promise. If someone else asks him for the command of the Knights of the Ninth Temple, he can still respond to them as the commander of the Crusaders, but this is an order given by legend. As a high-level soul priest, he just follow orders. Half a month ago, he recalled Saint Anastasia's advice to him. He felt a little powerless, but there was nothing he could do about it. This was the gap between world levels. Go to the warehouse to collect 5,000 pieces of armor, and take them to Adez camp together. Mueller raised his head and bravely said, "Commander, I met that man in the logistics camp. He has a gentle attitude and is kind to others. I think he should not be needed." You know people well, but don't know their hearts. You can be sure that the other person is an easy person to get along with based on just one encounter. Karner interrupted Mueller and asked in a deep voice, "This?" Mueller was speechless for a moment, and after a moment of silence, he lowered his head and replied, "I know, thank you for reminding me. It's getting late, so I won't keep you here." Seeing this situation, Mueller respectfully replied, "Commander, my subordinates retire." After leaving the camp, Mueller followed a guard and headed to the warehouse. After receiving the commander's order, the troops guarding the warehouse opened the warehouse and moved the armor onto the carriage. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Mueller looked at the 83 carriages, then at his men, and ordered to set off. In the morning, Varon climbed out of bed, got dressed, and prepared to greet the Knights of the Ninth Temple. After walking out of the camp, Kyle was already waiting outside. "My lord, the Knights of the Ninth Temple have arrived and are waiting for your review at Training Camp 3. Wylan looked at Kyle and asked with some surprise, "Arrived when? 6 o'clock in the morning?" Wellen looked at the sky. It was already 9 o'clock, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. There must be nobles in the Adez camp who are lazier than him. But he asked others from other troops and made them wait for so long. "I am afraid that there is no second one in the entire camp." "Master, don't worry. I have told Captain Muller that you went to the Legion headquarters this morning to find the Legion commander to do things, and he needs to wait for a while." Seeing this, Kyle said calmly. Wylan restored his face to a serious expression, nodded, and said, Busy, take me to the No. 3 training ground now." Looking at the back of his master, Kyle hurriedly followed and reported in a low voice, "Master, Captain Muller also brought 5,000 pieces of armor, saying that they were sent by Commander Connor." Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan stopped and was silent for a moment. He couldn't help but sighed. "I'm not going to be a rat anymore. Do you think this counts as being passive?" "Yes," Kyle answered without thinking. Wylan asked in surprise, "You didn't even hesitate?" Kyle blinked and changed his words, "No. Forget it, it was given by someone else, and I didn't take the initiative to take it." Wylan waved his hand, showing an indifferent attitude, and strode towards the training ground. On the training ground, Muller looked at the figure in the distance, turned around and looked at his subordinates, and ordered loudly, "Line up." After hearing this, the 500 Temple Knights began to organize their helmets, wind scarves, armor, and weapons. 3 minutes later, Muller said in a deep voice, "Silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looked solemnly at the front. Walking into the training ground, Wylan looked at the military style of the knights in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Although the strength was a little worse, it was still good in his opinion. Cheers. 500 people drew their knight swords, placed them on their chests, and looked forward. Muller finally drew his knight's sword, with the hilt facing right and the tip of the sword facing left. With a solemn expression, he said loudly, "Muller, the leader of the 9th Temple Knights and 500 Temple Knights report to you, the respected commander of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Expeditionary Corps, His Excellency Wylan Axe." Wylan walked to Muller, took the knight's sword, turned it over, and put it back in his hand. The hilt facing right means that the external army has entered the camp. The commander of the army turned the hilt of the sword to the left, which meant accepting this unit. This is an ancient induction ceremony in the Church of Life. If he hadn't read a lot of books, he would have just watched. The next moment, Muller put the knight's sword into the scabbard, turned to face the Temple Knights, and began to conduct military exercises. Wylan put his hands behind his back and stared at the front. From his eyes, he could see that some of the Temple Knights did not cooperate enough. Half an hour later, Muller turned to Wylan and said, "Sir, please give me some advice." Wylan nodded and commented, "The overall situation is okay, but some knights do not cooperate well and need to be trained more. In 2 days, I will send my 2 generals to train you. I hope that during the Faith Crusade, you can prove your faith in the Goddess of Life in the war. Now, as the commander of the 15th Army, I announce the disbandment. Go down and have a good rest." After receiving Wylan's order, Muller announced the disbandment of the troops. 2 days later, Wylan appointed Hebrew and Devonshire as temporary instructors of the 9th Temple Knights, and appointed Muller, the leader of the 9th Temple Knights, as the staff officer of the 15th Army. On November 5, the training of the 15th Army was on track, and the 4th Army had no other important matters. Wylan was going to take Kyle to the capital to meet Zelia. He didn't know how the boy 10 years ago was doing now, and he would run errands for his grandfather. In the morning, Muller was wearing a casual uniform and standing next to the Red Sun horse, feeling a little excited and uneasy. The last time he felt so excited was last time. Wylan yawned, came out of the tent, greeted Kyle and Muller, came to the red phosphorus horse and stroked its jaw. Incorporating the blood of the red dragon Kalkluf, this mount that had followed him for more than 30 years became stronger and stronger, and his eyes became more and more lively. "Hiss!" The red phosphorus horse made a comfortable cry, and flames came out of its body. Seeing Ziohung's body burning with flames, Wylan did not feel the burning, but felt very warm. Not bad, the control of the flame is so strong. "Hiss!" Hearing the master's praise, the red phosphorus horse rubbed Wylan. After a while, Wylan led Kyle, Muller, and more than 20 guards to the capital. Half an hour later, they passed through the noble passage and entered the capital. Looking at the prosperous scene in front of him, Muller's eyes were full of shock, and he looked around curiously. "Muller, are you going to act alone or follow us?" Wylan patted Muller on the shoulder and said. Taking his eyes away from the surroundings, Muller thought carefully and said, "Sir, I want to go see the scenery of the capital alone." After hearing this, Wylan took the bag from Kyle, felt it, and then threw it to him, saying with a smile, "There are more than 200 gold coins and a pass token in it. If I don't meet you at the city gate in 5 days, you will return to the camp first." Muller took the bag and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, sir." After waving goodbye to Muller, Wylan led Kyle and the guards straight to the South City District. 10 years have passed, and the South City District has basically not changed. After arriving at Block 396, Wylan took out the disc and prepared to look for clues. Looking down at the disc in his hand, he saw a virtual pointer appear above. Adjust the direction, and the virtual pointer rotates with it. "Miller," silver-level mid-level knight said respectfully, "Lord, please give your orders. Take your people there and stay there first. I'll come back to find you after I'm done." Wylan pointed to a hotel 300 meters away and told the deputy captain of the guard. "Yes, sir." Then Wylan took Kyle and followed the instructions of the disc into the alley. Turning left and right, the two soon lost their way in the complex and winding alley. Kyle looked at the bricks on the wall and reminded, "Lord, do you find something wrong here?" After hearing this, Wylan turned his eyes away from the disc and carefully observed the surrounding environment. It was very quiet, and he didn't find anything wrong. Looking at the puzzled look of his master, Kyle stretched out his left hand and prepared to stop a young man, only to see the other party pass through Kyle's hand and walk to the back. Wylan said in horror, "Illusion." Kyle shook his head and said, "My lord, these may not be illusions but projections of time and space. If you don't believe me, you can feel the situation around you." Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan closed his eyes half-believingly and carefully sensed the surroundings, but found that there were indeed many people around him, and there was no difference from what he saw with his own eyes. "Do you think we broke in by mistake? Or someone sent us in?" Wylan looked at the disc and asked. After careful consideration, Kyle answered, "I tend to believe the second one." "I hope so," Wylan said uncertainly. "If it's the second one, it's okay. The strong man is tired of observing and may take them out. If it's the first one, it's troublesome. If they want to rely on the power of the two of them to break through this projection of time and space, it may take several months. By that time, the holy war of faith will have started." "Well. Mother, don't fight, I was wrong." A cry broke the quiet atmosphere. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a child appear in front of them, dodging the stick in the woman's hand while holding up his pants. Wylan stared at the child in front of him, feeling strangely familiar. "My lord, look at the back of his hand." Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan lowered his head slightly and looked at the back of the child's hand. His pupils shrank slightly. The red mark seemed very similar to the birthmark on the back of my grandfather's hand. The more he looked at it, the more similar it was. Wylan was about to walk forward to take a closer look, but suddenly ran into a barrier. Kyle flashed behind his master, supported him, and relieved the impact. Wylan stood firm, looking at the shimmering barrier in front of him with lingering fear. Kyle let go of his hand, stood aside, looked at the barrier and suggested, "Master, do you want me to try to break this barrier?" "Forget it, the owner of this place doesn't want us to get close, so let's take a look here. I'm quite curious about my grandfather's childhood." Wylan waved his hand and said to Kyle. Seeing his master say this, Kyle also extinguished the thought of taking action and watched quietly. The boy avoided his mother's stick around the well, saw the door of a small courtyard opened, and ran quickly with his pants pulled up. The strong woman held a stick in her hand and shouted loudly, "Stop right there, you little bastard." "No." The boy refused and prepared to enter the yard. "If you dare to break into someone else's house, I will hang you up and beat you tonight." Hearing his mother's warning, the boy's movements were half a beat slower, and his tender face was full of hesitation. He looked back at his mother, who was angry, and then he went in directly. The next moment the scene changed. After a burst of light, the two appeared in the yard. The boy closed the gate, looked at his mother who left through the gap, breathed a sigh of relief, leaned against the gate, and panted heavily. "I shouldn't have stolen the book and sold it earlier. Now my mother is so angry, if my father knew." When he thought of his father's appearance, the boy couldn't help but shudder. "Child, come here." Who is talking?" The boy stood up with the wooden door, looked around and showed a vigilant look. Inside the well, inside the well." The boy followed the voice's instructions, tiptoed to the well, looked up and saw a broken sword floating in the well. "Who are you?" The boy picked up a stone by the well and asked loudly to give himself courage. "I am Hemoris. As long as you pick me up from the well, I will give you endless power." The boy picked up another stone from the ground and asked tentatively, "Power, can you make me a mage?" "Mage, not only can I make you a mage, I can also make you the king of this continent, as long as you pick me up from the well." Wylan stood by the well, watching the broken sword in the well bewitching his young grandfather. Based on the name of Hemoris, Kyle searched for related memories in his mind. His face changed slightly, and all the related information was sealed. Taboo event, I don't know what the event is. Coming back to his senses, Kyle stopped thinking about it and looked carefully at the time and space projection in front of him. "Hurry, as long as you pick me up, you will become the new king." Hearing the broken sword's urging, the boy's face became more and more hesitant, wondering if the broken sword was deceiving him. "As long as you pick me up, you will have everything you want. You will be loved by your mother, loved by your father, and everything you want." The boy shook his head, threw the stone into the well and said loudly, "My father said that there is no gift in the world for no reason. You must be deceiving me." Wellen looked at his young grandfather, who could withstand such a huge temptation, which showed the strength of his heart. Not long after, a silver dragon emerged from the space, glanced at the human beside the well, jumped into the well, and swallowed the broken sword named Hemoris into his stomach. "Damn it, damn you, you reptile. When I regain my strength, I will kill all of you time bugs. I will come back." Burp. The silver dragon burped and looked up at the human beside the well. He was a little confused. The other person seemed to be able to see him. "You can see me." The boy nodded subconsciously and looked at the strange creature in front of him curiously. "My father seemed to say that the creatures who can see us are those who are favored by fate." Listening to the unknown language from the silver dragon, the boy's face was full of doubts. "Who are you? Did you eat the broken sword that called himself Hemoris just now?" The boy poked the silver dragon's wings with his hand and asked curiously. "Yes, the remaining consciousness of the demon lord from the abyss has been destroyed by the great space-time dragon Frederick." The silver dragon flew into the sky and looked at the human below with a proud look. "That's amazing. Can you be my teacher?" The silver dragonfly waved its wings, rolled its eyes, and said, "It's not impossible to be your teacher, but—" "But what?" the boy asked impatiently. The silver dragonfly flew around the boy 3 times and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it." "Okay." "Oh no, my father is urging me to go back. I have to go first." The silver dragonfly flew into the air, opened a passage, and prepared to get in. "Teacher, how can I find you?" The silver dragonfly stopped beside the passage, waved its claws, and said, "I will come to find you on the evening of the 15th of every month." "Teacher, don't lie to me." "Got it, got it." The silver dragonfly waved its claws, entered the passage, and disappeared into the courtyard. Watching the teacher leave, the boy looked at the well again, hummed the most popular poem in Lacan City, opened the door, and walked towards home. "My lord, your grandpa was really big-hearted when he was young." Kyle looked at the boy's back and said. Hearing this, Wylan couldn't help but nodded and said, "He is really heartless. He will definitely be beaten when he goes back." As the two chatted, the space changed. In the forest, a young man was fighting with a child, and the two fought back and forth. Wylan looked up and recognized that the young man was his grandfather at a glance. He didn't expect that he was quite handsome when he was young. The child paused for a moment before launching the attack, again saying, "Moravia, we have known each other for more than 100 years." The young man raised a magic shield to resist the magic attack from behind, and said calmly, 113 years, teacher. You are almost 200 years old. Don't you have the idea of getting married? I don't want to think about it before I break through the soul. It's a pity that your human lifespan is too short. If you were an elf, you would wait another 1,000 years, and my sister would be an adult. It would be great for you to marry her then. Teacher, you have said this sentence no less than 300 times. According to my point of view, you are more than 600 years old, and you are an old guy. Don't say these words. Damn it, you traitor, watch me clean up the door today. The child pretended to be furious and showed his true form, a 3-meter-long silver dragon. Looking at the appearance of his teacher, Moravia shook his head and smiled, waved his hand to form 36 magic shields to protect himself. In the jungle, Varen and Kyle watched the battle between master and disciple, and seemed to understand why all of their grandfather's disciples were rebellious. The silver baby dragon held up its disciple with its wings, flew to a quiet lake, and began to heal the young man's injuries. Going back in time, the skin burned by the flames healed as if reborn. The young man lay quietly on the grass by the lake, looking up at the sky above his head, his eyes as calm as water, not caring about the pain his body was suffering. Why do you have to bear my dragon's breath forcefully? Don't you know that doing so will seriously injure yourself? The silver baby dragon stared at the disciple's calm expression and asked with some displeasure. The young man struggled to squeeze out a smile and replied softly, I just want to test whether my current body can withstand your attack. The silver baby dragon gently placed its huge paw on the young man's head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. From now on, I'm afraid I will never be able to visit you again. Teacher, why is this happening? Hearing this, the young man tried to struggle to get up, but was firmly pressed to the ground by the dragon's claws, unable to move. Don't you always call me an old guy? Now this old guy like me is going to do big things. The silver baby dragon put on an incomprehensible smile on his face and said to his only disciple. The young man tilted his head and looked puzzled. But aren't you still an adult? For us space-time dragons, adulthood only lasts for a moment. As long as we think about it from the moment we are born, we can gain power from the future. Then you still say, ahem, cough, cough. The silver baby dragon touched his head and said with some embarrassment, aren't I doing this to inspire you? Well, share what you said really inspired me. The silver baby dragon watched the young man's injuries heal, took back his strength, sat down, and said, I really enjoyed the time I spent with you. In the Temple of Time and Space, everyone is either sleeping or sorting out the past timeline. There is basically no communication, even with my parents and sister. Now I also have to fulfill my responsibilities and take on the responsibility of sorting out the timeline. To be honest, your talent is very poor, very poor. Under my guidance, it took you more than 100 years to become a space warlock. You don't have any talent for time. Speaking of this, the silver young dragon couldn't help showing a look of disgust. The young man has long been immune to the teacher's expression, so he remained silent and listened carefully. But I don't care. In order to prevent you from being turned into a withered skeleton when I look for you in the future, I went to the past timeline and exchanged his lifelong knowledge with a legendary arcanist. Teacher, you. Hey, are you very touched? If so, then try your best to live. I don't want my disciple to pass away in obscurity. The silver baby dragon put his paw on the young man's mouth and said proudly. Under the gaze of Varen and Kyle, the silver young dragon took out a silver ball of light from his chest and sent it into the young man's soul. Moravia, there are countless possibilities for your future, but in every timeline there is a woman who will appear beside you. She is guarded by fate. I can't see her face. I don't know what she means to you. Do you have any ill intentions? You must be careful after successfully being promoted to a soul-level space warlock. The silver baby dragon took out another disc and placed it on the young man's chest and said, I made this with a space-time stone. Well, according to you humans, it should be called. Let me think about how it should be described. Amulet, the young man reminded. Yes, that's the name. The silver baby dragon looked at his head with his paws, suddenly realized, and continued, this will keep your mind awake and prevent you from sinking. I will come to you in 1,000 years. At that time, you need to return the disc to me, but you can't come to see me, otherwise you will be cursed by time and fall under the control of time. There once was a high elf. Forget it, I still don't want to do this. I told you, and you will soon forget it. Remember my words, 1,000 years later. You ask someone in your direct bloodline who is favored by fate to send this disc over, so that you can block the influence of time on you. The young man looked worried and asked, asterisk, 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 will that affect him? Asterisk won't. The silver young dragon opened the space-time channel, and before leaving, he once again warned his apprentice, you must remember, don't forget. Time will tell you where you are in 1,000 years, I understand. Teacher, Moravia, I have been very happy in the past 100 years. Thank you for your company. My apprentice, I hope you will join the legend soon. After saying that, the silver baby dragon got into the space-time channel. At this moment, the disc placed on Wyland's chest flew out, passed through the time barrier, and entered the space-time channel. The two of them were immersed in the time and space projection and did not notice this scene. Looking at the closed passage, the young man whispered his blessing, Teacher, I hope you are safe. He looked up at the sky and then back at the calm lake. A smile appeared on the young man's face, and he said to himself, my brother's first child is about to be born. It's time for me to go back and take a look. After that, the young man used a space spell and disappeared by the calm lake. After the young man disappeared, the space-time projection shattered, and the surroundings fell into darkness. The next moment, countless images emerged like a tide, interweaving and flickering in the space. Wyland raised his head and stared at these images. In the images, the memory scenes of the silver dragon and his grandfather were displayed one by one. My lord, do you think it is possible that Lord Oder is the high elf? Kyle stared at the memory image and couldn't help asking. Wyland thought for a moment and gave an ambiguous answer. There is such a possibility, but perhaps it is just our over-imagination. Time passed by minute, and half an hour later, the image suddenly disappeared without warning, and finally stopped at the moment when the silver dragon left. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be broken and shattered. Wylin and Kyle only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they returned to the originally bustling alley. Looking at the noisy crowd and the busy streets around him, Wylin couldn't help but reach out and touch his chest. "My lord, what happened?" Kyle noticed Wylin's actions and asked with concern. Wylin took a deep breath and slowly replied, "The disc was taken away." Kyle heard this and said, "Master, it should be that time-space dragon who took the disc away when we were not paying attention to. Avoid meeting the two of us." Wylin fumbled around in his chest and took out a palm-sized black iron block. He weighed it in his hand and found it weighed 10 tons. Then he handed it to Kyle for observation. Kyle took the black iron block from his master and examined it carefully. After a long time, Kyle looked up at his master and said uncertainly, "If I'm not wrong, this should be a star core." "Star core, what is that and how much is it worth?" Wylin asked curiously, looking at the black iron block. Kyle made a rough estimate and answered, "Master, there are 3 sources of star cores. The first is that, after the planet world dies, the star core can be collected by digging up the Earth's crust. The second is from meteorites that fall to the surface of the world. The probability of obtaining star cores in this way is extremely low. The last and most peculiar source is that there is a tribe in the star world called meteor people. They devour ordinary stones to give birth to offspring, and the shells of their offspring are star cores. For this reason, meteor people are also called moving treasures, walking magic crystals, and meteor people who lay star cores. As for this star core, the total value is no less than 3,000 high-level magic crystals. One high-level magic crystal is worth 80,000 gold coins, and 3,000 high-level magic crystals are almost equivalent to 1/40th of the wealth in the underground treasure house. I really didn't expect that my grandfather's teacher would be so generous, which really opened his eyes. "Do you want it?" Faced with the question from his master, Kyle felt a little confused. Looking at the stunned Kyle, Wylin explained with a smile, "I'll leave this star core with you first. I'll take it, but you might be able to do something with it." "Yes." Kyle nodded and accepted the star core. After leaving the alley, Wylin went to the agreed place to find his guard. After understanding, he found out that he and Kyle had actually spent 7 days in the space-time projection. "My lord, do you want to send someone back to inform Knight Muller?" Kyle reminded. Wylin nodded and signaled Kyle to make arrangements, although he told the other party in advance that he could return to the camp first if he was not discovered. He still broke his promise in the end. Entering the hotel, Wylin asked for a single room, entered the room, threw himself on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to rest, and by the way consumed the amount of information he had received in the past few days. Grandpa's past has always been a mystery. Even his mother, who was deeply loved by his grandfather, didn't know it. I didn't expect that I would find out by accident. He was now struggling whether to tell his father and mother about these things, but he was afraid of being hung up and beaten by his grandfather. From those memory fragments, Wylin was sure that his grandfather would definitely do such a thing. Unconsciously, Wylin fell asleep. In the 3rd teaching area of the 1st Magic Academy, a young man walked towards the classroom with 3 heavy books. "Zelia, wait for me." A crisp voice sounded in the corridor. Hearing the familiar voice, Zelia could not help but speed up his pace. At the end of the corridor, a girl looked at the deaf young man and ran towards him quickly. "Zelia, why are you walking so fast?" Facing the girl who was catching up, Zelia looked apologetic and said, "Senior Gabriella, I still have classes. If I don't walk faster, I will be late. You also know Professor Julius's character. I don't want to stand at the door as a punishment." "That's right, go quickly, I'll find you later." Looking at the not-so-smart girl, Zelia raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, then nodded and left quickly. "No, isn't it my father's class today?" The girl suddenly reacted, patted her head, looked at Zelia who had disappeared at the end of the corridor, and realized that she had been deceived again. "Damn it." After being angry for a while, the girl suddenly laughed. At this moment, the wizard apprentice who was walking towards him looked at the smile of Senior Gabriella, who was called the bloodthirsty witch, and was frightened and dropped the book in his hand to the ground. Hearing the sound, Gabriella put away the smile on her face, looked straight ahead, looked at the trembling legs of the mage apprentice, and asked expressionlessly, "Am I so terrible?" "No, no." The mage apprentice swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stammered, "Senior sister, you. Forget it, you go." Thank you, senior sister." The mage apprentice picked up the book on the ground and left quickly. "Zelia." Mumbling the boy's name, Gabriella's cold eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. On the other side, Zelia entered the classroom with a book in his arms and found that the classroom was already full of silver mages, including students of the school and faculty and staff of the school. "Zelia here." Seeing a young man waving, Zelia walked over quickly and sat down beside him. "How is it? Are you looking forward to it?" The boy next to him whispered, with excitement on his face that could not be concealed. Zelia put down the book in his hand and said to his friend, "I am indeed looking forward to it. This is the student of Lord Calyx, Lord Osmond Ollier, known as the East Tower War Mage. I am very excited just thinking about it." In order to listen to the course of this soul-minded high-level arcanist, except for the silver mages who stick to their necessary positions, all other silver mages of the First Magic Academy come to this large classroom that can accommodate thousands of people. Even many professors skipped classes to attend the class here, just to learn more extraordinary knowledge. For mages, knowledge is priceless, and it is rare to meet a soul-minded high-level arcanist who is willing to share. "Zelia, your magic communication crystal is lit." Hearing the reminder of his friend beside him, Zelia immediately injected his own magic power into the communication crystal to receive the information transmitted from it. Not long after, Zelia's face showed a relaxed and happy smile, and he turned to his friend sitting next to him and said, "Adams, someone is looking for me. I need to leave first. This class is up to you." Okay, go quickly. I'm here, don't worry." Adams waved his hand casually and responded to Zelia with a smile. He knew the true identity of his friend very well, but he never cared about the other person's background or status when making friends. As long as they get along well with each other and have similar personalities, that's enough. Zelia thanked him again, handed the book to his friend, and then quickly left the classroom and ran towards the school gate. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. In the school park, Gabriella sat in the pavilion, leaning against the pillar, and was in a daze. Due to her nickname, Bloodthirsty Witch, other mages would automatically stay away from here when they saw her. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Gabriella's eyes. She looked up at the figure running wildly on the avenue in the distance and said to herself, "Zelia, isn't he going to listen to my father's class? Why is he running towards the school gate?" Looking at the back figure that was getting farther and farther away, Gabriella suddenly sat up and walked towards the school gate, ready to see what Zelia was going to do. At the gate of the First Magic Academy, Wylan and Kyle was sitting in the rest area, and the mages on the side were warmly entertaining the two. As for the guards, they stood neatly on both sides, protecting their lord in the center. The mages passing by looked at this guard of all silver ranks and couldn't help guessing the identity of the visitor. Facing the mage who cast his eyes on him, Wylan was not angry. He smiled and nodded to respond to the other party. "A seed planted 10 years ago. I wonder what kind of flower will bloom." Hearing his master's words, Kyle smiled and replied, "Master, speaking of which, I am also looking forward to how that boy has changed now." Wylan was about to say something, but he saw a figure in the distance, motioning Kyle to look to his left. According to his master's instructions, Kyle turned his head and saw a boy running towards this place. Looking behind him, he found a red-haired girl using an invisible magic cloak and quietly following behind him. Interesting. Hearing Kyle's words, Wylan was a little confused. Seeing this, Kyle transmitted some of the pictures he saw to his master. Seeing the information in his mind, Wylan was a little surprised, and then he smiled and said, "In my opinion, Zelia's personality is similar to yours." "With me?" Kyle was a little confused and reacted instantly and answered, "Lord, you're overthinking. I am different from Zelia." "You don't count. Okay, you have the final say." Kyle spread his hands and responded helplessly. 5 minutes later, Zelia arrived at the school gate, looked at the familiar people in the rest area, tidied up his messy clothes, and strode towards his benefactor. The guard looked at the person coming and stretched out his hand to stop him. "Let him come." Hearing the order of the Lord, the two guards stepped back on each side and made way. Zelia thanked him and walked towards the area where Wylan and Kyle were. "Lord, just call me Lord." Seeing the host's tough attitude, Zelia nodded and said, "Zelia greets Lord." Wylan pointed to the chair on the right and said to Zelia, "Sit down." After Zelia saluted, he sat down next to Wylan. Looking up and down at the young man in front of him, he was quite satisfied. In less than 10 years, he was promoted from a mage apprentice to a silver mage. He is worthy of being favored by fate. Are you interested in telling me about your experiences over the years? Hearing Wylan's words, Zelia said respectfully, "It's my honor." In the pavilion, the three of them sat for a whole morning. Wylan picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiling and chatting. "In these 10 years of college life, you haven't met anyone who makes your heart beat." Looking at the inexplicable smile of the Lord, and then looking at Lord Kyle's curious eyes towards him, he couldn't help but look back, but didn't find anything unusual. Looking at Zelia's appearance, Wylan said, "Forget it, you just have the answer in your heart, you don't have to say it, I'm just curious." "Yes, sir." Zelia breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head to answer. Kyle looked at the young man in front of him and had to admit that he was smart. He actually found clues from the clues. Perhaps in the future, Kixing territory will have a place for him. "Do you want to continue studying at the First Magic Academy or choose to go back with me?" Wylan looked at the boy and asked. Faced with this question, Zelia made a choice for a while. If possible, he wanted to continue to stay in the First Magic Academy. But the Lord gave him two choices, which meant that the other party needed him. "Lord, I choose." Before Zelia finished speaking, Wylan waved his hand to interrupt him and asked, "Okay, I already know your choice. Compared to going back with me, I think it's more important for you to stay here and study hard." "But you..." Wylan laughed loudly. "Haha, don't think too much. You are dispensable to me now, but you will be very important to me in the future. Now work hard to improve yourself here." Zelia stood up and replied solemnly, "Yes, Lord." "Do you have anything to do these days?" Zelia answered without hesitation, "No." "Okay, I'll take you to the capital to have a look and find some ways to make money for you, so that you won't meet your beloved woman and hesitate to make your own decision." Seeing this, Zelia hurriedly declined, "Lord, you don't have to do this. Since you recognize me, you have to listen to me." Faced with Wylan's tough attitude, Zelia could only give in. In the afternoon, Wylan took Zelia to the floating fleet base, ready to find Claire to find out the situation. The capital has many profitable industries, but Wylan wants to solve the hidden dangers behind it, so that no one will trip up Zelia as soon as he leaves. Some nobles are very good at plotting and scheming. In the floating base, Claire covered his waist with one hand and walked out of the captain's office with a slightly staggering step. He had just put on his military cap when he saw his deputy rushing towards him in a hurry. "My lord, Viscount Kixing is here to see you," the deputy said in a hurried tone. Hearing this news, Claire's face showed a hint of surprise. But it was soon replaced by a smile, and he murmured to himself, "This guy has been in the capital for almost 2 months, and now he remembers to look for me. I thought he had forgotten me a long time ago." Thinking of that guy, Claire's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly, and his eyes showed a hint of expectation and joy of meeting an old friend. Then Claire turned to look at his deputy and gave the order without hesitation. "Isolde, tell Italia that I need to go out for a few days." After hearing this, Isolde was stunned. He stared at the deputy captain with wide eyes and looked at him in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Isn't your wife in the office? Why do you want me to report? Can't you just go in and tell her yourself?" However, facing Isolde's resistant expression and eyes, Claire turned a blind eye. He just stood up straight, looked at Isolde seriously, and asked seriously, "Isolde, what is the first rule of entering the floating fleet?" Isolde smiled bitterly and replied helplessly. Obey the order. Okay, you go and help me, I'll leave first. Krell patted Adjutant D on the shoulder, turned around and left the place, leaving behind Isolde, who was messy in the wind. Ever since the captain and the vice-captain got married, he felt more and more that he had become the center between the two of them. Oh, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm crying if I talk too much. If I weren't afraid that my father would break my legs, I really want to run away. Looking back at the captain's office, Isolde prepared to report again tomorrow. As for the captain who wants to ask where the deputy captain is, he can just answer truthfully. After all, he is just an ordinary deputy. Returning to the exclusive lounge, Krell put on a white uniform and swaggered towards the gate of the floating base. Along the way, many officers of the floating fleet couldn't help but tease Krell when they saw him dressing up so seriously. Hey Claire, which noble lady are you looking for? She's dressed so formally. Go, go, don't talk nonsense, I'm here to see a friend. Friend, what friend? I think she is my love sister. Be careful not to be caught red-handed by Captain Italia. You guy, you linger in Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind every day. Be careful, I tell your tigress to let your father-in-law hang you up and beat you. Facing these guys, Krell was not at all indifferent and retorted directly. After passing through 2 layers of magic barriers, Krell arrived at the gate of the floating base. Krell, long time no see. Wylan stepped forward to hug him and said kindly. Claire looked at the familiar face and said with a smile, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect you to be married. Isn't it the same for you? You married your immediate boss without even thinking about it. Isn't your life very exciting every day? Wylan let go of Krell and teased with a smile. Pretty much. The main thing is that my father-in-law is a bit scary, otherwise I would. Ahem, let's go, let's talk while we walk. Seeing Krell's expression, Varen understood, nodded and said, You are right, let's go to Flower Poem Manor first, and then we can chat slowly. Along the way, Varen and Krell talked happily. Kyle and Zelia followed the two of them, listening quietly to the exchange between the two to satisfy their curiosity. As for the escort, they were left in the hotel by Varen. This time he went out to meet friends. It was a private matter, and it was not convenient to bring too many people. Entering Flower Poetry Manor for the second time, Varen looked at the surrounding layout curiously. Compared with 10 years ago, there were many changes. Mrs. Hua, long time no see, you are still so beautiful. With a kind smile on her face, the lady said kindly, Master Wylan, you are still so polite. Later, Wylan asked Mrs. Hua for garden no. 6. Soon as the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the garden, they saw 16 maids lining up at the door, bending down and saluting. I've met your lord. Claire touched his chin, selected 4 of the 16 maids to stay, and waved the other 12 to go down. Entering the garden, Wylan smiled and said, I can't tell, but you are quite skilled. You have been here many times, and you are as skilled as me. Seeing this guy winking, Wylan picked off a red flower, smelled the fragrance, and said, I just heard someone say that if my father-in-law wasn't a little scary, I wouldn't be afraid. At this point, Wylan stopped and found it funny to see this guy who liked to pretend, showing embarrassment. Damn it. When I first met you, you were an elegant nobleman. Why have you changed like this after not seeing me for so many years? Isn't it the same with you? You were a noble young master at first, but now you have become a veteran among flowers. The two looked at each other and laughed in unison. In fact, no one has changed. It's just that the relationship has become familiar, and we have let go of the rules and acted according to our own temperaments. However, isn't this just a close friend? Varen touched Krell's arm with his arm and asked with a smile, Would you like me to play with you? Do you think I'm stupid? Krell gave Varen a look and let him realize it for himself. Forget it, if I don't want to fight, I won't fight. It's good to lie here and talk about the past. After saying that, Wylan lay down, asked a maid to bring some drinks, and just enjoyed the night view. Seeing this, Claire also lay down and began to tell the interesting things that happened in the royal capital over the years. On the other side, Kyle took Zelia aside and gave him a lecture. Faced with Kyle's act of selflessly imparting extraordinary knowledge, Zelia was deeply touched in her heart. Apart from his father, Lord and Lord Kyle are the best people to him. Thinking of this, a figure of a person suddenly appeared in Zelia's mind, and she said silently in her heart, "Maybe I also include the senior sister." Looking at the excited Zelia, Kyle smiled and slowed down the lecture to try not to disturb his thoughts. In the garden, Wylan put the wine glass in his hand on the table next to him and asked, "What industry is the safest to make money in the capital?" Hearing this, Krell turned his head and stared at Wylan with a hint of surprise on his face and asked curiously, "What's going on? Are you short of money now?" Faced with his friend's question, Wylan did not choose to hide it and replied calmly, "I am going to buy some properties for my subordinates to use for his experiments." "It's the young man who follows you and Kyle." "Yes, that's the one. In less than 10 years, he broke through from a mage apprentice to a silver mage. He is the future pillar of my territory. We must treat him well." At this point, Wylan's tone revealed a little pride. "You really show off." Claire slowly raised his glass, gestured to Wylan, and then said softly, "I will help you with this, but it will take 3 days for the butler to conduct an in-depth investigation and find the most suitable industry." Wylan smiled and raised his glass, clinking it with Claire's. "Thanks, I owe you a favor this time." "Why thank you, we are brothers." Claire drank the wine in the glass and then smiled. "After this holy war of faith is over, I will take you to visit my airship." Hearing this, Claire showed astonishment on his face. "You are so capable that you even got an airship. You are worthy of being my brother. After I set up an airship fleet, I will definitely ask you to be my first captain." "That's a nice thought." Under the bright moonlight, the two chatted leisurely, and the topics covered exciting adventures, complex political situations in the kingdom, and occasionally heated debates over a certain point of view. 5 days later, at the gate of the First Magic Academy, Wylan handed over the land deeds to the 3 taverns to Zelia and solemnly warned, "The combined monthly income of these 3 taverns in Zicheng district is 1,500 about gold coins should be enough to cover the cost of your experiment. If you want to change your business model in the future, you will have to follow your plan. If you encounter trouble, go directly to Deputy Chief Chaplain Ziens of the 3rd Public Security Bureau of Zicheng District. He will come forward to solve the problem. If it cannot be resolved, Krell will help you. Work hard and don't live up to my expectations of you." "Thank you, Lord." Zelia hugged the 3 land deeds in her arms and thanked her sincerely. "You are my subordinate and I am your lord. Isn't it normal for me to think about you?" Varin patted Zelia on the shoulder and said with a smile, "If you meet the girl you love, don't miss it, lest you regret it." "I understand, Lord. Okay, it's time for me to go back. I've been out for so long, I wonder if anything happened in the military camp." Wylan waved his hand, mounted the red phosphorus horse, and headed towards the city gate. Zelia stood at the gate of the First Magic Academy and watched the Lord leave until his figure disappeared into the sea of people. After returning to the camp, Wylan began to fish. The troops he brought were all his own troops, and there was no need to hold daily meetings to communicate with the nobles under his command like other military commanders did. Before I knew it, 2 months had passed. On December 25, 9752 in the glorious calendar, the Expeditionary Force Commander issued a list of logistics units for each unit. In the camp, Wylan lay on his side on the blanket, supporting his head with his right hand, and holding the order document issued by the commander in his left hand, reading it carefully. According to the decision of the headquarters, the 15th Army of the 4th Army will be assigned 15,000 Crusaders for his command. In addition to the Knights of the 9th Temple, there are 4 other Crusaders under his command. The 23rd Temple Knights, there are 2,000 Temple Knights. The leader is named Melend Arabella. He is from the church and is 113 years old. He is a gold middle-level knight. The 69th Life Church Prayer Group has 500 soldiers. Its commander is named Byler. He is a civilian and is 88 years old. He is a high-level silver warrior. The 13th Longsword Battalion has 3,000 warriors. The battalion commander is Lambert Jim. He is from a noble family and is 133 years old. He is a low-level golden warrior. The 33rd Freedom Camp has more than 4,000 people. The composition of the personnel is very complex. There are nobles, adventurers, mercenaries, and even criminals. Its commander is an adventurer named Ron, age 63 years old, a high-level silver ranger. Upon closer inspection, except for the 23rd Temple Knights and the 13th Longsword Battalion, which can barely be used, the other two troops can only be used as logistics troops. As for letting these two troops go on the battlefield, Wylan was really afraid that they would be completely defeated before they even engaged the enemy. After reading the order document, Varen held it up with fighting energy and brought it to Kyle. Looking at the order document in front of him, Kyle glanced at it roughly and suggested, "My lord, what are your thoughts?" Varen sat up and said, "I am going to hand over the 9th Temple Knights and the 23rd Temple Knights to the command of Devon Hill, with the Star and Moon Knights as the main force and the 2 Temple Knights as the auxiliary ones. The 13th Longsword Battalion will be used by my cousin Brian to supplement the shortage of troops under his command. As for the 69th Life Church Prayer Group, it will be organized into a logistics unit and handed over to Ravia for command. Guarding the last unit, Wylan rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "I don't know where to put them in this so-called freedom camp. The composition of this force is too complex, and it is indeed difficult to handle." Kyle carefully read the introduction of the unit called the 33rd Freedom Battalion in the order document and nodded. After thinking for a moment, Kyle suggested, "My lord, how about dispersing this army directly, reorganizing it according to the model of an adventure team and using it as scouts? For other unqualified personnel, hand them over to Pastor Lavia, management used as support staff." "Okay, just follow your idea." Wylan couldn't think of any good method for a while, so he could only adopt Kyle's suggestion first. "Someone is coming." After hearing this, the two guards guarding outside the camp opened the curtain, entered the camp, knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Lord, please give me your orders." "Go get Hebrews and Devon Hill." "Yes, sir." The two guards exited the tent, and Varen looked at Kyle on the side and asked, "How is Viscount Clever doing lately?" Kyle looked at his master and replied calmly, "Nothing has changed. I lead the 500 soldiers under my command to train every day, but I am much more diligent than you, my master." Varen looked calm and ignored the ridicule in Kyle's words, and then asked, "How is the combat effectiveness of his army?" "I have watched from a distance. Viscount Clever has 100 knights and 400 warriors under his command. The knight is equipped with a full set of excellent knight equipment, and the weapons and equipment on the warrior are all sophisticated. In addition, his mount has turned into a dragon. The beast must have been subdued in the past few months. As for the other circumstances, I haven't looked into it carefully. You are courageous. It seems that Viscount Clever has spent most of the magic crystals in his hands and is ready to give it a go in this holy war of faith," Wylan said with emotion. "Lord, what do you want to do? It's better to add icing on the cake than to give help in the nick of time. Just send someone to observe Viscount Clever secretly. My subordinate understands. There are some thoughts of his master that he cannot guess, but he must have his own plan for doing this." Wylan looked at the map of the entire continent of Nanglia, wondering what kind of scenery this world would bring to his life journey. After a while, Hebrews and Devon Hill entered the camp, beat their chests, and saluted to show their respect. "Sit up." Seeing this, the two sat down on the right side. "Hebrew, tomorrow morning, after the Crusaders enter the military camp, you will lead the Ice Bear Knights to suppress the 33rd Free Battalion of the Crusaders and kill them." As soon as Wylan finished speaking, Hebrew couldn't wait to ask, "Lord, can you give me a few bottles of luminous wine?" Varen took out a box of luminous wine from the space ring, a total of 12 bottles, and said to Hebrew, "Take it. Thank you, Lord." "I'll leave first." Hebrew stood up, holding the luminous wine in his arms, and quickly left the camp. Varen did not ask why he, the Guardian Knight, wanted glowing wine. After handing over the task to Devonshire, Varen sent him out, then sent Kelsey out and began to fish in an open and honest manner. On January 1, 9753, in the glorious calendar, more than 200,000 people from the 1st Legion gathered at the Ards military camp. As the vanguard of the Expeditionary Legion, they will be the first batch of troops to enter the continent of Nangaxia in the Metagoa Plain. On the viewing platform, Varen was wearing armor and wearing the sword of Anansi on his waist. Like the nobles of other legions, he was quietly staring at the sky. On the 33rd floor of the high platform, Saint Anastasia stood on the prayer platform and began to chant the Life Church Bible to communicate with the goddess of life, who was far away in the divine space. Under the stairs, 36 soul-level priests were distributed around the high platform, singing the Life Church Bible together with Saint Anastasia. The sound was so powerful that it scattered the clouds in the sky. On the earth, gentle power spreads around through the prayer platform, soothing the hearts of everyone present. In the royal capital 100 kilometers away, Belgraf Silvis, the king of the kingdom of Ilia, stood on the city wall with his 36 soul-level guards. Different from the gorgeous costumes in the past, Belgraf, as the king, this time put on the armor he wore before he ascended the throne. 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. And I still remember that time, when I accompanied my father and saw the goddess's face for the first time in the Church of Life. Belgrave's eyes were full of memories, and his heart, which had been silent for many years, was actually a little excited. 300 years ago, the life of the sixth saint came to an end. The incarnation of the goddess of life passed through the barrier between the divine space and the real world, connected her soul to her own divine kingdom, and at the same time canonized Saint Anastasia as Ili, the seventh saint of Kingdom Life Church. Thinking back to the beginning, Saint Anastasia, who had just become a high-level priest of the soul, was given the gift of the goddess of life, crossing the barrier of mortal creatures and becoming a legend. However, Belgrave knows many secrets. The gods want to elevate their believers to the legendary level, but they still cannot bypass the threshold set by world consciousness. In other words, in order to raise the strength of Saint Anastasia to the legendary level, the goddess of life must have consumed the power of the world in her hands. Seeing the strange phenomenon appearing in the sky, Belgraf put away his distracting thoughts and calmed himself down. As time passed, a portal emitting endless brilliance slowly emerged in the void. In the Ard's military camp, except for the legendary strong man, everyone else bowed their heads respectfully to express their respect for the goddess of life. After a while, the portal began to slowly open. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was enveloped by the sacred aura of the goddess of life. You are the guardian of life. Your gifts nourish every plant, every bird, and every life. In your arms, I feel vitality and hope, and endless love and warmth. May your compassion and wisdom last forever, and may your strength accompany us through every challenge. I will pass on your teachings with a grateful heart and protect and cherish this beautiful world. The sound of singing from ancient times echoed in everyone's ears, purifying everyone's hearts. The incarnation of the goddess of life stepped out of the portal, her figure as dazzling as the sun, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. She landed lightly on the prayer platform and stood next to Saint Anastasia. She glanced at the troops preparing to go below, with approval in her eyes, and she waved her hand to spread a ray of light. On the viewing platform, Wylan felt that the light points integrated into his body were flowing rapidly, searching for any hidden wounds in his body and healing them. However, his long-term consumption of glowing wine did not leave any dark wounds on his body. The light stayed inside him for a moment, then passed through his body and entered other people's bodies. My warriors, may the care of the Mother of the World be always with you. I will watch you silently in the kingdom of God. In the vast sea of people, Wylan quietly listened to the goddess of life's declaration of war, and an indescribable feeling of awe surged in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the goddess of life stopped blessing and lowered a space bridge on the prayer platform that led directly to the Ansa kingdom in the Metagia plain and the mainland of Nangaxia. At this time, the incarnation of the goddess of life began to emit dazzling light, and her hands slowly raised to consume the divine power stored in the incarnation. As she moved, a strong life force emerged from her body, flowing down like a clear spring, covering the Ard's military camp and the Dorn River military camp. On the high platform, the incarnation of the goddess of life looked to the left. Her gaze stayed for a moment, and then she began to give her final gift. Her voice is like the sound of nature, resounding deep in everyone's heart. Let courage and strength burn in your hearts. With her words, the power of life became more powerful and integrated into the bodies of the soldiers of the expeditionary force. Everyone can feel the warm and powerful force. Their bodies become stronger under the nourishment of this force, and their souls are also sublimated at this moment. In the viewing platform, Wyland felt the 3 rays of holy light integrated into his body, and the magic power and fighting spirit in his body increased. Now, as long as he wants, he can become a gold high-level druid at any time. On the wall of the royal capital, Belgraf felt the power growing out of thin air in his body and said silently in his heart, "Thank you for your gift." The 36 soul-level guards guarding the king also felt the gift of the goddess of life, and their own strength was more or less improved. After an unknown amount of time, the incarnation of the power of the goddess of life gradually dissipated in the real world. With the closing of the portal, the expedition officially began. Saint Anastasia turned around, facing the more than 200,000 expeditionary forces, and announced, "Take up your weapons and go to the Nangestia continent to spread the glory of the goddess of life." The words of the saint were not loud, but they rang clearly in the ears of everyone. With the departure of Saint Anastasia, 800,000 expeditionary forces and 2 million crusaders were officially handed over to the commander of the expeditionary army, Duke Ister. With steady steps, Duke Ister climbed onto the high platform, turned around to face the more than 200,000 troops of the First Legion with a solemn expression on his face, and gave an order: "The expedition starts from now on." Vernal Cadrian. In front of the army, a middle-aged man in heavy armor strode forward, beat his chest and saluted and said loudly, "Commander, please give orders." The voice was so loud that even the nobles standing on the viewing platform 1,000 meters away could hear it clearly. At the railing, Wyland looked at the figure of Marquis Vernal Cadrian, with shock in his eyes. He could clearly sense that the Marquis did not use the 1,000 voices of 1,000 people, but relied purely on his own roar to make the more than 200,000 people present hear his voice. "Your unit will serve as the vanguard and pave the way for the expeditionary corps." "Yes, sir." Watching Vernal Cadrian retreat into the army formation, East sent his thoughts into the space bridge. The next moment, the space bridge emitted an aurora, absorbing a 10,000-man army formation. Under the gaze of the crowd, the expeditionary army and the crusaders in the First Legion disappeared one after another. 10 minutes later, there were no soldiers of the First Legion in the huge parade ground. After the end of the expedition ceremony, Wyland returned to the barracks and waited for the order for the army to set off. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. 2 months later, Wyland received a transfer order from the 4th Legion. The 15th Army will set out on March 7th. The temporary station is located in Balin City, Nax region, Ansa Kingdom, a port city with a population of about 200,000. Putting down the order document in his hand, Wyland picked up the map on his left hand and spread it flat on the desk. Ansa Kingdom. In less than 2 months, the Nax region, Mountain region, Blubber Bay region, and Khalid region of Ansa Kingdom have been occupied by the expeditionary force. The land area of these 4 regions adds up to more than 1.1 million square kilometers, which has reached 1/4 of the land area of Ansa Kingdom. The 2nd and 3rd Legions are now in charge of the main attack. The 1st Legion has been replaced and rested, and is now collecting their remuneration in the occupied area. The administrative planning actually adopts the planning of region, province, county, which seems a bit familiar. The area of each region in the Ansa Kingdom ranges from 200,000 square kilometers to 300,000 square kilometers. A region has 6 to 8 provinces under its jurisdiction, and each province has an area of about 40,000 square kilometers. The province has 4 to 5 counties with an area of about 10,000 square kilometers. Below the county is the noble territory, which is composed of an earl or marquis and his viscounts and barons, which is somewhat similar to the administrative system implemented by the principalities of the main world. Now the 2nd and 3rd Legions have been on the front line for less than 3 days, so the 4th Legion will not go to the front line until early May at the earliest. It's really a long wait. As for why the Expeditionary Corps wanted the 4th Legion to enter the Ansa Kingdom of Nangestia continent in the Medaghe plain in advance, The purpose is also very simple, to adapt to the situation of the other world in advance, so as to avoid the situation of not adapting to the local environment. I heard that the Kingdom of Ansa's army is equipped with firearms. I don't know whether they developed it themselves or made it by visitors from another world. Thinking of this, Wylan became very interested and prepared to explore it carefully after entering Balin City in the Nax region. On the morning of March 7, 9753, in the glorious calendar, in the tent of the commander of the 15th Army, Wylan, with a resolute face, quickly put on his armor, put the sword of Anansi on his waist, and finally calmly picked up the helmet and put it on his head when he walked out of the tent. Kyle had been waiting for a long time, turning his head. He saw his old friend wearing silver-white armor, holding his helmet on his waist with his left hand, and his golden hair fluttering in the wind. He couldn't help but teasing. "If I were a woman, I would definitely be very excited to see your face, but unfortunately I'm a man." Kyle looked calm. He had long been accustomed to his master's occasional humor and leaps of thought. "Okay, no more talking, it's time to go." On the training ground, 35,000 soldiers of the 15th Army had assembled. Wylan climbed on his horse, gently touched Ziohong's mane, and then loudly ordered, "Let's go." His voice was loud and firm, full of majesty. After receiving the military order, the army set out and headed for the training ground. 3 hours later, more than 200,000 people from the 4th Legion had assembled under the space bridge. Duke of East, the commander of the expeditionary army, stood on the high platform, looking at the troops below with a majestic look. After encouraging them, he opened the space bridge and began to transport the troops. The first troops to be transported were the troops of the commander of the 4th Legion, Marquis Rethend, followed by the troops of the deputy commander, Earl Blood Moon, and the third batch was the turn of the 15th Army, 35,000 people. Being guided by the aurora of the space bridge, Wylan felt a warm power wrapping himself, as if returning to his mother's arms, with a hint of surprise and curiosity in his eyes, and also an expectation of the unknown. It came quickly and went quickly. When you open your eyes and close them, the surrounding scenery is already different. Seeing the commotion in the army, Wylan frowned slightly and ordered Devonshire and Hebrew to inspect the troops. After a while, the chaos in the army disappeared. Kyle, who was standing behind Wylan, reminded him in a low voice, "My lord, in just a moment, 7 days have passed. Time is really amazing." In the space bridge, he clearly felt that only 1 second had passed, but he didn't expect that 7 days had passed. It seems that this Metagea plane is a bit far away from the main world. 3 hours later, more than 200,000 troops of the 4th Legion arrived at the Nax camp. In the evening, Wylan brought Kyle to the tent of the Legion commander Marquis Rotend to attend a meeting. "Everyone, this garrison mission is the first expeditionary mission of the 4th Legion. You will go to your respective temporary jurisdictions to garrison. As for what you want to do, I don't care, but during the garrison, your jurisdiction cannot be chaotic. In addition, the rules of the Metagea plane world have changed. Here, gold professionals can fly. Keep your subordinates in check to avoid making a joke." "Yes, Legion Commander," everyone answered. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Marquis Rotend nodded with satisfaction, asked the 2 Guardian Knights standing behind him to spread out the map, and began to explain some important information about the Kingdom of Ansa. The Kingdom of Ansa has a land area of about 4.33 million square kilometers and a population of about 300 million. As soon as this was said, except for Wylan, Kyle, Count Blood Moon and his generals, everyone else was dumbfounded. "Isn't this population a bit too much? Captain, is this data a mistake? Are those bastards drunk and accidentally added an extra 0 at the end?" Count Gyuluok, the commander of the 16th Army, couldn't help asking. Others couldn't help but start discussing with each other. "You know, the land area of their Ilia kingdom is close to 14 million square kilometers, but the population is only about 300 million. The land area of the Ansa kingdom is only a little more than 1/3 of the land area of the Ilia kingdom, but it has a population of 300 million. It is really unbelievable." Silence. Marquis Rethend frowned slightly. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he slapped the table vigorously. Everyone heard the voice and quieted down, but the doubts in their eyes were not concealed. I know you are surprised, and I was also surprised after getting this information, but the fact is that we can't help but believe it. Marquis Rathend looked around and said calmly, "Go and carry the local food crops in." Hearing Marquis Rathend's order, a golden intermediate knight standing behind him bowed and saluted, and walked out of the tent. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a 6-meter-long plant was carried in by 2 soldiers. Looking at the green plant in the tent, even Wylan, who had received some information in advance, couldn't help but be curious. This is the local food crop, which can grow up to 8 meters tall. The food crop in front of you is called winter rice. It is planted in spring, grows in summer, bears fruit in autumn, and is harvested in winter. This one plant alone can produce 100 kilograms of food, and 30 plants can be planted on 1 acre of land, which can produce 3,000 kilograms of food. This is why this country has such a large population. This is really eye-opening. Count Guroko looked at the winter rice in the tent and didn't know what to say. According to a serf's ration of 150 kilograms a year, the output of this acre of land can feed 20 people. As a result, everyone gradually accepted this ridiculous data. Marquis Rathend pressed his hand to silence everyone, and then said, "I understand your thoughts, but it is impossible to bring these food crops back to the kingdom of Ilia." "Legion Commander, why is this?" a count boldly asked. Marquis Rathend was not angry at the count's offense, and patiently explained. According to the Duke of Moravia's research, this food crop exists because of the world. To put it simply and clearly, Metagoya is the giant rule of the world is one of the underlying rules, which is why this world can grow such food crops. So if you can't find any treasure, harvesting grain is also a good choice. After hearing the words of Marquis Rathend, some nobles have already begun to think about the feasibility of this plan. 2 hours later, the meeting ended. Wylan and Kyle left the camp and walked towards the 15th Army barracks. "How about we go for a walk in the city?" Wylan asked, looking at the moon in the sky. After hearing this, Kyle nodded and responded, "Lord, it's up to you to decide." "Okay, let's go then." After speaking, Varen took off his armor and threw it into the demoplane. The plane of Metagia is within the scope of the world of Illyria, so it can naturally open the demoplane in a different space. Not long after leaving the military camp, Wylan saw a sneaky acquaintance. "Grandpa." Vitrus, who was about to walk out of the underground, stopped, turned around and greeted cordially. "Wylan, long time no see." "Grandpa, we just met a few days ago." Wylan stepped forward and looked at his attire. With his magical perception, he was unable to find him. "Don't tell your aunt that I'm going out tonight, or I'll be in trouble." "Grandpa, I'm also planning to go to Naris City for a stroll. How about we go together?" After hearing Varen's words, Vitrus said without hesitation, "That's good, let's go." The scapegoat candidates who are delivered to your door are useless if you don't use them. Looking back at the military camp, he found that Miyali hadn't noticed yet. She put her left hand on Wylan's shoulder, grabbed Kyle's left hand with her right hand, and directly used the combat skill Rock Extreme. Earth escaped to attack Naris, who was 30 kilometers away. "Go to the city." 2 minutes later, 3 people appeared in an alley in Naris City. "You two take your time and play, I'll leave first." After finishing speaking, before Varen could react, Vitrus left the alley and walked toward the opera house in a swaggering manner. From a certain perspective, my great-aunt can be regarded as a dedicated man. "My lord, your excellency Vitrus has considered you as the candidate to take the blame. You should think carefully about how to explain to Earl Bloodmoon." After Vitrus disappeared, Kyle reminded him in a low voice. Wylan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took out a picture stone from his pocket, and said to Kyle, "Don't be afraid, I have recorded the scene just now. If my aunt comes to see me, just show this scene to her. That's it." This is called keeping a hand. If Aunt Miyali doesn't come to me afterwards, I can use it to blackmail my aunt in the future." Wylan smiled evilly with a hint of cunning in his eyes. It's very exciting just thinking about it." After finishing speaking, Varen walked towards Nara City Street. This was the first time he had seen such an insidious and cunning lord. After coming back to his senses, Kyle stopped thinking about it and followed quickly. Due to the early surrender of the governor of Naris region, the city was not devastated by the war. People are coming and going on the street, and there are all kinds of hawking. Wyland squeezed through the bustling crowd and came to a stall. He first used language proficiency on himself, then pointed at the bunch of roasted rice crackers and asked, "How much does this cost?" 2 copper coins in a bunch. The vendor raised his head, looked at the other person's clothes, and said in a flattering tone. Wyland took out a copper coin from his pocket, threw it to the other party, and then asked, "How many copper coins do you think this is worth?" The vendor respectfully took the copper coin from Wyland's hand, looked at the unknown words on it. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly returned the copper coin with a smile on his face and said respectfully, "If you want to bake Rice Krispies, just take it. You're pretty good at observing people's emotions. Judging from the calluses on your hands, they must have their own stories." After hearing Wyland's words, the vendor still kept a smile on his face, without any anger in his eyes, and said, "I haven't been an adventurer for many years, and my main job now is baking and selling Rice Krispies." "I can't see it." Wyland raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the other party with a half-smile. Meeting Wyland's eyes, the vendor's smile became more flattering, but there was still no flaw in his eyes, and his face still had a flattering smile. "Sir, please take this copper coin back, and you can take as many baked rice crackers as you want." "That's it." Wyland did not accept the copper coins in the opponent's hand, but took out 3 more copper coins and put them in the opponent's hand, picked up 2 skewers of roasted rice crackers, and then said with a smile, "Since you don't give me the conversion, then follow my rules. Bar." After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for the other party to signal. Watching the other party's departure, the vendor threw 4 copper coins into the stove, his face gloomy, his eyes filled with hatred. Without him noticing, a 5-pointed star mark had already merged into his body. At an intersection, Wyland found Kyle, handed him a string of roasted rice crackers, then took a bite of his own roasted rice crackers, chewed them carefully, and showed a satisfied look. "Try it quickly, it's really good." Kyle took the unknown food from his master, took a bite, chewed slowly, and the taste was really good. Wyland finished the roasted rice crackers in his hand in 2 or 3 bites, and couldn't help but sighed. Good craftsmanship, but it's a pity that he is an assassin. "Assassin?" Kyle looked at the half-string of roasted rice crackers in his hand, his eyes full of doubts. "Forget it, let's go to the local garrison camp first." Wyland didn't say it clearly, and took Kyle to the direction of the military camp in the city. After the city was conquered, there were always some brave people who would fulfill their beliefs. Although he admired these people, he could not let them go. As one of the main generals of the expeditionary force, he came here to spread the faith of the goddess of life. Naturally stood on the opposite side of these people. Walking through the bustling streets, Wyland and Kyle arrived at the garrison location closest to the bustling streets. Showing his identity token, he entered the compound under the leadership of a Crusader officer. "Sir, please wait again. Our battalion commander will arrive here soon." "I understand, you go ahead and do your work." Upon seeing this, the Crusaders' officers bowed and saluted and left the compound. Wyland came to the wall and looked at the murals on the wall. Although he couldn't understand the words on it, he could feel the cultural atmosphere. "Before the war, I guess this was the noble's villa in Knuckle City. Do you believe it?" Kyle sat aside, silent, pretending not to hear. Seeing that Kyle was not fooled, Varen was not angry either, and slowly observed the murals here through the surrounding light. After a while, a burst of footsteps came. Sun Sheng looked around and saw a bald man appearing in front of him, holding a hammer in his hand. "My subordinate is the garrison officer of the North City District of Nax, and the deputy battalion commander of the 63rd Freedom Battalion of the Crusaders, Kelrod. On behalf of the 800 Crusader soldiers in the North City District, I salute you, the distinguished 15th Army Corps. Your Excellency Chang Wyland." Wyland used his fighting spirit to help the low-level silver warrior in front of him up, and said gently, "No need to be polite." "Sir, what do you need from your subordinates when you come here?" the bald man asked respectfully. "There is a stall selling baked rice crackers next to the Opera House in Baiking District. The vendor is an assassin." Hearing this, the bald man's face turned red, and he said with some shame, "Thank you for the reminder. Don't worry about it. He hid it very well. It's normal that you and your subordinates didn't notice. At this point, Wylan took out a leaf, sent it to the other party, and explained, I will leave a mark on him. You can follow the guidance of this leaf to find the other party. It is up to you when to take action. This is yours. I won't interfere. Okay, my purpose of coming here has been accomplished, so I'm leaving now. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the bald man asked to stay. Sir, please wait a moment. Kindness. Seeing that the two of them had no intention of leaving, the bald man immediately ordered his confidants to go to the room to get the treasure. Not long after, two soldiers came to the courtyard carrying a tree stump. Sir, this is a treasure given to my subordinates by a local naturalized noble. I am just an adventurer with low strength and little knowledge. I only know that this tree stump can be chopped repeatedly with knives and cannot be burned by fire. It should be a treasure, and I can give it to you as a gift, to you to repay your kindness of reminder. With curiosity, Wylan came to the tree stump and looked at it with his hands. He found that it was indeed very hard. He felt it again and found that the tree stump contained powerful life energy. Sir, if you don't like it, I will bring you all the gold coins in the compound. No, I like this thing very much. After hearing this, the bald man breathed a sigh of relief and said, as long as you like it. Wylan stood up, looked at the bald man in front of him, smiled and asked, tell me, what do you want? I have nothing else I want, this is just. I like honest people. Hearing this, the bald man also understood the meaning of the other party's words. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir, I want to ask you for some combat skills. Seeing the sweat on the opponent's forehead, Wylan nodded and said, okay, I agree. This tree stump is worthy of a gold-level combat skill. Upon seeing this, Kyle took out a gold-level combat skill and supporting training plan named 1,000 Hammers crashing from the space equipment, and sent the 2 books to the bald man. The bald man held the 2 books in his arms, immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed in thanks. Sir, thank you for your gift. Kelrod will always remember your kindness. Wylan understood the bald man's mood very well. At the right time, he called out Teng Man and helped him up. 3 heads are enough, I don't want more. In our lives, you are the protagonist in your story, and I am the protagonist in mine. I hope you can gain the favor of the mother of the world and become a golden warrior as soon as possible. Kyrod, I remember your name, see you soon. After waving goodbye to Kelod, Varen put the tree stump into his demoplane and left with Kyle. Watching the 2 people leaving, the bald man murmured the adult's words, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Thank you, Lord Varen. I hope that I will sing your story in my hometown in the future. After leaving the courtyard, Wylan strolled on the street, feeling very good. Kyle, do you think we can see the warrior named Kyrod again in this life? Facing the sudden question from his family, Kyle pondered for a while and replied, as you said, with the blessing of fate, you and him may meet again in the future. Varen bought 2 more skewers of roasted rice popsicles from the roadside and said curiously, speaking of this, I'm curious about the current situation of the fishman warrior named Ruskin on the La Romana Islands. With his character and abilities, he should be doing pretty well. Haha, I think so too. Wylan bit into a piece of toasted Rice Krispies with a satisfied smile on his face. After swallowing the food, he continued. It's really fun to do favors to others sometimes, but if you choose a white-eyed wolf, it will be miserable. From your perspective, I believe this won't happen. Are you so sure? Wylan looked at Kyle suspiciously, looking forward to his next answer. Kyle threw away the stick, smiled slightly, and answered, if I take action to solve the other party without your knowledge, then this matter will be equivalent to non-existence. That makes sense. The 2 walked side by side, sometimes chatting about the past, sometimes talking about the local cultural landscape, or admiring the beauties appearing on the street. The next morning, Wylan and Kyle returned to the barracks, summoned their subordinates, and held a military meeting. 2 hours later, the meeting ended. Lavia, the Minister of Logistics of the 15th Army, took the 2 documents signed by Wylan and went to the Logistics Department of the Expeditionary Corps to collect the corresponding supplies. Under the strange eyes of the 2 gold-level trial knights, Pastor Lavia touched his big bald head and urged his subordinates to speed up. With a shameless spirit, Wylan signed 2 documents with the 2 positions of the commander of the 15th Army and the Deputy Minister of the Logistics Department of the Expeditionary Corps. As for the executor, it naturally fell on the head of Lavia, the Minister of Logistics. At this moment, Lavia wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. If she had known earlier, she should not have accepted the position of the head of the Logistics Department of the 15th Army. Now it was too late to regret. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. 5 days later, Wylan left Knuckles City with 35,000 troops from the 15th Army and military supplies for 70,000 people for half a year, heading for Borderland City, a port city 300 kilometers away. In order to take care of the auxiliary troops, Varen had to slow down his marching speed. After marching continuously for 40 hours, the 15th Army arrived at the territory under the jurisdiction of Borderland City. Standing on the cliff and looking out at the sea from here, Wylan could clearly see the island 200 kilometers away, and there were signs of life on it. However, the main purpose of the Expeditionary Corps now is to attack eastward and meet up with the Expeditionary Corps of the Northern Issy Kingdom in the capital of the Angoya Empire. As for these islands wandering outside the mainland, they don't have much time to pay attention to them. Lord Brian's troops are out of touch. Beside Greg Varen, he beat his chest and saluted and opened his mouth to report. Wylan turned around and asked, what caused it? Lord, thousands of beasts from the jungle attacked Lord Brian's troops, and they are now cleaning up these beasts. Hearing this, Greg replied respectfully. Beast. Seeing this, Greg explained. Lord, according to our worldview, those who are less powerful than bronze professionals are called beasts, but according to the views of the local indigenous people, those beasts are called warcraft by them, because the world is different. According to my subordinate's understanding, these beasts have more or less fighting capabilities. After thinking for a moment, Wylan gave up the idea of sending troops to support him. If his cousin couldn't even deal with these beasts, he would have to change some of his strategies. Second the order. The entire army will rest for 6 hours. Yes, Lord. Dozens of heralds conveyed the order, and the marching team that stretched for 20 kilometers came to a halt. In the jungle, Brian stood in the army. With the assistance of Adrian, he directed his troops and the 13th Long Sword Battalion of the Crusaders to eliminate the beasts that suddenly appeared. Due to terrain restrictions, the 300 knights under his command could not play their role, and they could only stay in a back position and hunt for fish that slipped through the net. On the front line, hundreds of soldiers carried iron shields to resist the impact of the huge beasts. Behind the shield, a warrior holding a long sword uses the gap in the shield to attack the beast. On the low hill, more than 300 archers kept throwing arrows to kill the beasts within sight. Looking at the beasts cooperating with each other, Adrian said, My lord, there are people in the jungle who are playing tricks. Please let me go and find them out. After hearing this, Brian took off his knight's sword, handed it to his guardian knight and warned, Be careful. Adrian took the extraordinary knight's sword from his master, looked at the name on it, nodded solemnly, covered the surface of his body with fighting spirit, and flew deep into the jungle. When the rules of the world are loosened, gold professionals can fly. Deep in the jungle, the beastmen hiding in the tree trunks looked at the speeding humans and shouted, Retreat. Feeling the fluctuation of magic power in the air, Adrian slashed a blade forward to the left. Hundreds of big trees fell down, and the beast hidden in the tree trunks was cut off at the waist and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. So it's you rats. Standing in the air, Adrian looked at these dwarfs, who were less than 1.5 meters tall with an expressionless face. The next moment, feeling the spell attack coming from the right rear, Adrian raised his right hand to form a magic shield to block it. Turning around, he saw the figure of a green-haired woman emerging from the trunk of a big tree. Golden professional, take your head and become my master's first military exploit in the expedition. As soon as he finished speaking, Adrian gathered dozens of flame spears and headed towards the green-haired girl. At the same time, his body shape changed, and he used the combat skill Wind Breath without trace. After breaking away from the tree trunk, green light bloomed on the surface of the green-haired girl's body. Her body gradually expanded, turning into a 5-meter-tall war bear. Facing dozens of flame spears, the giant war bear used his arms to protect his head and resist the damage. The next moment, Adrian's figure appeared behind the war bear like lightning, condensing his fighting spirit on the knight's sword, forming an 8-meter-long fighting spirit sword, slashing downwards. Sensing the attack from behind, the giant war bear struggled to move its huge body against the damage caused by the flame spear. Roar! Shrill and tragic roar echoed in the jungle. Lord Ella! Hateful! Asshole! Hearing the noise around him, Adrian raised his right hand and whispered, "Wind blade." In an instant, dozens of wind blades appeared out of thin air, like death scythes, and strangled the 3 silver female assassins who wanted to rescue the green-haired girl at extremely fast speeds. Just hearing a scream, the 3 silver female assassins were instantly chopped into pieces of flesh and blood. After killing 3 people, the power of the wind blade continued to spread to the surrounding areas. In less than a moment, thousands of big trees fell down one after another under the raging wind blades and turned into piles of sawdust. Looking at the blood stains on the broken wood, Adrian's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that the silver-level spell he just cast casually could cause such powerful destructive power. Adrian slowly fell from the air and looked at the green-haired woman who had half of her body cut off. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and flawless, and as beautiful as a work of art. But unfortunately, she was about to die. Damnable intruders, you will pay the price for your actions. The god of beasts will tear your souls apart and tear. Adrian stared at the green-haired girl. Although he couldn't understand what she was saying, he was sure from her expression and tone that it was definitely not a good thing. With a disregard for life in his eyes, Adrian raised the knight's sword without hesitation, then gently lowered it, only to see a beautiful head rolling into the grass. Looking at this headless corpse, the expression on his face did not change at all. Without stopping, Adrian picked up his head, turned around and flew towards the direction of his master. Losing the control of the Beastmaster, thousands of beasts were surrounded and suppressed by the army, and all of them were quickly killed. When Adrian returned to the battlefield, the battle was over. Lord, this is the person behind the scenes. Brian looked at the beautiful head in Adrian's hand and smiled to himself. I thought I would get my first military exploit in the expedition, but I didn't expect you to get there first. Seeing this, Adrian quickly suggested, My lord, how about I find the body and attach the head to it, and you can chop it off again? His expression was serious, as if he really meant to do this. No need, that's what I said. No need to be so serious. Brian laughed and patted Adrian on the shoulder, then turned to deal with post-war matters. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. 3 hours after the battle, Brian had people throw the processed beast meat onto the carriage and continue marching forward. As darkness fell, Wylan looked at the troops catching up. Although his face was a little tired, he was in good spirits. Greg. When Greg, who was taking a break from his work, heard his name, he immediately stood up, came in front of Wylan, beat his chest and saluted, My lord, please give me your orders. We will set off tomorrow. Let the soldiers have a good night's rest. Yes, sir. He stuffed the dried meat in his hand into his mouth, picked up the helmet from the guard, and turned around to give the order. When Brian approached, Varen stepped forward, looked at the dried blood on his armor and asked, How is the situation? Brian took off his helmet, with a smile on his face, and replied, The situation is not bad. Adrian killed a gold professional from the local indigenous church, making me the first one in the 15th Army to receive combat merit. Noble. Good job, take the time to rest. I see. Watching Wylan's leaving figure, Brian asked the messenger to deliver the order for the troops to rest where they were. In the dark night, Wylan stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the ships approaching the coast under the cover of darkness. The flags flying on them were the military flags of the Ansar Kingdom. This group of people is a bit brave, and they don't take me seriously. Lord, do you think it's possible that their spies were killed by us as thieves on the way? That's right. Wylan patted his head and suddenly remembered that this country's army was pitifully weak. It was a bit of a fuss to treat them with the same eyes as the Bahio Kingdom's army. "Someone's coming." Hearing this, a silver mid-level warrior took a step forward and said respectfully, "Lord, please give me your instructions." "Send the order to Dorcius." "Well, forget it. Go and send the order to Pastor Lavia, and ask him to lead the priest group to deal with the troops under the cliff." "Yes, Lord, Lord." In the middle of the team, after receiving Varen's order, Pastor Lavia touched his bald head with a big smile on his face. He could finally vent his anger. "Aiden, go gather other priests, and I will lead you to vent your anger." The young man touched his bald head with some excitement, held the staff in his right hand, and suggested, "Teacher, why don't you summon some logistics troops and let them clean the battlefield?" "It's up to you." Lavia waved her hand and said to her eldest disciple. After a while, 300 priests were wearing priest robes, holding staffs in their left hands and hammers in their right hands. They looked at their teacher with their eyes shining. "Listen to my orders later. Don't act arbitrarily. The most important thing is to leave a few for the teacher." "I understand, teacher." "Teacher, don't worry. I promise to leave a few girls for you." "Teacher, let's leave quickly. Maybe those indigenous troops will run away later." Looking at the eager disciple, Lavia touched his bald head and waved his hand. Seeing this, many priests added several layers of protection to themselves, tied the hammer around their waist, grabbed the rope with their hands, and headed towards the sea cliff 100 meters below. Behind the chaplain group, the 200 soldiers of the 69th Life Church prayer group who were temporarily mobilized have become accustomed to it. After getting along with each other for the past few months, they found that these priests are very easy to get along with, but sometimes they are a little crazy. Wild. 10 minutes later, the officer leading the team came to the cliff and took a look. After seeing that there was no one on the rope, he ordered, "Be careful, don't break your hands and feet." "Yes, Captain." With the officer's wave, everyone climbed down the rock in an orderly manner along the rope. On the coast, nearly 1,000 people stepped onto the beach. "General Carlyle, didn't Lady Ella say that she would send someone here to respond?" An officer looked at the dark beach and couldn't help but ask. "Wait a moment, Lady Ella might be busy with something. Anyway, it's still some time before dawn." Seeing the general saying this, the officer no longer asked any more questions, bowed and saluted, and went down to inspect the troops to rally the morale of the troops. This moment is the moment when people's hearts are at their most volatile. 2 months ago, an expeditionary army claiming to be the goddess of life appeared on Nank, the western beach of the kingdom, and captured the entire Nax region in less than half a month. The Grand Duke of Camille in the western part of the kingdom used his iron-blooded tactics to recruit nobles, and assembled more than 300,000 troops and 600,000 strong slaves, a total of 1 million troops, to prepare for a decisive battle with this mysterious army in the hinterland of the central Mountain region. In less than 3 days, the Grand Duke of Camille was defeated and killed. Countless nobles and missionaries died, and even the 3 bishops of the beast god also fell on the battlefield. Of the millions of troops, half died on the battlefield, half were captured, and very few escaped, and he was one of the lucky ones. Every time he recalled that natural disaster scene, it kept him awake all night. Standing on the sea, I feel the sea breeze blowing on my face, which is a cold that penetrates into my bones. After closing his eyes, the scene on the battlefield appeared in his mind. Hundreds of huge fireballs fell on the army, taking away the lives of more than 100,000 people. My lord," a young soldier came to the officer's side and shouted cautiously. Hearing the sound, the officer opened his eyes and looked at the calm sea. Sweat had already wet his back. "What's going on? You're so confused." The young soldier did not dare to hesitate at all and said, "Sir, the people who went out have been gone for almost 2 hours and have not returned yet." The officer's face turned gloomy when he heard this. He grabbed the young soldier's shoulders tightly and asked sternly, "Why are you reporting now?" The young soldier was frightened by the officer's sharp eyes and shuddered. He swallowed his saliva involuntarily and stammered, Sir, I will report to Captain Bowen in an hour, but I came to you without any orders." After hearing this, the officer became even more angry. He pushed the young soldier back and roared angrily, "Damn bastard, go call Bowen for me." The young soldier got up from the ground, ignoring the pain in his body, and ran towards the ship in 2 steps. A moment later, a white-haired young man ran over in disheveled clothes. His face was pale, with a few drops of sweat on his forehead and a trace of fear and uneasiness in his eyes. "Bowen, I ask you, where are the scouts we sent out?" The officer's voice was filled with suppressed anger, and the sharp sword in his hand flashed with cold light. Looking at this scene, Bowen's body trembled involuntarily. He opened his mouth, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't say a word. Finally, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground with a thump. "Get out, send someone to look for you. And don't come back if you can't find you." The officer's eyes were full of disappointment and anger. His cousin was really hopeless. He would have let him die on the battlefield if he had known earlier. "Yes, yes, Lord Dillon." Bowen hurriedly got up from the ground, turned around and walked away quickly. His back looked a little embarrassed and flustered. "Teacher, the spies around have been cleared. And now we are waiting for your order." Yadin came to Lavia and said. Lavia touched his bald head and said to his students, "Wait a little longer. I feel like they seem to be waiting for someone, and then we can catch them all in one fell swoop." "I know, teacher. I will let my junior brothers and sisters be patient." After that, Yadin left this place and went to the shallows behind. As time passed, Lavia's patience was slowly worn out. After dealing with 2 more groups of spies, Lavia looked at the eager eyes behind him and was not prepared to wait any longer, lest this group of pagan troops run away. Life healing, life barrier, life blessing. Reverend Lavia chanted loudly, and his voice echoed in the air. His hands danced, flashing with golden light, and blessed the 3 gold-level divine arts on the 300 students. "Be careful, if you can't solve the enemy, call me master." "Yes, sir." The students responded in unison, revealing determination and courage in their voices. "Attack, let them feel the love of the goddess of life." 200 bald men and 100 muscular ladies, holding a wizard's scepter in one hand and a hammer in the other, headed for the beach 3 kilometers away. "Hi Fadden." The Crusader officer heard this and came to Lavia's side, whispering, "My lord, please give me your orders." "You go 2 kilometers away and wait. After the battle is over, I will notify you to clean up the battlefield." "My lord, we are also warriors of the goddess of life. Please let us join the battle together." Seeing this, the Crusader officer pleaded. Lavia thought for a second and refused. "No, you are too weak." "But, Lord Lavia, we can." "Okay, obey the order, otherwise I will have to trap you here." Looking at Lavia, who was about to cast a divine spell, the Crusader officer showed a bitter face and whispered, "May you return victoriously, and may the goddess of life protect you." Seeing this, Lavia nodded with satisfaction and flew towards the beach. It has been a long time since he fought, and his hands are itching. He doesn't know if these pagans can satisfy him. "Let's go, wait for the battlefield to be cleaned up 2 kilometers ahead." "Yes, sir." 200 people responded in unison and marched forward along the reef. On the outskirts of the beach camp, a soldier heard the movement from a distance, took down the torch hanging on the rock wall, and was about to go forward to check it out, but saw a big man bumping into him. Looking at the flying figure, Yadin touched his bald head, and it seemed that he had used too much force. "Forget it, just start fighting." After putting on 3 layers of life barriers for himself, Yadin put the staff on his waist, held the 300 Jin iron hammer tightly in both hands, kicked hard, and flew forward. "Enemy attack. Gather, gather. Get up quickly, there are enemies. Come on, come on." Faced with the sudden enemy, the Black Rock Island army of the Ansa Kingdom on the beach was instantly in chaos. Carlyle, who was resting on the ship, heard the noise outside, took out his spear, walked out of the cabin and looked at the chaos on the beach. He was not angry, but only horrified. More than 30 people of the same level as me, this. With his strength as a 5 Seal Knight, Silver Intermediate Knight, it would be useless even if he led the troops left on the ship to land. It was the most correct choice to retreat as soon as possible and preserve the living force. A 3 Seal warrior, high-level bronze warrior, came to Carlyle, bowed and saluted and asked anxiously, "General, what should we do?" "Send the order, retreat immediately." An officer looked reluctant and asked, "General, what about the soldiers on the beach?" Carlyle ignored the other party and waved his confidant to pass on the order. In less than a moment, 13 ships raised their sails and sailed away from the mainland. Lavia looked at the ships going away and then looked at the one-sided situation on the beach. He added a few magic spells to his students so that they could fight to their heart's content and then flew towards the ships. "General, look at the sky, look at the sky." Hearing the frightened voice of his confidant, Carlyle looked up, smiled bitterly, hesitated for a moment, and immediately drew his weapon, cut the ropes that tied the sails, and ordered loudly, "Put down your weapons." After hearing the general's order, more than 1,000 soldiers on the ship threw away their weapons, hugged their heads with their hands, and squatted on the deck. An officer pointed at Carlyle and shouted angrily, "Carlyle, you coward!" Carlyle turned a deaf ear to Dillon's curse. Compared with sacrificing his life for the kingdom, he wanted to live more. Looking at Lavia getting closer and closer, Dillon drew his knight's sword, came to the side of the ship, looked at this group of cowards. His eyes were full of sorrow, and a miserable smile appeared on his face. "The kingdom of Ansa will be ashamed of you." After that, Dillon pierced his heart with the sword without hesitation. As the blade pierced, Dillon's body trembled violently. His eyes revealed a trace of relief and liberation. He slowly closed his eyes, leaned back, and fell into the sea. "Flutter." Looking at Dillon falling into the sea, Carlyle's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. The moment the mysterious army appeared, the demise of the kingdom of Ansa was doomed, and no matter how much struggle was done, it would be useless. Lavia stood in the sky, watching the 13 ships lower their sails, and most of the soldiers squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. He felt a little regretful, but as a priest of the Church of Life, he could not attack those who surrendered. Landing on the largest ship, looking at Carlyle kneeling on the ground, Lavia helped him up and signaled him to dock the ship. Understanding the other party's instructions, Carlyle ordered his subordinates to raise the sails and sail to the coast. Due to language barriers, the two did not have much communication. Arriving at the beach, the battle was over. 300 priests bathed in blood were standing neatly on the beach, watching their teacher return triumphantly. Lavia got off the ship and saw that all his disciples were standing there. His originally somewhat lost mood instantly became happy. Although there was no good fight, it was enough that his disciples were intact. "Yadin, go and inform Hayfaden and the others to come and clean up the battlefield." "Okay, teacher." "Lafaya, take some people to tie up the people on the ship and take them back." "Yes, teacher." At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lavia returned to the base with thousands of prisoners and supplies worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. On the edge of the sea cliff, Wylan and Kyle sat opposite each other, drinking and playing chess in the moonlight. Beside the two, the generals of the 15th Army sat on the ground, sometimes singing and sometimes drinking. "My lord, Lord Lavia is back." Wylan looked at the chess game that was about to enter a dead end, threw the chess piece in his hand into Hebrew's arms and said, "Help me, I'm leaving first." Hearing the order from his master, Hebrew put down the bottle of wine, came to the left side of the chess game, looked at the chess pieces on the chessboard, looked a little embarrassed, looked up and said to Kyle, "Can we start over?" "Obviously not," Kyle refused without thinking. "I admit defeat." Looking at Hebrew, who was so single, Kyle smiled and waved his hand to rearrange the chess game. On the other side, Wylan escaped the game that was bound to lose, and was in a particularly good mood, and walked quickly forward. 10 minutes later, Wylan came to a logistics camp. "Lord, in this battle, we wiped out more than 2,000 pagan troops, and we suffered no casualties." Lavia came to Wylan and reported impatiently, "Pastor Lavia, thank you for your hard work." "It's my job." Lavia waved her hands again and said very modestly, "Lord, I hope that next time there is such a mission, you can consider our logistics troops." "I will try my best." The priest is the anchor of the army, and Wylan can't bear to see his priests get hurt. "I heard that you captured a pagan general." Hearing this, Lavia waved his hand to signal the soldiers to bring Carlyle up. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him with a depressed expression, Wylan cast language proficiency on himself and asked, "Tell me, why did you land here?" Seeing this, Carlyle did not hide anything and told everything he knew. "Sir, half a month ago, I received an order from Lady Ella, the sister of Bishop Waters of the Naxos district of the Church of the God of Beasts, asking me to lead 2/3 of the army of Black Rock Island to land near the East Ningsco beach and meet with her beast masters. I don't know what to do specifically." "Is the Black Rock Island, you are talking about the island 200 kilometers away?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know what that Ella looks like?" Carlyle said respectfully, "Sir, the portrait of Lady Ella should be in your treasure. If necessary, I can find it for you." "You are well spoken, go ahead." After receiving Wylan's order, 2 guards took Carlyle to the storage area for supplies. Carlyle didn't know how powerful the black-haired young man was, but the strength of the 2 guards behind him was stronger than himself, which made him extinguish the faint fire of resistance in his heart. For the family on Black Rock Island, and for the captured subordinates, a bold idea suddenly arose in his heart. Perhaps converting to the goddess of life is also a good choice. Coming to the supply side, Carlyle, under the supervision of 2 silver intermediate knights, began to look for the portrait of Ella. 10 minutes later, Miller looked at the pagan general holding the portrait in his hand and looking at the other party's clumsy murals, and took him back to the prisoner camp with his companions. Standing in front of Wylan, Carlyle slowly opened the scroll and said respectfully, "Sir, this is the portrait of Lord Ella. It seems that there is no need to look for this person." Carlyle was confused. He raised his head with doubts in his eyes, but as a prisoner, he did not dare to speak without authorization, for fear of angering the other party. Looking at the pagan general, who was hesitant to speak, Wylan explained, "The Ella you are talking about is already a proof of my cousin's military exploits." "Sir, I don't know what you mean by military exploits." Carlyle's voice was filled with fear and confusion. Wylan smiled and answered calmly, "The head of a gold professional is equal to 3 military exploits. According to your world, a 7 SEAL professional to a 9 SEAL professional is equivalent to 3 military exploits." Carlyle's face turned pale, his body trembled involuntarily, and his eyes were full of fear. Seeing Carlyle's appearance, Wylan smiled and comforted him. "Your strength is of no value to us, and I am not a bloodthirsty person, so you don't have to worry about your safety." Carlyle was slightly relieved after hearing Wylan's words and hurriedly bowed his head and said, "My lord, thank you for your doubts." Wylan waved his hand, and the guards took Carlyle away. "Pastor Lavia, how about we talk?" Hearing Wylan's words, Lavia was a little confused but still nodded. Wylan waved his hand to let the guards retreat, and he and Lavia came to the bottom of the cliff. "What do you think of the pagan general just now?" Wylan sat on a reef and asked. Upon hearing this, Lavia answered, "He is a man who can judge the situation. Before I boarded the ship, he made a judgment based on the current situation and decisively ordered surrender." "What do you think about training that pagan general to be one of ours?" "Ours?" Lavia looked puzzled. He didn't quite understand what Wylan said. "Sit down, let's talk slowly." Seeing Lavia sit down, Wylan explained, "Now is the early stage of the expedition, and the main force is the army of the Kingdom of Ilia. But in the later stage of the expedition, the main force of the war will be these indigenous troops. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I want to use this expedition to get enough military merits to be promoted to Earl. But I don't have enough troops." Seeing this, Lavia understood what was going on. He stood up, touched his bald head, and then said with a smile, "Lord, what do you need me to do? It turns out that your missionary method in the underground world is very effective. I want you to try the effect with these captives first. Leave it to me, I will give you a satisfactory answer." "Pastor Lavia, thank you for your hard work. If you hadn't accepted me, I'm afraid I would still be wandering somewhere in the kingdom, and I wouldn't have so many lovely disciples. In any case, I am very grateful to Lord Kixing for taking me in." Looking at the kind bald head in front of him, Wylan smiled, patted Lavia on the shoulder and promised, "After the matter is done, I will give you a brand new priest's staff." "No, don't force me to beg you." Looking at the Lord's serious look, Lavia touched his bald head and showed a helpless look. "Okay, Lord." At this moment, the sky gradually brightened. Wylan and Lavia stood on the reef, quietly watching the sun rising in the sky. The rising sun cast its warm light on them and illuminated their faces. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the army set off. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 15th Army arrived in the port city of Balin City. At the South City Gate, Hawthorne Mylaris, leader of the 87th Life Church prayer group of the Crusaders, looked serious and inspected the welcoming team again. On both sides of the welcoming team were the leaders of Balin City's large and small forces. Although I don't know why the general stationed in Balin City is so crazy, these people don't have the guts to disobey his orders. Looking at the 300 Crusaders he had carefully selected, Hawthorne Mylaris nodded with satisfaction. My cousin who was far away in Knuckles City told me in a letter that the commander of the 15th Army had a great background and asked him to entertain him well. Maybe he could take this opportunity to get some benefits. Master, here we come. Hawthorne raised his head and looked at the figure in the distance, put his helmet on straightly, and carefully wiped the pattern on the left side of the breastplate to show his best side. After a while, the former army arrived at the gate of Balin City. Stop! At the front of the team, Hebrew waved his hand and gave orders. In the shouts of the messengers, the order was conveyed to the rear. Hawthorne took 3 steps forward, put his right hand on his chest, bent down to salute, and said loudly, "Balin City Garrison General Hawthorne Mylaris has met your excellency." After more than 2 months of study, the leaders of the various forces on both sides of the Crusaders could barely understand the common language. They all raised their ears, hoping to hear useful information in order to curry favor with these officers from the Ilia Expeditionary Corps. Consolidate your own power. General Hawthorne, it will take half an hour for my master to arrive here. Thank you, sir, for the reminder. I understand. As a high-level Silver Knight, he may be a figure in his hometown, but here he has to be careful. If it weren't for this holy war of faith, he would probably still be just a frog in the well. Although he was a count in his hometown, he was nothing here. In less than a moment, he heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from far away. Hawthorne quickly looked up and saw a black-haired young man riding a red phosphorus horse appearing in his sight. According to the description in the letter, Hawthorne recognized the person at a glance and quickly stepped forward to greet him, trying to hold the reins of the horse. However, looking at the strange human being in front of her, Zio Hong was not very friendly. She snorted and took a few steps back with some resistance. "Okay, stop making trouble," Wylan said softly. After hearing her master's words, Zio Hong reluctantly stopped, but still looked at the weak human in front of her arrogantly, and then used magic power to lift the reins and send it to the other person's hands. Seeing this situation, Hawthorne felt a little silent in his heart, but his movements were not slow. Holding the reins in his hands, "If you are weak, you have to bow your head." I remembered what I once said to the vassal nobles under my command, but now it happened to me. Wylan got off the red phosphorus horse and waved to a silver intermediate knight, asking him to lead Zio Hong down. "General Hawthorne, Zio Hong is a little shy, I hope you don't mind." "Your Excellency Wylan, this subordinate knows," Hawthorne replied respectfully. Seeing the forced smile on the other person's face, Wylan ended the topic and said, "General Hawthorne, how about you take me to see Balin City? This is my subordinate's honor. Please come with me, sir." After Varen and Kyle left, Hebrew took over command of the troops and followed a group of Crusaders to the Balin military camp. Entering the city, the streets are very clean and tidy, but there are no residents. "General Hawthorne, I want to know how many people there are in Balin City." Upon hearing Wylan's inquiry, Hawthorne took out a document and presented it with both hands. "My lord, please take a look." Taking the form from Hawthorne, looking at the data above, it was a bit exaggerated, but when I thought about the exaggerated food crops, it felt very reasonable. "General Hawthorne, how much grain can be collected in Balin County every year?" After hearing this, Hawthorne replied respectfully, "Reporting to your lord, according to the tax rate of the Kingdom of Anza, a tax of 95% is levied on food needs. In order to facilitate missionary work, Commander East reduced the tax rate to 80%, that is. Balin County, the annual grain tax revenue is 3.48 million tons of grain. Varen pointed to the next indicator and continued to ask, "Are these mines still operating?" According to the order issued by Commander East, small and medium-sized mines are handed over to locals for mining, and 70% of them will be collected every month. Large mines are handed over to the adults of the First Army, who will send troops to supervise the mining of prisoners. After asking a few more questions, Varen returned the document to Hawthorne. In the next few hours, Wylan and Kyle, under the guidance of Hawthorne, began to patrol Balin City and visit the city. As night fell, Hawthorne walked up to the gate of a luxurious manor, opened the door and said respectfully, "Two adults, please come in." With curiosity, Varen entered the manor. After entering the manor, I saw more than 20 women standing in front of me, some mature and charming, some young and beautiful, and, "Sir, these are provided by various forces in Balin County. I hope you like them." Hawthorne pointed at the more than 20 women in front of him and said with a smile. Looking at the scene in front of him, Varen turned to look at Kyle, smiled and teased, "Is there anyone you need?" After hearing this, Kyle glanced at the group of women in front of him, shook his head and refused, "There is no one I want." Hearing this, Hawthorne thought that the two adults were not satisfied with the women in front of them, and hurriedly said, "Please wait for a moment, I will go now." "General Hawthorne, you misunderstood." Thinking from another angle, Hawthorne suddenly reacted. His expression became a little nervous and asked carefully, "My lord, you are talking about, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have this hobby." "Send them all home." "Yes, my lord." Hawthorne waved his hand and asked his subordinates to take these women out, and then led Wylan to the warehouse. Pushing open the door and looking at the strange things inside, Wylan laughed and said, "General Hawthorne, I accept this gift." Hearing this, Hawthorne breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He replied, "As long as you like it. I will not interfere with the management of Balin City. You will still be in charge, but I may arrange for my pastor to preach in the city. I should learn from you for always considering missionary affairs." "Haha, okay, that's all for today, you go back first." "Yes, sir, I'll take my leave." After Hawthorne and his men left the manor, 24 guards took over the guarding of the manor. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. After entering Balin City, Wylan was completely free. The defense of Balin City was in charge of the garrison general, Hawthorne. The large mines were in charge of the noble armies of the First Legion. As for the rural order, the Ansa people who changed their beliefs were also in charge. In this way, after the 15th Army entered Balin County, it was all about training. In the Demiplane, Wylan was very happy to see the Tree of Life that had sprouted. 3 years ago, after getting the seeds of the Tree of Life from Grand Duke Halifax, Wylan planted it in the center of the Demiplane. 3 young saplings swayed gently in the breeze. Wylan squatted down and fiddled with the saplings of the Tree of Life with his hands. He felt the happy emotions coming from them and was in a very good mood. Sha tilde. Looking up at the sky, Xing Zheng was flying freely in the sky with his offspring. 2 years ago, Wylan moved the griffins, wind wolves, rock lizards in Xingyu Castle, and the silver wolf tribe in Xifen County to the Demiplane demarcated areas for them, and let them hunt on their own. As the breeze blew, Wylan lay on the grass, feeling unprecedented relaxation. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened in the Demiplane. Wylan opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, looked at Xing lying beside him, and reached out to touch the white hair on his head. Xing opened his eyes, watched his master's movements, and quickly closed his eyes to continue resting. The Snow Wind tribe has 86 griffins, but the day when I establish the Snow Wind Griffin Knights is still a long way off. You have to work hard for me. Xing glanced at his arrogant master and turned his head away to protest. Take good care of the Tree of Life. I'm leaving now. I'll bring you some good things in a few days. Looking at the master, who was about to leave, Xing turned his head and gently rubbed Wylan's left hand with his head, calling out "Shashasha" a few times. Don't worry, I won't forget it. After saying that, Wylan opened the half-plane channel and returned to the Balin City Manor. Feeling the energy fluctuations, Kyle opened his eyes and looked at his master with a somewhat resentful expression. Haha, I slept after entering the half-plane and forgot the time. I asked you to be careful. Master, it's been 2 days. Has it been so long? He thought it was just a simple sleep, but he didn't expect it to be so long. Seeing the puzzled look on his master's face, Kyle took out a map, spread it out on the seat and said, Master, there is news about the ancient tomb you ordered to investigate. According to the comparison of information from various parties, the remains of Terry Ansell, the disciple of Silas Ansell who invented the musket, should be buried in these places. On the Balen County regional map, there are 3 points marked with red circles, which should be the location of Terry Ansell's tomb. For some reason, there are very few records about Silas Ansell in the Ansa Kingdom, basically equivalent to nothing, as if they were deliberately erased. Let Hebrew lead the Ice Bear Knights to search these 3 places and bring back the things buried with Terry Ansell. Yes, master. Kyle bowed and saluted, ready to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Wylan added, after finding Terry Ansell's purpose, try not to damage his body. Yes, sir. In the military camp, after Hebrew received the order from his master, he immediately called his capable subordinate Sidon to summon the Ice Bear Knights. Half an hour later, Hebrew put on his armor and came to the parade ground. 800 knights were ready to go. Compared with 5 years ago, the comprehensive strength of the Ice Bear Knights has been improved. It has 39 high-level Silver Knights, 91 mid-level Silver Knights, 393 low-level Silver Knights, and 277 high-level Bronze Knights. After getting on the horse, Hebrew turned his horse's head and ordered loudly, "Let's go." Silver Torrent went along the road to a small town in the west. In less than 2 hours, they crossed a distance of 130 kilometers and arrived at the small town on the coast. Arriving at the edge of the cliff, Hebrew opened the map, observed the direction, determined the destination, and ordered, Sidon, you lead the first squadron to search the beach below. All cemeteries should be marked first. Do not destroy them without authorization. Wait for me to deal with them. Sidon beat his chest and saluted, saying loudly, Yes, Captain. Then he turned around and gestured to the 100 knights behind him. The 100 knights turned over and dismounted and jumped off the cliff in unison. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed under the cliff. Many knights patted the sand on their bodies, lined up in front of Sidon, and waited for instructions. The height of only 60 meters was just a medium-intensity physical impact training for them. 3 people form a team, search carefully, and remember not to destroy the cemetery. Yes, Captain. Disperse. Seeing that everyone started searching, Sidon took off his armor, laid out his equipment, jumped into the sea and searched the seabed. Seeing this, some knights followed suit and entered the sea to search. Seeing this, the others were also ready to take action. But the deputy captain of the first squadron stopped them and said, Use this as the boundary, and the rest of you search on the shore. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to obey the order and missed the opportunity to play in the water. After entering the sea, Sidon picked up a stone on the shore and walked towards the deep sea. Walked forward for hundreds of meters, put a layer of fighting spirit in front of his eyes, and carefully observed the situation on the seabed. When he came to 100 meters to the left, Sidon threw away the stone in his arms, grabbed a slate, wiped off the stains on it, and recorded unknown words on it. He didn't know what it meant. He first remembered this direction in his mind and then searched in other directions. On the cliff, Hebrew looked at the distant sea and the fishermen fishing in the distance. His eyes revealed contemplation, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. 2 hours later, Sidon climbed up from the bottom of the cliff in a single piece of clothing, stood in front of Hebrew, presented a piece of parchment with both hands, and reported loudly, Captain, a total of 13 tombs were found below and the inscriptions were copied. Please check. Taking the parchment from Sidon, Hebrew took out Terry Ansell written in Nangetia for comparison. Here, and here, where are these 3 tombstones? Hebrew pointed to the handwriting on the parchment and asked Sidon. Sidon came forward, looked carefully, and answered, Captain, these tombs are all in the sea. Send someone to dig out these 3 tombs intact, and do not damage the items inside. Yes, sir. After saying this, Sidon jumped off the cliff, began to assemble troops, and prepared to dig graves under the sea. 3 days later, in the manor. Wylan looked at the items piled in front of him, looked up at Hebra, picked up a rag, and asked, "Is this also something from the cemetery?" Hearing the doubt in his master's tone, Hebrew's eyelids twitched. He pretended to be calm and said loudly, "Master, this is my negligence, please punish me." "Never mind." Throwing aside the rag in his hand, Varen waved his hand to let Hebrews go down. Seeing this, Hebrews beat his chest, saluted, and hurried away from here. He didn't know if there were any other foreign items in this pile of items, so it would be better to leave here as soon as possible. Walking out of the manor and looking up at the sky. The wind is sunny, which is very suitable for training. Looking at the pile of items, Varen covered his head and said helplessly, "He's irritable and not cautious at all. It seems that his control has been a little loose in the past few years. It just so happened that he and Devon Hill's adopted daughter Abulai N is old enough. Let them get married when they get back. It would be nice to have someone to supervise him at all times." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Kyle's face, and he quickly returned to his calm appearance. The guards standing around regarded themselves as deaf, saying that they knew nothing. "Kyle, you separate the items that have words on them from the items that don't." After hearing this, Kyle nodded and used magic to cover the pile of graveyard items. In less than a minute, Wylan looked at the items divided in front of him, came to the pile with writing, and began to look carefully. 30 minutes later, Wylan picked up an incomplete diary, opened the first page, and read the first sentence, and the dust-laden memories began to revive. "On March 3rd, year 12,098 of the Beast Calendar, my name is Ren Pengfu. However, that should be regarded as my name in my previous life. My current name should be Silas Ansel, the second son of an ordinary baron family. There are still 3 days left. I will go out to make a living alone. It's a pity that it was too late to awaken my memory, otherwise with my strategy. Forget it, don't deceive yourself. Compared with my elder brother, I am no different from a pure white mouse. No one should be able to understand it if it is recorded in words from a previous life. I think so. On March 6, 12,098 in the Beast Calendar, my father gave me 300 gold coins, a war horse, 2 pack horses, and a servant. By the way, his name was Terry. He was a 13-year-old boy. He was really evil, the nobles. It's June 15th, year 12,098 in the Beast Calendar. It's been 3 months since we left the Baron of Anzel. What should we write today? It's so difficult. It's a bit like when we were in elementary school and the teacher asked us to write a diary every day. Forget it, just write this. I'm the only one who can understand it. On January 26, 12,099 in the Beast Calendar, after 8 months, I finally arrived at the royal capital. It was not easy. The road was too difficult. Don't these nobles know how to repair the road? By the way, I saw the eldest princess of Anza Kingdom today. And it's really hard not to be moved, hee. Wylan turned to the next page and looked at the copied portrait. It had become blurry, and he could only see the general outline. This is gone. Looking at the book cover, Wylan felt a little unfinished. Sure enough, reading other people's diaries is a very enjoyable thing. Placing the book on the table, Varen continued his search, hoping to get the next diary. The more you hope for something, the less likely it will come. I picked up the last sheepskin map. The marks on it had become blurred, and I couldn't find the destination according to the instructions. I threw it aside and felt very regretful. However, one thing is certain. Silas Ansel, who made the musket, is indeed his fellow countryman, but he just doesn't know why he only stays at the level of muskets. Wylan had 2 guesses about this issue. First, the intervention of the Church of the God of Beasts killed Silas Ansel and his followers, destroying his creations, leaving only this simplest and useless weapon. Second, the difference in world rules meant that the fellow could only make muskets, but could not make other things at all. After all, the underlying rules of this plane world actually include rules for giant objects, which makes people have to think in this direction. Lord, is there anything you need? Kyle looked at the dazed Wylan and stepped forward to ask. After hearing this, Varen shook his head and said with some regret, "There are gains, but not much. After capturing the capital of the Kingdom of Anza, I hope that the royal family of Anza will have records of Silas Ansel's grave." For some reason, Wylan was still a little excited when he thought that his fellow villager's graveyard was hidden somewhere. No, this isn't called tomb robbing, it's called pursuing the historical truth. Why should I feel guilty? Hearing his master's muttering, Kyle was speechless. My lord, do you still want these things? Seeing Kyle's strange expression, Varen reacted, looked at the 4 guards standing guard around him, and said in a deep voice, Ask Hawthorne to find some scholars who can write common language to translate these Nanjeshian characters. What about this one? Wylan turned to look at the diary. On the table, shook his head and said, Forget this one. I can barely understand some of the words on it upon seeing this. Kyle put the 2 piles of items on the ground into the space equipment, possessed him, saluted, and left the manor 3 days later. In the study, Varen flipped through the 3 books sent by Kyle and threw them aside, except for the diary. There were not many valuable things in the 2 piles, my lord. In half a month, Hawthorne will hold a banquet in Balin City. He asked if you need to attend. Kyle put the 3 books on the bookshelf and asked, No, we can't stay in Balin City for long. There is no point in attending such a banquet. By the way, my lord, there is one more thing. What is it? Wylan asked while lying on the table. Hearing this, Kyle began to narrate. Pastor Lavia has successfully converted the group of prisoners of war on Black Rock Island. He wants to ask you what to do next. Wylan stood up suddenly and said in surprise, Successful so fast? Less than half a month after the 15th Army entered Balin County, Lavia made all the more than 1,000 prisoners of war believe in the goddess of life. Isn't it a bit too scary? Seeing this, Kyle confirmed again. Yes, my lord, you heard it right. The pagan prisoners have abandoned their belief in the god of beasts and started to believe in the goddess of life. Let's go and take a look. After saying this, Wylan took the sword of Anansi and walked out. Seeing this, Kyle quickly followed. In a small town 10 kilometers east of Balin City, Wylan and Kyle landed in the center of the town. This place is only 3 kilometers away from the military camp and is located in a valley. In addition, the residents here fled because of the war, so it was used as the logistics base of the 15th Army. Lord Wylan, Lord Kyle, welcome to your arrival. A bald priest holding a priest's staff came forward, put his right hand on his chest, bowed and saluted. Wylan motioned the other party to stand up and asked, Aiden, where is your master? Lord Wylan, my master took Carlisle and others to the mountains to cut wood and collect stones, preparing to build a life church in this town. The bald priest did not hide it and reported. You go and get busy. Yes, sir. After saying goodbye to Yadin, Wylan and Kyle strolled around the town. Walking out of the town center, I saw the priest leading the crusaders to level the land. Unconsciously, I walked out of the town and came to the farmland. Looking at the 3-meter-high crops, no matter how many times he saw them, Wylan was shocked and a little regretful. Pinching the broad leaves, he felt the strong breath of life inside, and it was expected to be full in 6 months. If these crops can be taken back to the kingdom of Ilya for planting, how many people can they feed? Wylan let go of the leaves, turned his head and looked at Kyle, asking curiously. Hearing this, Kyle shook his head and said, My lord, there will be no such crops in our world. That's right, the underlying rules are the foundation of the world's existence. In the world of Ilaria, there is a limit to the height of ordinary crops. I also understand why a medium-sized plain world would cause a fight among 9 gods. There are nearly 300 million people in the kingdom of Ansa alone. I can't imagine how many people can be fed if all the 200 million square kilometers of the Nanjeshiya continent are fully developed. My lord, these all have a certain price. Kyle looked at the mountains in the distance with deep eyes and explained, I have studied in Balin City for half a month and found that most indigenous creatures do not have the ability to perceive fighting spirit or magic power. In other words, in our world, any intelligent creature, as long as someone is willing to teach patiently, can embark on the path of a warrior career. It's just a matter of time and resource consumption. In the world of Valkem, most creatures are born magic insulators, that is, they are born to be consumables of faith. Those natives who became professionals, I found that this factor is similar to the blood factor, which is not found in other indigenous creatures. According to my research, that blood factor should be the key to the seal. As for the reason for its formation, I haven't figured it out yet. Wylan touched his chin and said curiously, Do you think it is possible that those humans with blood factors in their bodies are outsiders, and those who cannot become extraordinary are natives of this world? Imagine that a powerful being conquered this world, modified the laws of the world, isolated the natives from perceiving magic, and made the people of his own world the rulers of this world. As the masters of the world, they ruled these natives for generations. Thinking along the ideas of his master, Kyle was silent for a moment and put forward a different idea. Master, is it possible that those people with blood factors in their bodies are the natives of this world, and those outsiders are the natives of the world annexed by Valcom? Because the world was defeated, they completely lost the possibility of embarking on the path of extraordinariness. That's right, bud. Around this issue, Wylan and Kyle put forward more than a dozen statements and discussed the feasibility of these statements. Unconsciously, time passed slowly. Lord Wylan, Lord Kyle. Hearing the shouts from afar, Wylan and Kyle stopped discussing. Master, I think you can. I don't think so. Wylan showed a lazy look and refused without thinking. I don't think I have any research talent. Okay. Looking at his master's unquestionable look, Kyle's eyes flashed, wondering if he could talk to his master more about such topics. Maybe he could get a lot of research inspiration. At this moment, Wylan breathed a sigh of relief and finally fooled it. It's better to let the mage be responsible for researching such things, and it's better for him, a half-baked druid, not to participate. The bald priest stopped, stood in front of the two, and said respectfully, Lord Wylan, Lord Kyle, I finally found you. Your master is back. Yes, Lord Wylan. Lead the way. Following the bald priest, Wylan and Kyle returned to the town of Babek. After half a month, seeing these prisoners again, Wylan could clearly feel their inner joy and yearning for the future. Looking towards the center of the town, Lavia was standing in front of hundreds of prisoners with his bare chest, teaching them to spell and write the common language. Teacher, Lord Wylan is here. The bald priest came to Lavia and reminded him in a low voice. Hearing this, Lavia turned his head and said to his students, Yarden, you will teach them next. Okay, teacher. Lavia handed the textbook and teaching stick he had written to his students, picked up the priest robe beside him, and first cast a cleansing spell on himself to remove the stains on his body, then put on the priest robe and walked towards Wylan. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. All 336 prisoners of war have chosen to abandon their belief in the god of beasts and choose to believe in the goddess of life. They are willing to form a volunteer army and gather under your command to fight for the goddess of life. Wylan patted Lavia on the shoulder and said with a smile, It was one of my best choices to keep you in Kixing territory. Thank you for your efforts, Pastor Lavia. My lord, I hope you can treat them well. Lavia hesitated and said. Seeing the look on Pastor Lavia's face, Wylan assured him, Don't worry. I will not be stingy with my rewards if you fight for me. Thank you for your kindness. After that, Pastor Lavia waved and called Carlyle, and explained, Carlyle, this is the commander of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Expeditionary Corps, and the Deputy Director of the Logistics Department of the Expeditionary Corps, Wylan Akes. Carlyle, the former Black Rock Island Garrison Commander, meets Lord Wylan. May the goddess of life forgive me and my subordinates for offending you. Hearing the common language with a Kixingling accent, Wylan felt particularly cordial and said with a smile, Welcome you and your subordinates to join me. I promise you that as long as you make meritorious deeds, you can get gold coins, training resources, combat skills, etc. from me. Thank you for giving me and my subordinates this precious opportunity, Lord Wylan. In the evening, after finishing this inspection, Wylan and Kyle returned to Balin City. 3 days later, Wylan formed the Black Rock Army as the commander-in-chief of the 15th Army and appointed Carlyle as the general of the Black Rock Army. The first task was to take a ship to capture Black Rock Island. On July 15, 9753 of the glorious calendar, Wylan received a transfer order from the expeditionary headquarters. It's been 3 months, and it's finally my turn. Putting the order document on the desk, Wylan leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. So far, half of the territory of the Kingdom of Ansa has been occupied by the Expeditionary Army. 7 days ago, Duke East issued an order that the 2nd and 3rd Legions stop advancing and station in the Khalid region, the South Cape Asia region, the Bilma region, the North Cape Asia region, and the SIP region to collect their own legal remuneration. Next, the 4th Legion will attack the Lanka region, the Tessar region, and the Stovia region of the Kingdom of Ansa. According to the order of Commander East, the direct troops under the command of the Marquis of Rotend, the commander of the 4th Legion, the 16th Army led by Count Giulio, and the 20th Army led by Count Service, totaling 90,000 people, attacked the Lanka region. The 17th Army under the command of Earl Blood Moon, the deputy commander of the 4th Legion, and the 19th Army under Earl Ronald, totaling 100,000 troops, attacked the Tessar region. The 15th Army under his command, the 18th Army under Earl Russell, plus 13,000 people from 3 prayer groups of the Holy Army, totaling more than 80,000 troops, attacked the Stovia region. No need to think too much. Let me be the commander of a detachment to affirm my grandfather's hand. Kyle, go down and assemble the troops and set off in 3 days. Yes, my lord. After Kyle left, Wyland began to calculate the army in his hands. Now the 15th Army has 20,000 direct troops, 15,000 auxiliary troops, and more than 3,000 vassal troops. It must be said that General Carlyle of the Black Rock Army is very capable. In less than 3 months, he expanded the Black Rock Army from 1,300 to 3,000 people. Of course, this is inseparable from the preaching of Pastor Lavia and the timely actions of the leaders of the big and small forces in Balin County. Otherwise, there would not be so many local extraordinary people willing to join the Black Rock Army and fight for the Goddess of Life. Wyland sat up, took the map beside him, spread it on the table, and began to check the Stovia region. As the northern mineral resource region of the Ansa Kingdom, it has 3 port cities with a population of 200,000 and 15 port cities with a population of 100,000. It can be said to be rich. It feels good to have someone. Looking at this area of 320,000 square kilometers, Wyland drooled. With a half-plane in hand, he can easily take away any resources. 3 days later, with the farewell of Hawthorne and the heads of the big and small forces in Balin City, Wyland led 40,000 troops to the northern city of Cask City in the North Asia Horn region. After 10 days of high-intensity marching, crossing the mountain region and the Whale Blubber Bay region, entering the North Asia Horn region, the marching distance exceeded 1,800 kilometers. Arriving in the jurisdiction of Cask City, Wyland looked into the distance and saw an old acquaintance standing on a low hill waiting for him. Zio Hung, run faster. Hearing the master's order, Zio Hung sped up and raised a magic shield in front of him to avoid blowing the master's hair. Otherwise, it could only gnaw on tree bark at night, or maybe even bark would not be gnawed, and it could only eat wood. In less than 10 minutes, the red phosphorus horse ran 80 kilometers and arrived on the hill. Brother Russell, how long have you been waiting? Wyland turned over, stepped forward to give him a hug, and asked with a smile. Russell laughed and said, "It wasn't long, just 3 days. When I received the order, I was so happy to be able to fight with you. That night I took several of my guardian knights and drank 30 bottles of treasured wine. Ha, I don't know what your treasured wine tastes like, and I don't know if there is any more." Wyland licked his lips and asked curiously. Seeing this, Lavia smiled and replied, "If others come, I will definitely say no, but if you come, then there must be." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 15th Army arrived at the Casker camp. That night Wyland called Kyle, Hebrew, Devonshire, and other 7 important generals to go to Russell's tent to drink wine. Looking at the red wine in the bottle, Wyland pulled out the cork and poured it into his mouth. After drinking, he felt drunk. This wine seems a bit heavy. Not knowing what material this fine wine is made of, Wyland only felt a lullaby in his ears. 2 hours later, Wyland fell asleep on the low table. Others saw this and took it for granted. They knew how bad their master's alcohol tolerance was. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Kyle sent his master back to the tent, washed up, covered himself with a quilt, and left the tent. The next afternoon, Wyland got up from the bed, looked at the layout of the tent in a daze, shook his head, and made himself sober. "No, I can't do it next time." "Well, just a little bit is fine, just a little bit is fine." Recalling what he said before, Wylan combed his hair, and it was better not to say it firmly. Not long after, Kyle came in with a copper basin, put it on the wooden rack, and reported, "My lord, the military meeting for the attack on the Stovia region will be held in half an hour. Do you need to postpone it?" "Forget it, just proceed as usual." Wylan slowly got up from the bed, then took a simple wash, changed into a set of clothes, picked up the sword of Anansi, and walked towards the central army tent. At this moment the sky outside was dark, with thick dark clouds covering the entire sky, and a storm was about to come. A thin layer of fog filled the ground, giving people a heavy and depressing feeling. When Wylan walked into the tent, the generals of various troops had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing the arrival of the commander, they immediately stood up, put their right hands on their chests, and shouted in unison, "We greet Lord Wylan." Under the attention of everyone, Wylan walked to the main seat calmly and turned to face the generals below. He raised his hand, pressed it down gently, and said in a low and firm voice, "Please sit down." After hearing the order, everyone sat down one after another, focusing their eyes on the young commander and quietly waiting for the meeting to begin. After everyone was seated, Wylan slowly sat on the soft blanket. Kyle's figure emerged and appeared behind Wylan, took out the map hanging on the wooden frame, and sent it to the center of the tent, floating in the air for everyone to see.